We believe driving should be more than just getting from A to B. It should excite you, reflect you, move you. From world-class supercars that stir the soul to everyday vehicles designed for comfort, reliability, and value. We bring you the best of both worlds, whether it's your first car, your dream car, or something in between. Our expert team is here to make the experience effortless and unforgettable. MotorMall, where performance meets possibility.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sedans, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
Oh, very good. More first time in 2026 to all of our live stream viewers watching on Turn 7 Media. And there is our brand new sign for our brand new naming rights sponsor for the next couple of years up here at Wanneroo Raceway. And of course it is MotorMall. And what you're looking at there is one of the largest that you'll find in any WA. It is a huge up there on the short circuit right at the top of the hill here at Wanneroo Raceway, brought to you by MotorMall, and we thank the Sewell family for jumping on board for the next couple of years and becoming the naming rights sponsor for the next couple of years. Joining me in commentary for our live stream and along with our special guest comments, people coming turn to the broadcast studio for Rob Haggerty. Good morning, Rob.
Yeah, good morning, Brian. Good morning, everybody. And we've got the sports sedans and sports cars out on the circuit at the moment, with the street cars and the WA muscle cars as well. And they're just starting their first practice session for season 2026. And already Ryan Humphrey down the circuit. Ryan had a very big accident on a Tuesday, about a month or so, and pulled out the rear end of it. And it's great to see that so hard a month or so that track, and obviously too many effects. Look at the lap time he's done so far.
4 seconds quicker than the Porsche of Walter Eppel at the moment. There's a new name in mullet in car number 40, Peter McKenzie in car 60. Shut there, Zocoli in 95, Pavey, Peter. I did see Peter out there, but there may be a problem with his Dorian at the moment, as most of the cars down there coming out of turn number 6 at the moment. But here it is, the XF Falcon with Ryan Humphreys, and as Rob said, a huge accident at a tuning night. Actually had a passenger on board at the time of the brake failure, coming down the hill, the fastest section, as you can see on our line. The hill is a lot than what it meant to be on TV. Hill there applied the brakes, and something has let go in the braking system, and Ryan's come across the grass and ended up hitting the wall outside of McCracken House at Wanneroo Raceway. And as Rob said, an extensive amount of damage done to the Falcon. Of course, it's powered by a Chevrolet, just I'll throw that bit in. Fortunately, car Frankenstein car used to go to university with Ryan on board, and it has morphed itself into one of the fastest sports sedans in Australia. Of course, the guy's been travelling the last couple of years, going over east, racing in the National Sports Sedan Series over there, and putting in as well.
He's got quite a good reputation over there, given the fact that this is also a car that's not a full space frame chassis as well. It's it's still a floor plan car. So very, very impressive. Ryan's done Eastern Seaboard in Western Australia, a multiple Western Australian champion. And as you mentioned, he used to drive this car, not in its current course, but as a normal road car, XC Falcon. He used to drive it to university. And then he started with this car in the State Speed Event Series. And that's where he got in motorsport. And the Speed Event Series is a wonderful series to start with, and Ryan definitely got his start there. And over the years, this car has just been tinkered with and moved, and all nearing he's had his car, and this now impressive car. He's 57, he's now 7.8 on that last lap. About a second faster at the moment to Eppel, who's coming across the line now. So let's see if Eppel can improve as well. He does, but nowhere near as quick as what he needs to be. He's still for the second. He's across the line now, and Sylvia V8 in it. It's unusual, but it's almost like a run up here rather than the street cars or the sports sedans. He's running at the moment in the 61-second bracket, and a couple of other cars crossing the line now. And as you mentioned, Peter's out there. He does seem to be working out there in that colour schemed GTR Nissan. And just out of turn 1 at the moment, and he's back there in 5th position at the moment.
Yeah, just driven underneath the Porsche of Peter McKenzie. Of course, Walter Eppel, he's running in one Porsche again this for Auto Perth, and with the other one we had down was Peter McKenzie in the 997. That's a GT3 Cup car. and I don't know what paddock area. So he's either happy with the time that he's done, and or there is a minor issue on board. So 57.84 up mid area here. So could possibly just air pressure adjustment on the tyres. We'll just wait and see what happens, whether he is actually going to stop or he's going to head back up into the paddock area.
He's stop, but I still love the other officials down up the next grid. Say to see Peter McKenzie back Porsches. He had a big incident in this entrance of the area at the last race meeting that he ran this, and short in front of that car quite significantly. So Peter McKenzie Cup here and his Porsche had all back together again. And we've got Chevrolet, also looks like he's coming into the he's going to put it away straight off. So 47, sorry, that's a mistake. Also into the back of the pits.
So Ryan's just crawled through the pit area here, and it's just getting the car up now through turn 4. So a bit of a cool down, give it one more blast. We're down to 2 minutes remaining in this session. So maybe a little Ryan's experience and gamesmanship here. He moves to driver's right and allows that Porsche Peter McKenzie through.
There's a screen at the moment in Q5, and car that's starting to quite a lot around this circuit.
A big off down here in turn number 7. And in front of the that you were talking about, it looks like it's Peter Callow in the skyline.
Yeah, it does look so. He's had a bit down there, and so that'll definitely the red flag. They won't want running for too long. They're pretty much in the line of the braking area down there. So
and look what this has done to our Christmas tree, with Walter Eppel now pole position from rivalries. So this plan that Ryan had to maybe cool the car down and go one more time, it's not going to work, although we still have just a double yellow, and Ryan's backed it down, check the flag. So it actually went into still a row, and a good start in one.
Yeah, I don't affect it too much. But Walter Eppel do a 3 and to get that car down to that lap time. So well done to him. Third place will be car number 40, and that's Mullet in the Skyline. Sorry, the Sylvia V8. And then we're back to Peter Callow, who's currently buried down there at turn 7. Peter McKenzie, Porsche in car 62, Chevrolet in the BMW 25. Back in the back of the 7th position, and Neil Zaccoli is car number 95 that we had on screen a few moments ago, and there in 8 seconds covers the entire field, but only 0.5 of a second covers first and second. So hopefully we'll see a good race later today.
Half a second difference between the Porsche of Walter Eppel and Ryan Humphrey. So that to me would suggest there's a little bit more left in Ryan's car to come out later on. Of course, they have the longer events, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. They only race twice during the day, but you would expect that the Porsche, if Walter's running
Certainly are, but Ryan has managed to get that car to be fairly consistent as well over a longer period of a longer race as well. So I don't think Ryan's car is going to drop off a great deal either, but hopefully they can sort of like replicate those sort of times during the race and stay more or less nose to tail, and we might be in for a bit of excitement.
Of course, a lot of people will be running brand new fresh tyres this weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely they will be, and also it's good to see also between 4th position and 6th position as well. 4th, 5th and 6th, they're all pretty close up as well, so we should be able to see a good race in the midfield as well.
Because hopefully with the reliability gremlins stay away, because these are fairly highly strung race cars, as you would expect out there. Our sports sedans particularly, with the street cars, and also our WA muscle car not here this weekend, unfortunately, for Ron Moller. Must have had an incident prior to this race meeting. He was listed down in the, I believe he's now running a Ford Mustang now. He's converted from the Chev Camaro to a Ford Mustang.
Taking the body off and put it over the top of the different chassis, same chassis. Yeah, basically. But so that's our street cars, and that's how they'll line up for their first event, which will be coming on later on this morning. We have got the historic touring cars.
Yeah, looking forward to this one.
Yep, this will be great, and it's great to see we've also got a big GT Falcon back out there again. Haven't seen one of those on track for a little while, so we'll look forward to that one. We'll bring that to you very, very shortly, and in the meanwhile we'll take a short
mate. You got me? For access hire, we have our historic touring cars and a very small, as you, well, we don't expect a small field from our historic touring cars. They're normally one of the most well represented categories here, but we've only got about 8 or 9 cars here today, but a big mixture of cars, for anything from the big Don Behetz's car out there, the big Ford Galaxy, the 427 cubic inch powered Ford Galaxy, right down to a little 1300 Mini.
Yeah, absolutely, and good to see also Chevy Impala out there with Gary Croswell at the wheels as well. So we've seen Gary out there in various machinery over the years, and good to see he's out there in car 39, the Chevy Impala, and also great to see that the Tirana XU1 of Ken Waller has been put back on track after an enormous blow-up on the pit straight at the end of last season. So it's good to see that he's put all the bits inside that engine block again and managed to get that car back out there on the circuit. So let's hope that he has a little bit more of a successful season with that car. And of course, Ken, we're used to seeing last year and early last year and in years gone by in a Volvo 242.
There's certainly, as we pick up now with our car just coming out onto the main straight, and it is a beautifully presented car, pretty much a brand new car for the historic touring cars. We have seen it have 1 or 2 runs, but hasn't made it to the end of the day. Of course, this is the Peter Dennis built GTHO, the Phase 3 Ford Falcon out there with no other than Grant Johnson behind the wheel. So keep your eye on this car. Having a chat with Craig Bradke yesterday, who's the guy right behind this venture between the Dennis and the Johnson clan. This car is 250 kilos heavier than the American cars out there, the big Ford Galaxies and that. So he's trying to get an Australian muscle car to be competitive against the Yank tanks.
Yeah, that's correct, and it's good to see Grant back out there again. We haven't seen him for a couple of seasons since he ran the Purple People Eater, which was the saloon car that he won so many state championships in. But he's running that traditional number 27 that he's run for many years on his own cars, and he's coming onto the pit straight now in that beautiful car. Have a listen to it; it sounds magnificent.
It certainly does. The Dennis family, they don't muck around when it comes to their race cars. They have previously had a GTR XU1, and that was a real weapon with Grant behind the wheel. So now they've changed it over now to this GTHO, and still looks like there may be a few issues on board for Grant early.
I think he's just slowed down because coming out of turn 1, then he came right onto the back of the winning car, the Jaguar out there of Laurie Lapsley, and I think that he's probably just decided to put a bit of distance between himself and the cars that are in front of him so that he can get himself a clear lap. And good to see Laurie out there in our Jaguar Mark II. The other Jaguar Mark II that runs up here quite often as well, it's a Gallagher car. That's for sale at the moment, so I don't know that we're going to be seeing that on track very often anymore, unfortunately. So it looks like we're down to just one Jaguar running in our historic touring cars here in Western Australia.
We've got Bill Shipper out there in the Datsun 1600 and the Gary Croswell Chev Impala. Now, the last time I saw that car up here was alongside me on the grid at the V8 Supercars. I was in a little Cortina and had a great drag race down into turn 1 on a couple of occasions with Gary. That you're always very apprehensive about going up the inside, or even worse, trying to run around the outside, because if that tail end gets loose on that, it acts like a fly swat.
Yeah, absolutely. They're absolutely huge. I ran a regularity with the car that's just heading into turn 4 at the moment, and that's the big Galaxy of Don Behetz, and I ran a regularity with him, and I've said before, he went past me down into turn 7, and I thought I'll try the over and under on him. Trouble is, by the time the car had gone past, I was slowing down waiting for the car to go past, and by the time he went past I was almost standing still. So yeah, great big huge cars.
A lot of effort to try and stop one of those as we pick up with the GTHO of Grant Johnson as he negotiates turn number 4. So as Rob said, he's backed it down and allowed those cars to get further out in front. He is still currently sitting on pole position, we should mention, and we've got the two Onofaros, 112 and 22 of Conno Onofaro, so 2 minis alongside the GTHO as it stands at the moment. Then the Jaguar Mark II of Laurie Lapsley, Bowden in another one of the minis. They're in 5. Out of 6 at the moment is Shipper, then Croswell and Kenny Waller in the GTR XU1. And I'm just trying to pick up where Ken is. Is he still circulating or has he returned to the paddock?
Yeah, I don't know whether he's on the other side of the track or not, but that's certainly not a time that's representative of that car. That's 1 minute 25. That car should be down in the sub 70s, so not quite sure what's happening to that car. They may still have some gremlins in it.
A brand new engine after it spat most of the contents of the last one out onto the entry into turn number 1. That was a big mess. Oh, there he is. He is actually still out there in car number 13.
Yep, just coming over the top of it now, but it's got smoke coming out the back. Yeah, so it's whatever is the case. Hopefully it's just an oil line or something like that rather than something internal that's going wrong with that car again. Because it's not going to be too many events that Kenny's going to put up with this before he steps back into a Volvo, I'd imagine.
Well, I think from memory he's purchased this car out of the Northern Territory as well. So there's the another one of the big yank tanks as we pick up with the unfortunate Ken Waller there. Of course, they're the only guy that runs Volvos now. There's not very many of those running around. The 142.
And he's got 2 of them, I believe.
Yes, he's got a 4-cylinder and a 6-cylinder, yeah. We see them down at the Albany Hill Climb every year.
Maybe he needs to get that 13 off the side of the car. Maybe that's the big problem that he's got.
There's Mel Bowden there in car number 23.
That's a very pretty little mini, that is. Going up through the S's past the bus stop at the moment into turn 4, and that's a really pretty, lovely colour scheme on that car, nicely presented.
So a 67.2 for Grant Johnson. He has 1.7 seconds over the big Ford Galaxy of Don Behetz. Then we have 2 minis currently on the second row, the Onofaro family. Conno Onofaro and
Paul.
It'll be Paul. Yep.
Yeah, good to see Paul up there with Conno as well, and he's still, quite a bit behind, about 0.4 of a second behind Conno, but Conno's the master of minis here in Western Australia, so for Paul to be getting that close and doing that well, it's good to see. He's just in the car that's coming across the line now in the Mr. Bean colour scheme, and heading down into turn 1, car 112.
So Grant Johnson just putting a move on. I think that's Bowden. Yeah, that's Bowden, and he has a big puff of smoke on the way out of turn number 1 as well. So I think there's a whisper of smoke coming out of the GTHO as well on the exit of turn number 1.
Yeah, a little bit of lock-up, I think that might have been going down into turn 1 then also for Johnson. I think that may have been a lock-up. I don't think that was smoke coming out from the engine or gearbox or diff. But he's done a 67.2 is his lap time. He's 1.7 seconds in front of Behetz at the moment.
This is Laurie Lapsley in car number 8, the Mark II Jaguar, as he negotiates the only left-hander here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and across the top of the blind right-hander and then down into turn number 6, where we try and keep the cars out to the left-hand side for as long as possible and then swing it to the right-hand side. He'll pick up the apex about now. There's a nice little drain there that you can work out. That's halfway around turn number 6, and then let the car come right out over that concrete ripple strip on the exit of turn number 1. So you try and put minimal steering input on the way out of turn number 6. Keep the revs up, which is so important to keep your ET, your terminal velocity, at the bottom of turn number 7 up high as Laurie comes out. A nice lap coming up here for Laurie Lapsley, currently in P6. We'll see what this one can do. A 1:13.6, and he's gone to 1:13.1. So that's a half a second improvement there for the Mark II Jag. Yeah,
it is indeed, and he's only just behind Bowden now. So that's good to see that he'll be starting out there in the third row of the grid, and we've got the 3 minis actually all together at the moment now. So a little bit of a difference in the lap times they've done, but we've got the second row completely locked out by minis, and the inside of the third row with the mini as well.
There's Conno Onofaro exiting turn number 1, making his way up through the S's here, and that is one very, very quick little yellow mini, although saying that, Paul is not that far behind him.
No, he's not. He's doing a magnificent job as Paul. He's
half a second difference?
Yeah, he's a little bit more than that. Let's have a look. Yeah, now about half a second. Yeah. No, he's less than that. Look at that. He's only a tenth of a second. He's tenth of a second.
Wow.
So that's outstanding for Paul to be that close to Conno.
Conno just going through turn number 6. Of course, he rolled this car, or a yellow car. I won't say it's this one because there's so many cars that come out of Bonafaro's workshop. He had a big roll over there on the exit of turn number 1 as checkered flag falls as the Mark II Jag goes past, and it will be Grant Johnson in the GTHO alongside the American muscle car, the big Ford Galaxy, and car to 222 of Don Behetz. Then the Onofaro family on the second row, and the third of the minis will start out of P5. Laurie Lapsley out of 6, Shipper out of 7, then Gary Croswell out of 8, and unfortunately for Ken Waller, he did retire that car up into the paddock area. The GTR XU1 Tirana, car number 13 of Kenny Waller. So that's how they will line up. We have one more qualifying session to run here, and that is for FSR, brought to you by Perth Motorsport Tyres. We're going to take a quick short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Back very shortly.
Australia. Bond Hire. Gallagher. And Radlink Communications.
for Perth Motorsport tyres. This is FSR. And first time we'll have seen these guys out on the track for 2026. And we have a visitor. Well, he's not really a visitor as he now resides in Western Australia, but from the Repco V8 Supercars is Andre Heimgartner out there in car number 7. We have Chris Reindler out there, another new name, Clinton Hancock, David Baxter, also George Sinclair and Jesse James Samuels. They are having their first run in competitive outfit. John Deere Giovanni, Stuart Burns, Tony Mercer, Bryce Moore. It's a big field here, Rob.
It is, and it's going to be very interesting to see how Andre Heimgartner applies himself out there, and how Bryce Moore is going to go against him. And there's a couple of others, obviously Chris Reindler as well, very, very hot shoe driver, and several others out there that I think are going to be very interesting to see what sorts of lap times they're going to be able to produce in qualifying and then later on in the day during the races.
We've had the Love family represent the FSR category before, and of course we had another V8 supercar driver in Nick Percat here a few seasons ago, and absolutely, as you would expect, coming from a V8 super, just the natural talent of Percat. He went very, very quick, and I believe he does still own the lap record at a 53.07, and that was set back in 2019. So let's see what Andre Heimgartner can do compared to Nick Percat.
Yeah, it's a little bit warm out there today, and it's starting to warm up a little. The air's fairly dry and fairly warm, so I don't know that that's going to be too conducive to a really quick lap time. I'm just looking at the trees over there. There's a bit of breeze, but I think that's above the circuit. But there's a fair bit of breeze out there as well. So it's going to be, as you said, very interesting to see what Andre Heimgartner can do. A very, very established driver, and a guy that I rate very, very highly. And as you said, now residing in Perth and has done for the last couple of years.
And look at the first two, Moore and Reindler. These guys went head-to-head all of season 2025, and it looks like they're doing it again already with Reindler a 56.9, Moore a 56.9, and then Heimgartner with a 58.0. So he's 1 second away from Reindler and Moore at the moment. Only early.
Yeah, only early. He's probably still out there just putting his toe in the water, so to speak, and seeing what the track condition is like and what's going on. I think we'll see those guys very, very together on the charts during our qualifying. And then it's back to Piper, who's doing a great job in car number 6 as well. And it's good to see Garrett Piper out there doing so well. He's currently on the outside of the second row as it stands.
We have Tony Mercer in car number 78, Hancock in 6, Jesse James Samuels in 7, John Deere Giovanni out of 8, Stuart Burns in 9, Baxter in 10, and Sinclair round out 11 cars. As they go across the line, it's still Reindler a 56.3 that time to Moore a 56.5. Andre Heimgartner still hanging on for third place at the moment. He is 1 full second behind Reindler and Moore.
Yeah, he is, and he came out in a big four-wheel drift out of turn 7 that last lap as well. Very spectacular, but he needs to find that second somewhere. And we're now back to Hancock from Piper, and we've got Mercer, Samuels, Di Giovanni and Burns, and as I said, that Baxter's just jumped up into 6th, and then back to Stewie Burns and Sinclair back in 11th place.
Yeah, Garrett Piper having a good run in P5 at the moment. Of course, he's been running Formula Ford the last couple of seasons, and now he's putting his toe in the water with FSR, making a big step.
Yeah, he is. A car that's probably going to be potentially 5 or so seconds faster than what his Formula Ford was. So he's definitely made a step up there. As we watch the cars come across the line once more, let's see whether or not Heimgartner can get back over the top of the top guys in front of him. And he's not able to do that once there. He's brought it down by 1/10 of a second, so he's only 98 hundredths of a second now behind our pole position sitter of Bryce Moore.
Yeah, these guys were, as we said, they were going toe-to-toe last year, and it looks like it's going to continue this year. They're good friends on and off the track, and always show each other respect out there. This class is not an introductory level into motorsport by any means. These cars are very technical. They have a mixture of mechanical and aero grip, and it's a matter of getting the balance between the mechanical side of the tyre grip paired with the aerodynamic aids that these cars have on them.
Yeah, anything that's got wings and slicks are a challenge, and you've got a lot of different suspension settings and a lot of different aero settings, and all sorts of different things that you can fiddle with these cars, and it really is a bit of a science to get them to be as quick and not only just quick but also reliably quick. You can get a car that's quick over 1 lap, but you want a car that's going to be quick over 10 for this category. So very interesting to see how these guys go about setting up their cars. Bryce Moore goes across the line once more, and he's still sitting on a 55.85, and he's still around about 1/10 of a second from Reindler in second place, and then back to 84 hundredths of a second over Andre Heimgartner. We've got Hancock in 4th place, Baxter in 5th place, Piper's dropped down to 6th place, Stewie Burns has jumped up to 7th place, and we're back to Mercer, Samuels, Di Giovanni and Sinclair.
Of course, that is the overall secret to motorsport, Rob. Consistently fast.
That's right. I mean, you want a car that's going to be predictable underneath you as well as fast, and finding that balance is very important. So having, as I said, having a car that does 1 lap that's really quick, that's great for qualifying. It's not so great for the race.
Now Heimgartner getting quick now, a 56.6. So he is only just about half a second on that lap slower than Chris Reindler. So this is going good for Andre Heimgartner. And of course, as the day progresses, 3 races coming up for the FSR category, they should be able to get quicker and quicker, and hopefully be able to take it up and start mixing it with Moore and Reindler.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to happen. Racing conditions are always different to what qualifying conditions are. And look, some people, I can't speak for Heimgartner because he's a professional motor racing driver and he's done some very outstanding qualifying in the past, but some people aren't as quick, aren't what they would consider to be qualifiers. Some of them are better in the races and they're more consistent in the races, and they're not necessarily good qualifiers. I don't think Heimgartner fits into that category. I think he's good across all the different disciplines of the sport, but yeah, it's interesting to see that some people just do so much better in the race than what they do in qualifying.
Well, we're down to 90 seconds remaining, a minute and a half here for FSR, and I fall into that category, mate. I cannot qualify a car for nuts. It takes me a good 5 or 6 laps to get up onto it, and then by then it's the end of the session and you find yourself buried at midfield.
That's the unfortunate thing about modern motorsport. When I first started racing up here many years ago, I'm not going to put my age out there, but many years ago when I started racing up here, we used to get 20-minute practice sessions, and you also had an hour before the start of the race meeting to get out and free practice.
Yeah.
And there was a lot more track time in those days. The races were only 5 laps long though, so you didn't have as longer races as what we have now. But it used to give you a much better chance. You had time to come into the pits and adjust your, you could just about adjust anything on the car and do your tyre pressures, and you could, do a few clicks on shock absorbers and things like that, and get out there and see if it made a difference and set the car up to the conditions. Whereas these days, you've got a tuning day the day before. It could be completely different weather conditions the day before, and then you come up here and you've got a 10-minute qualifying session with a car that's set from the day before.
That's right.
So really, you don't have too much of an opportunity to do too many changes these days.
Comes our leaders across the line, and it's still Bryce Moore from Reindler. Now Hancock has moved up into P3, knocking Andre Heimgartner down into 4. Baxter and Mercer 5 and 6. Then we have Stuart Burns in 7. Garrett Piper, who was having a good run, in P4 and now finds himself down in P8. Jesse James Samuels out of 9. John Diagiovanni, car number 92 in P10. Rounding out our 11 cars will be Sinclair in car number 10. As we pick up, we should have our checkered flag now, and the cars returning up into the paddock area. So it will be Moore and Reindler on the front row from Hancock and Heimgartner. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be back with the official opening here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway very shortly.
MotorSport tyres.
We believe driving should be more than just getting from A to B. It should excite you, reflect you, move you. World-class supercars that stir the soul to everyday vehicles designed for comfort, reliability, and value. We bring you the best of both worlds, whether it's your first car, your dream car, or something in between. Our expert team is here to make the experience effortless and unforgettable. MotorMall, where performance beats possibility.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall. Electrical Group Training. Sets. Crushing Services Australia. Bond Hire. Gallagher. And Radlink Communications.
Good morning, race fans, whether you're here at the circuit or joining us on the Turn 7 Media live stream. Welcome to season 2026 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. A big thank you to the Sewell family for jumping on and becoming our new long-term naming rights sponsor. Hope you enjoy the action coming your way from our VIP suite in McCracken House, and more about MotorMall over the weekend. What a way to kick off 2026 with over 160 entries over today and tomorrow. A fantastic effort by everyone to be here this weekend in what is shaping up to be a huge weekend of the best local motorsport that you'll find anywhere in Australia. Cloud clearing today here in Perth, Western Australia, a maximum of 26 degrees later on this afternoon, and maybe becoming a little bit windy from the southwest as the day progresses. A big race day today for the Formula Vs as they chase after the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate. We also have the Holden HQs, sports cars, sports sedans and WA muscle cars, historic touring cars, FSR, and first out on the track very shortly will be the Saloon Cars. Making his return to the commentary booth this year, of course, the Rob Janney broadcast studio. The newly retired previous state champion in multiple classes, a font of motorsport knowledge, and an all-round good guy, Rob Haggerty. Good morning, Rob.
Yeah, good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody. And great to be back here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for season 26.
Mate, new drivers, new cars, new liveries. We're going to have our work cut out for us this weekend.
Yeah, we certainly are. It's always a tough gig at the start of the season to get our minds around and our heads around all the different cars and all the different numbers and drivers and everything, but we'll do our very best to bring all the action to you over the day and including tomorrow.
And also making their return for this season is Demelza Leonard and Slim Jim, and they'll be doing all of our pit reports and interviews over the weekend. So a big welcome back to Demelza and Jamie out there in Paddock Land. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts through today and tomorrow. As I said, Saloon Cars are going to be the first of our categories out onto the circuit, and it's the current state champion in Jackson Callow, car number 225, who will start on pole position, and alongside him will be Gary Hills in a Holden Commodore. On the second row, Grant Johnson doing double duties this weekend in racing in the Saloon Cars and the GTHO Phase 3 Ford in the historic touring cars. Then we have Bond in 76, Brett Sheriff and Rob Marcon. Rick Gill is also out there. Clint Harvey in car number 54. Michael Koberstein, Brock Ralph, Panizza in car number 9. Jack Caiulo in car number 777, making the step up from XLs up into Saloon Cars. Adam Koberstein, car number 51. Justin Chaffee, Reg Ralph, Roman Jacopetti, and Craig James. Mark Watkins making a return to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and Vince Ciello, who had some smoke coming out of the back of the car during qualifying. Hopefully he's been able to fix that up. Parham is out there. Tyson Sadler in car number 36. Terry De Silva, Carroll, that's a new name. Cooper is also a new name and Kingsley, also 3 newbies, and Peter Dybel round out a huge field of 2 categories, the older AU and VN Commodores, and of course right up now I think we're running VXs and VYs now, and the Ford Falcons as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Vaughan, and at the moment the track conditions are pretty good. There's a lot of UV out on the track. It's 23.8 degrees in Perth City at the moment. Up here it's normally around about 1 degree more than what it is in Perth City, so you can probably look at around about heading towards 25 degrees here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway at the moment. And not very much wind out there. It's from the south-southeast at 17 kilometres an hour, so gusting to 17 kilometres an hour. So pretty good conditions out there for motorsport at the moment. And just looking at these cars heading out of the circuit, they are absolutely beautifully presented cars.
They certainly are, and there's a big field. There's well and truly over 20 cars out there at the moment. As I said, new cars, new names, new liveries. This is going to be a great weekend of racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, just looking for Carroll on our entry list, and I can't see car 551 on our entry list, so that's interesting. He must have been a very late entry, or they've just seems to have let him off the list. But we're going to throw to an ad, and whilst these cars are out in their warm-up lap.
Saloon Cars Racing is brought to you by Lightway Industrial, Bailey Brewing Co, Fox Roofing WA, and Word of Mouth Signs.
And we're back here live, coming to you from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Our saloon cars just making their way out of turn number 6 at the moment. And this should be a good battle on the front row with Callow and Hills. So Ford Falcon alongside a Holden Commodore on the front row.
Yeah, how do you like your Holden versus Ford competition? This is going to be absolutely alive out there between these two guys, both very, very experienced out there. And Grant Johnson off the second row of the grid, you can absolutely count him in. And car 76 of Bond, what a great job from Michael Bond to get up there onto the second row of the grid with this sort of size field, with this sort of quality talent in there as well. So well done to Bond to get up there onto the second row of the grid. And of course, it's going back quite a way then. Now we've got Brett Sheriff, our multiple Western Australian XL champion on the next row, and next to him is Rob Marcon. So Marcon buried a little back on the field in the third row, and Rick Gill back on the fourth row. So those guys are always hard chargers in their Falcons as well.
They certainly are.
We've got a lot of talent at the front of this grid, Vaughan. This is going to be magnificent.
Just having a look at that car of Johnson's, that is actually Grant's car. Of course, no longer running for the Martin family. So he's got that car out of retirement. That has been around for quite some time, car number 27, sitting alongside Bondi there. And the VMI, that's probably one of the most well-presented cars out there on the grid, although saying that, every second car is awesome.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, you look back there on the grid next to Rick Gill, you've got Clint Harvey as well, a former state champion as well, and he's back there off the fourth row, outside of the fourth row. So we've got a race on our hands here, absolutely.
It certainly is. So we're watching that first couple of rows, probably the first 4 or 5 rows. There should be some really good racing coming up very, very shortly, as we're just waiting that we get the green flag from our officials down at the back of the grid. We are now into starters orders. We wait for the red lights to go out, revs rise, and away we go for season 2026 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And it looks like it's going to be Grant Hills that gets the best of the start and moves in front of Jackson Callow as they head into turn number 1. Grant Johnson and then Michael Bond are our top 4 as they head out up through the S's. Oh, Grant Johnson's bonnet has actually flipped back over the front of the windscreen and has caused Grant Johnson to exit the track.
That's a big shame for us not being able to see Grant Johnson continue in the race. I've got to say, car 46 of Michael Coderstein making his debut in the Pro Series in this championship in his Commodore. He made a magnificent start, managed to get down the middle of Gill and Harvey, and he's taken that position away from those guys. So a great start from car number 46, and he's one to watch as Michael Coberstein, outstanding in his VN Commodore over the years, and great to see him having stepped up now. But they're back over the top of the hill once more, and it's going to be Hills coming down into turn 7 for the first time, just in front of Callow.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Grant Johnson with the bonnet come up, it's put a bit of a gap between second and third as we pick up the cars as they come out of turn number 7 across the line for the first time. It's Gary Hills from Callow, then Bond up into third place. Robbie Marcon's come forward, he's up into fourth now. Brett Sheriff into 5, Michael Koberstein in 6, and rounding out the 7 is Rick Gill.
Yeah, side by side it's Harvey and Brock Ralph, I think that is. They're coming out of turn 1, I'm sorry, and they're hot on the heels. Now it looks like Harvey's managed to get away from that battle, and that's brought Panizza, I think it is, into that battle now as well, as they're heading side by side through turn 4. And watching on the screens as our leaders head out of turn 4 and down into turn 6 at the moment. And that's a good gap of around about half a second at the moment to Gary Hills. Of course, Gary very, very experienced in both this category and also in supercars, where he ran for several seasons over on the East Coast in a supercar Falcon.
Yeah, I think that was the third tier, the Kumo series. Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
And as he comes up and over the top of the hill, there's nothing that Callow can do about him at the moment. A 51.2 to Hills and a 51.3 to Callow on the first sector. Let's see what happens as they cross the line now. It's still Hills from Callow, and Bond will take out third at the moment. As far as lap times, it's a 6.1 for Hills and a 6.2 for Callow.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the cream certainly rises to the top. Have a look at the 4th position man at the moment. That's Robbie Marcon. He was out of about 6th or 7th off the grid, so he's made his way up into 4th position, starting to come under fire a fair bit at the moment from Michael Koberstein, though. Looking back a little bit further, it looks like it might be Justin Chafee who's leading the second group in the VN Commodore at the moment. I think that might be Justin who's the leader of that, but that's a gaggle of cars there that are really fighting quite hard at the moment. One of them looks like it's pumping out a fair bit of smoke behind it as well, and I think that might be the car of Reg Ralph, 41.
Yeah. He had some smoke coming out of the back of that car during qualifying as well, same as Vince Giello, and we can see that Vince hasn't taken the start here in car number 12 as our big field coming out of turn number 6. Already our leaders out in through turn number 7. There's some side-by-side stuff happening as they crest the top of the hill and down into turn number 7. Side-by-side, a great battle here. Good to see Mark Watkins also back, and sponsored by Afito again this year, as we've got somebody pulling off at the top of the hill there. It's a black car. I've missed the number on that one, but he's rolling to a stop.
Yeah, Mark Watkins is another car that's for sale at the moment as well. That car's on my 105, so that car's for sale for sure. And go speak to Michael about, go to speak to Mark about that in the pits if you want to be interested in getting into this category. And why wouldn't you be, with some great racing happening out there at the moment? A bit of smoke, dust being thrown up there by one of the guys a little further back in the pack as he went across turn 2. But this is a real battle going on there through turn 4 at the moment, and that's everyone from Reg Ralph back to Chafee, Jacopetti, Mark Watkins and Parnham, as well as James in that group as well.
Yeah, Reg Ralph is at the front of this little pack as they head down in towards turn number 6, and the move is on here from car number 57, and that looks like one of the ex-Martin cars.
Yeah, it does look like one of the ex-Martin cars. It's still got its purple colour scheme on it, and that's also opened up that opportunity there for the Falcon of, I think that might be Watkins, who's trying to, it's Parnham, he's trying to come down the inside there as well.
Yeah, again, side by side as the Reg Ralph moves across and blocks that move from Mark Watkins as they come out onto the straight and across the start-finish line again. And there's another nice paint job there, kind of resembling the Peter Jackson Ford Falcon from the days of Alan Jones and Glenn Seaton.
Yeah, that's the Parham car, and the car that's actually for sale for Mark Watkins is his VT Commodore. It's not the car he's out there with at the moment, which is a Falcon, the older Falcon. So, but at the moment it's Chafee who's sort of like going backwards in this group at the moment. He was leading this group for quite a long time, and he's back to around about 3rd or 4th in that group at the moment of the second tier of the Pro-Ams.
Well, our leaders have checked out now to a 4.5 second lead over Bond and Marcon, and they are just coming down into turn number 7 now. But the rest of the field still making their way out of turn number 6, and we've still got Reg Ralph, car number 41 for Fox Roofing, still got that dwindle of smoke coming out the back. There's a big puff of dust as somebody runs off the concrete and moves over the unreticulated area over the back section of the car. Of course, the surroundings here, unfortunately, we were hit by lightning just before Christmas there, and that's why we don't have our normal green grass for the start of season 2026, but that'll come on during the year.
Yeah, I'm sure that it will. We're probably going to be starting to get into some rain soon. That'll help that out. Adam Kober's number 51 up to 6th position now, so that's an outstanding job. He's just behind his brother Michael Koberstein. We've got Rick Gill back there in 7th place. Brett Sheriff has dropped down to 8th place. Clinton Harvey's still back there in 9th position, not making very much of a impact on these guys. And then we're back to Brock Ralph in car 13. But our leaders at the moment, the fastest lap time at the moment is a 66.0082. That was set by Callow. And that was a few laps ago now, so they're back down now into the... in fact, I can't quite tell where they are. They're about to come over the line now. We can let you know what sort of lap times they're doing at the moment, but they're right on each other at the moment, nose to tail. They're still in the mid-66s, so still well and truly on the pace.
And bad sportsmanship flag has just been shown to car number 36 of Tyson. And unfortunately for him, he's exceeded track limits, possibly on the exit of turn number 7 for Tyson Sadler in car number 36. Of course, that was the Kmart, the Greg Murphy liveried car last year. It's got a completely new livery on it this year.
Yeah, well, as you remember, it was involved in quite a nasty accident up in turn 4 at the last race meeting of last year. So they've taken the opportunity to completely change the colour scheme of this car when they put it all back together again.
There's our leaders on screen now, down in towards turn number 6, and Callow all over the back of Gary Hills there in car number 93, the Holden Commodore. There could be a run on here for the lead. I think Jackson's got a very good exit out of turn number 6 and over the top of the hill as he looks down the inside. He's got the headlights ablaze now. That's not going to work with Gary, because Gary's not even looking backwards. He is looking forwards. Doesn't really matter what Jackson's trying to do from behind him, but definitely starting to make gains and looking for a pass down the outside this time of Gary Hills into turn number 1.
Yeah, Gary Hills a very protective and defensive entry into turn 1 that time. That slowed him coming out of the corner, and of course that's allowed Callow to get right back on the bumper bar once more, and he's really hassling the back of that Commodore at the moment. Ford versus Holden at the front of the field, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. We've only got 17 seconds left in this event, so this lap and one more is what we'll have. And
there's one of the Rick Gill cars, I think.
Yeah, that's actually Rick Gill himself. Yeah, in car 51, and he's off on the outside of turn 1. He'll get going because he's on the hard stand, so that's not going to be a problem for the rest of the field.
Going back to our leaders now as they exit turn number 6. As you said, one lap to go this time across the stripe, and unfortunately for Jackson, he's moved a bit back about 2 or 3 car lengths. So Gary got a really good exit out of turn number 6. And a big lock up there for Jackson Callow.
And he's off the track. He's actually going to get this buried if he doesn't get his foot into it. He'll get out of there just, I think. Yeah, he's just going to get out. He's all over the place down there, but he's going to give up that second position. Also out there on the marbles is Koberstein as well. So that's not good for car number 46. He was having a good run as well, Michael Koberstein. So he's throwing that away as well. So now we've got. Let's have a look. Koberstein. Yeah, he's still coming across the line according to us in 5th place, so that's interesting. But
Gary Hill's out to a 7-second lead now over Rob Marcon in 2nd place in the Ford Falcon, car number 82. Then go back to Bond, and Jackson Callow regains in 4th position.
Yep, so they're all on their last lap now, and leading at the moment, I think, in the second group is still Reggie Ralph, I think, in car 41 in the Pro-Ams.
I think so, yes, for Fox Roofing, car number 41 in 12th position overall from Mark Watkins and Justin Chaffee. As our leader already coming down in towards turn number 7 for the last time. Car number 93, the Holden Commodore. It's great to see Gary back to take a win. He's had some bad luck in later on in 2025, but he takes a solid win here by some 7 or 8 seconds over Robbie Markle.
Have a look at the battle for 3rd place, though, as we come across the line. It's going to be just Callow, I think, is just going to take that from Bond. And he does indeed.
Yes,
yep, then it's back to Michael Koberstein, Adam Koberstein, and Brett Sheriff, and then Clint Harvey in car number 54 is back in 8th position. And then we've got this battle here for car 13 of Brock Ralph coming across the line next, and in 10th position will be car Jackson Callow.
There's another move here, side by side on the way out of turn number 7, and a drag race down to the line here as we see our cars. One guy running to the left-hand side of the ripple strip, and they've just gone across the line, and that was Tyson Sadler and Terry De Silva, car number 65. 55 coming across, that'll be Cooper in car number 55 in 19th position, then Carroll in 20th, Kingsley in 21st, and Peter Dybel will be one of the last across the line. I don't think we've got Craig James, he's retired early.
And Peniz is out of the race as well in car number 9. He retired on lap 2. So that's as it finishes for the first of our saloon cars. Put your hands together for them if you're in the bottom of the hill here as they come past. They certainly do deserve a bit of congratulations for what's been a great race.
What a fantastic way to open up season 2026 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And next out on the circuit for electrical group training will be our Holden HQs, and a great field, some new drivers out there as well. Let's see how they get on when we return to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway very shortly.
HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
So HQ Holden's lined up in the grid area for the first of their events this morning here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, brought to you by Electrical Group Training. And looks like we've got car number 21 is on pole position of Brett O'Keefe, so that's a pretty good effort from Brett to put that car on pole position for the first event for the category for 2026, and he's got Cathcart Transport on the side of his car, so that's good to see that he's on pole position, just waiting for our grid marshals and our race officials to allow these cars out onto the track. Won't be very much longer before we start to see some HQ Holden action on the circuit. So Vaughan, that was an outstanding first event there for the saloon cars.
It certainly was. It was a great way to open up our season of 2026 at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and a great field of Holden HQ sitting out ready to go as well. And of course these guys are getting prepared for their national title. Now they had one back here, I think it was about 2015 or 2016 was the last time we had the Holden HQ Nationals, and that was an amazing event. And hopefully we'll be able to see the same type of racing. There's over 50 nominations already for that September race meeting for the Holden HQ Nationals.
I remember the one that we had here probably around about 9 or 10 years ago, as you mentioned, and we had 3 groups of HQ Holdens out there running for who were going to be in the finals, and that was an absolutely magnificent event.
It certainly was, and there's some new drivers, and of course Adam Butler has now residing in Darwin, so he needs to come down here to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway between now and September and run a couple of race meetings so that he can actually qualify for entry into the Nationals.
Yeah, and we hope that Adam is able to do that and does make that qualification, because he is a guy that's been right at the front of this field for many, many years. So we've got around about, I think, 14 or 15 HQ Holdens waiting to go out, and just got a last couple of them coming down to the grid position at the moment. with car 67 of Marsh and car 34 of Bradshaw. And of course car 34 is the ex-Brown car, and that's a car with a lot of history here at Wanneroo Raceway as well, a former state champ weekend. So quite a few. So we're going to have O'Keefe off pole position. We're going to have Troy Kent next to him, and then we're going to have Ryan Davis and Woodbridge on the second row. So and Grant Ord and Sharp on the outside of the third row. Then we've got Todd Faulkner and Stewie Kennedy on the next row. Dave Kent and Butler on the next row after that. Peter Marsh and Phil Breen. Phil Breen's a fair way back this weekend. He won't be liking that. Mark Alfonsi and then car 67 of Lawrence Marsh, and then Bradshaw at the back of the field.
Just picking up on our live stream, the kitty litter is going down in a certain section of the racetrack, and I think it's down there in turn number 1, and that would possibly explain why Jackson Callow went flying off the circuit down there into turn number 7. So there will be a slight delay here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway while we get the racetrack prepared, ready for racing. Hopefully it won't take too long. And our normal efficiency of our officials, and a big thank you to all of our officials for clearing your diaries for this weekend and help us out here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Without you guys, everything from flag wavers to our medical people, our timing people, of course we have representatives from Motorsport Australia running the race meeting, everybody in the West Australian Sporting Car Club administration side of things as well. A big thank you for putting on round number 1 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And I can't talk to Roman as he's off, but have a look at that big motor mine on the hill there. One of the biggest signs that you'll find anywhere in Western Australia, and that really does represent the brand well. You cannot miss it as you look towards the top of the hill there. It's located on the top of the hill in the short circuit. Got more officials on our way down there at the moment. We'll take a short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll be back with the Holden HQs, brought to you by Electrical Group Training, very shortly.
Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Tender Tires, Pedal Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
So while our efficient group of officials down there are doing clean-up in turn number 7, we're going to throw down for the first time for 2026 down into the pits with Demelza and Slim Jim. Good morning, guys.
Hi, Vaughn. Thanks. We are. It's back to pit lane now for the WA Sporting Car Club Championships. We've just seen the Saloon Cars, and we have Gary Hills, who took that round out. Gary, how are you with that ride being first race back?
Oh, no, it's a good result. We've worked pretty hard in the off-season to get the car better. Got some new sponsors on board, AC, Solar and Battery, Minex. Everyone's put in a lot of effort to get the car quick. I've just got to make sure I keep it on the track. So, yeah, pretty happy with the result.
Did you do much practice or training over the break?
No, been busy working. We did a test day yesterday where we had some brake issues. Looks like we've fixed those. But other than that, that's about it.
Gary, 20 years on, mate, you've been working on this car pretty hard over the break, as you were mentioning. So 20 years on, the passion's still there, and obviously trying to get the car absolutely cherry ripe for racing is still, foremost in your mind.
Yeah, 100%. We enjoy what we're doing. It's great to get to the racetrack and race with these guys. We've got a good club. We've got some great guys racing, so they always keep you on your toes, and you got to be quick to be able to run at the front with these guys. So good result for the first race of the 2026 season. So yeah, it's looking positive.
Jackson came a cropper in that last race, and you obviously saw it in your rearview vision mirror. So, apart from the fact that you won the race, I mean, Jackson is your greatest competitor when it comes to saloon racing here at Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, no, Jackson's a great young kid. He's very fast. He always keeps you on your toes. I might have just had this one on him today, but we've all done that. Trying to have a run and you throw it off into the scenery, but yeah, no, race 2 and 3 should be much the same.
You mentioned you're preparing for Bathurst. You've been at Bathurst before, but getting the car right. Are you taking this car over and making sure it's cherry right for that as well?
Yeah, we've got Bathurst, the Australian Saloon Car Nationals, in April. I think we've got 15 to 17 WA guys heading over, which is a great contingent. Just want to look after the car, make sure it's right before we send it on its way. So. And
what's Bathurst like, mate? Is it like the penultimate thing for a driver to look forward to racing it?
Yeah, no, Bathurst is great. It really is a lot of fun. And to have our nationals there this year is awesome. We had our nationals last year at Tailem Bend, which was only in October, so it's a quick turnaround for the nationals again this year in April. So, Bathurst is probably the best track to run it at.
And this year, who's part of your support network?
I've got Emma over there. She does all my data, helps look after the car. Obviously, I do a lot of work on it myself. But no, there's a lot of sponsors on board which help out, which obviously takes a burden off for financial reasons.
Because it is an expensive sport. I mean, I should say, an expensive hobby.
Well, it is when you break as many things as I do. So, yeah, it does get a little bit expensive, but it's not necessarily an expensive series to run in. So, you've got guys that put a lot of time and money into it, and you've got some guys that just love to turn up the track and have a race and be competitive.
How long have you had this car for?
I've had this car for about 4 or 5 years now, so we're slowly getting it quicker.
Is it giving you what you want, especially when it comes to saloon racing?
I don't think a race car driver always says they're getting what they want, so I think there's still more we need to do, but it's this time as well we've got to put into it, which with work it makes it difficult.
With the West Australian competitors that are going over Bathurst for the Nationals, I mean, how competitive are they, and yourself, against the Eastern States drivers?
The WA guys are quick. I think they got first and second last year at Tailem Bend, which was a great result, especially for WA. I think the WA guys do very well every time we go nationally. So hopefully I can be that person this year, but it's going to be a tough ask. But yeah, really looking forward to it.
That's great. Mate, best of luck for the rest of the day. I hope you've got 2 more races to go, so 2 more results coming your way. And it's time to go to an ad. Back soon.
HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Well, back live here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for Electrical Group Training. These are the Holden HQs, and a few surprises in the Results of qualifying with Phil Breen right down there in car number 75. He's normally in the top 5 or 6 cars. Stuart Kenny also buried midfield, but a good run for Rory Sharp in 19. Grant Ord out of P5. Woodbridge, multiple state champion in car 74, is going to find himself on the second row. And Ryan Davis, who was on pole position for 3/4 of that qualifying period, he ended up on the second row in car number 49 out of P3.
Yeah, you talk about some of the people who are a little bit further behind than what we've normally seen them. All the people in front of them are pretty classy sort of people as well. Yeah. So it's not like it's not that they should be too surprised that they've been beaten by these guys so far. Looking at car 21, and that's the car of O'Keefe. I'm very impressed with his qualifying of Brett O'Keefe.
Relative newcomer too.
Yeah, relative newcomer, putting that car into pole position. And of course also Troy Kent in car number 3. He's done a sterling job to put that car on the outside of row 1 as well. So I think we're going to be seeing some pretty close racing once again for the HQ Holdens. It seems it's a fair bit of cream at the top of this field.
It certainly is, and I said during qualifying, Troy Kent down there on P2 on the front row, he had a great start to 2025. He put a brand new motor in that, and he went really well for the first couple of race meetings, and then started to dwindle off a bit. And it looks like he's doing the same in 2026. He's on the front row for race number 1.
Yeah, perhaps some of the other guys started with some dirty shirts in their car, and they cleaned him up as they went on and managed to get over the top of him once more last season. But let's see what happens this year, as we've got the green flag about to be waved at the back of the field by our hard-working grid marshals, and we thank once again all of the officials for their hard work here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway this weekend. A big weekend of motorsport here, and a big effort and a big commitment for these guys. So green flags waved, waiting for the red light to come on. There it is, and we're away for the first HQ race for 2026, and it's a pretty even start. Troy Kent just lost out a little bit, but he's managed to pluck second gear, and he's starting to get just in front of O'Keefe as they're going to turn 1, but O'Keefe's got the line. Can he manage to get back down the inside? No, he can't. This is going to be a great start by Troy Kent, and he takes the lead as they exit turn 1 for the first time.
Yeah, Ryan Davis sitting in third place at the moment as somebody clips a bit of the environment over there near the curbs on the exit of turn number 1. It is now starting to close up. Davis, these top 3, 4 now with Woodbridge joining the party, they're starting to pull away already from Ord and Sharp and Faulkner.
Yeah, absolutely. So a great start there by Troy Kent. Initially on the off, O'Keefe actually got the better of him and was probably around about a quarter of a car in front of him. But as soon as they plucked up their second gear, Troy Kent just took off.
He certainly did.
He overtook him into turn 1, and that was the end of it. So it's going to be very interesting as we watch them all coming out of turn 6 at the moment. And there's a big gang of cars back there fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th place back there as well. And they come over the top of the hill and have a look at this. It's O'Keefe trying to get the inside line as they come down to turn 1. A little bit later on the brakes was Kent, and he's managed to maintain that position at the moment, but he's going to be kept 1 out and 1 wide as they come onto the pit straight, and side by side as they come onto the pit straight. Have a look also for third position. That's Ryan Davis back there in the blue car, and he's putting a lot of pressure onto O'Keefe and swings to the outside as they go down into turn 1 for the second time.
Yes, he's driving away now a little bit from car number 74 of Michael Woodbridge, and again Troy Kent hung to the outside here, which will set him up nicely for turn 2 and 3 as they crest the top of the little bus stop shelter there. And this is allowing Ryan Davis to get right into the boot lid now of Troy Kent. He gave O'Keefe the NASCAR bump down the main straight. Now he's changed partners.
Ord and Kenny side by side all the way from the exit of turn 1 through to the exit of turn 5, and they've got Sharp right on their tail as well. So big battle at the front, but also that battle back there for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th is also well and truly alive as we watch the cars heading down through turn 6 at the moment, and Davis down the inside now of O'Keefe. So he's taken that second position off him, and he's allowed that Woodbridge to also get down the inside of O'Keefe. So O'Keefe under absolute fire at the moment. He's gone from 2nd to 4th of about 500 metres.
One tiny mistake there down in turn number 6. He let the car drift wide, and he's really going to pay the price for it now. He's lost 2 positions as Troy Kent, car number 3, turns into turn number 7 and drives the car beautifully straight out of turn number 7. And have a look at the battle further back as the other cars at 72, that's Kenny and Ord.
Rory Sharp just got Kenny and Ord, both cars down into turn 7, all in about 50 metres then. So Sharp now up into 5th position from Kenny and Ord. Todd Faulkner just in with that that battle as well. And then a little one-car gap then back to Dave Kent. But, gee, that battle's alive in there for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
So Troy Kent and Ryan Davis, they have gapped a little bit now on O'Keefe and Woodbridge as they head up and over the top of the hill. And Ryan Davis looking very menacing here all over the back end of car number 3 of Troy Kent, looking for a run down the inside. He won't be able to get through surely on that entry. And Troy Kent still being able to hold the car. He should drift the car right out wide here, as far left as you can possibly go. You can use that concrete ripple strip on the exit there. It gives you probably another 1 foot of territory before it turns into the environment.
Yeah, it does as he swings out to the outside of the circuit. He'll get a nice line out of this circuit as Kent is going to take a fairly defensive line into the corner. So whether or not he can get enough of an extra speed advantage coming down the pit straight to be able to get down the inside, I don't think he's going to. He might be able to just about draw into the back bumper as they head down into turn 1. But then it's back now. The gap's opened up again between O'Keefe and Woodbridge. There's about a second gap between those two guys now. So O'Keefe's managed to find another gear and take off from Woodbridge. And then a fairly big gap then back to the battle between Ord and Sharp and Kenny back there for 5th, 6th and 7th place. And side by side at the moment is in fact Sharp and it's Ord and Kenny once again side by side. They've been doing that just about lap after lap as they go up through the S's there.
Yeah, a really tight battle here as they turn into turn number 4, and Todd Faulkner's right on the back of that, and I think right behind them that'd be Dave Kent in 45.
Yeah, it is Dave Kent in the silver car, and then back to Phil Breen, who is fairly down the field this weekend surprisingly. And then we've got Butler in car 76, Peter Marsh in car 68, Mark Alfonsi, Lawrence Marsh, and then Bradshaw in car 34, the car I mentioned earlier, former state championship car, a car that was run at the last race meeting last year by a multiple champion in Michael Howlett.
There's a little bit of paint swapping going on down there on the exit of turn number 6 with Todd Faulkner going up the inside of car number 4 of Grant Ord in 5th position now as they come up and over the top of the hill, hard on the brakes.
Big move by Faulkner there down the inside, and he's just about going to be side by side coming out onto the pit straight. This is where the real interest is in this race at the moment. It's this battle between Kenny and Faulkner and Ord and Kent.
Oh, 3 wide.
Yeah, absolutely, and 3 wide, and it looks like it's going to be a big move down the inside, and Faulkner gets squeezed and off onto the outside and onto, in fact, the hard stand. I think that might be Grant Ord who's gotten out there. It's either Ord
it's
or
Kenny, 72.
Kenny.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of the two. Very similar colour schemes on those cars. So yeah, car number 4 of Grant Ord is in the front of this from Faulkner. And that's the way they all panned out. But that's been a big win there for Dave Kent, who's managed to move up in front now of Stewie Kenny.
And that's probably going to calm this little bit of a battle down now until they can regroup. It's Grant Ord 2 car lengths in front of Todd Faulkner, then Dave Kent, and then we go back to Stuart Kenny, who lost out big time there. It was just a wrong place at the right time.
Yeah, well, Faulkner got squeezed between the two of them, and in fact he's given a little bit of a tap in the back of Grant Ord. Then I think Kenny actually came into contact with just the back right-hand corner behind the back wheel of Ord's car, and it was enough to unsettle the car, and he's gotten through there, but it's putting Ord right back behind the rest of those guys now. And have a look at Stewie Kenny. You can't keep him down. He's managed to get back past Peter Kent, and he's now back on the tail of Faulkner.
Yeah, I said it was going to calm the race down, but they've regrouped very, very quickly, and they are straight back into it again.
They are.
Our leader being challenged now on the inside by car number 49 of Brian Davis. A little bit of a waft of smoke coming out of car number 3 of Troy Kent, and right behind them is O'Keefe as well. Brett O'Keefe in 21. They are a good 100 metres in front of 4th position of Michael Woodbridge in 74, and then behind them we go back to Rory Sharp, who skipped away from these next 4 that are having a real hell of a race here, with Dave Kent getting it all sideways through turn 4.
Yeah, he tried to get his nose into a gap that just about wasn't there as he tried to get down the inside that time.
Troy Kent up the inside again of Davis over there in turn number 6. So this battle is seesawing, and O'Keefe now right into the boot lid of 49 of Ryan Davis.
Yeah, extremely impressive by O'Keefe to have managed to get onto the tail of these guys again. It looked to me like he was going to be overtaken and was going to fall back into 4th place when Woodbridge was on his tail, but these three have left Woodbridge behind, and yeah, it looks like O'Keefe has well and truly got the bit between his teeth now behind these guys. They're fighting for first, and once again that first position changes as Davis once again gets past Kent, and look at this. This is going to be a pass for second place, I'd say, down here into turn one, as O'Keefe gets down the inside of Troy Kent. So Kent from first back to third in the length of the straight.
It looks like O'Keefe's got a little bit of damage there to the front of the bonnet on the driver's left. We'll keep an eye on that and make sure that that bonnet doesn't dislodge, like we saw what happened with Grant Johnson earlier on this morning in the saloon car race. But it's now Ryan Davis.
It has now settled for that battle back there for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th, with Rory Sharp in 5th place. Todd Faulkner now well and truly in front of Kenny, and then Ord and then Dave Kent have made a bit of a gap between them now and the Faulkner-Kenny battle.
Troy Kent's just dived up the middle of O'Keefe again and takes back second place. Fastest man on the track is O'Keefe in car number 21, the white HQ. Currently in third place as they come up and over the top of the hill. It's Davis, Kent and O'Keefe.
They'll get the last lap board, I think, this time when they come past. Not 100% sure of that, actually. There might be one or two more laps left, but they've actually run down the time now. So
one to go.
Yeah, there'll be one to go this time. So here's the last lap board out to these guys. So at the moment, it's Davis from Kent and O'Keefe. O'Keefe's going to do the same to Kent as what he did last lap by the looks. He's going to try to get down the inside, and does manage to do that. So whether or not we'll see that same pass down into turn 6, and it'll be a carbon copy of what happened on the last lap. Although, to me, it looks like looks like Kent might have just gotten side by side again. So now he's got the line into turn 4.
See whether O'Keefe comes across in front of him in turn number 4. It gives him racing room, which is good to see on the entry into turn number 4 as we pick up with Ryan Davis. He's got 2 or 3 car lengths over this great battle between O'Keefe and Kent as they crest the top of the hill. O'Keefe goes defensive down to driver's right on the way into turn number 6, and this is going to make Troy Kent want to run around the outside, and he's trying. They're side by side through the apex of turn number 6 for the last time. O'Keefe and Kent, they are running side by side as they head up the hill for the last time.
Yeah, and O'Keefe's got the line for turn 6, but he's actually had to come into the back to slide in behind Kent, because he hasn't managed to get that power to the ground as well as what Kent did. But their battle has allowed Davis to get away from them. He's got about 4 car lengths now between them as they come out onto the pit straight for the final time, and the checkered flag will be waiting for car number 49 of Ryan Davis. Takes the first of the HQ races for 2026 from Troy Kent, and then back to O'Keefe. Woodbridge is going to finish in 4th place. Rory Sharp managed to drive away from this battle, which has closed up once again behind him. So Rory Sharp takes 5th, and it's going to be Stewie Kenny just in front of Todd Faulkner, Grant Ord, and Peter Kent back there in Dave Kent back there in 9th position. Then we've got Phil Breen back in 10th. Peter Marsh crosses the line next in car 68. And in fact, Butler got in front of Marsh, and then we've got Alfonsi in car 96, waiting now for car 67 of Laurie Marsh to come in, which he does. Be our second last finisher. A fair bit of a gap then back to car 34 of Bradshaw, who's going to be our final finisher.
First time out on the circuit in race trim for Bradshaw, running for Network Couriers this weekend. Of course, missing this weekend is the multiple WA champion in Michael Howlett. So that's going to allow the likes of Ryan Davis, Troy Kent and O'Keefe to battle this one out. A little bit perplexed about Michael Woodbridge.
Yeah.
Didn't have the pace.
He was right on O'Keefe there at one stage on about lap 3, and then just slipped right back not long after that. And
His fastest lap time for Michael Woodbridge was 17.3 compared to a 16.2, so 1.1 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, absolutely, but he was still the fastest of all the rest of the field that was behind him as well. So. Strongly in 4th position, but you'd expect his car to be a little bit, maybe he's running an older engine or older tyres, or who knows. We'll have to go and see and find out. So that's the way they finish for our HQ Holdens as they come past our clubhouse down there. So put your hands together for those guys if you're at the circuit, and thank them for what was a pretty good race. And I suppose, Vaughan, we've got another good event coming up next.
Yeah, we certainly do. It'll be race number 1 for the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate coming up for the Formula Vs. But in the meantime, let's go down to Jamie and Demelza.
Well, it's great to be down here at Pit Lane. I've got to tell you, it's always wonderful to meet new talent, someone that's joining a new category for the first time. We've got one right now. Will Pinizza has just competed in the Saloons, formerly competing with XLs. But it's great to see you, Will, and thanks very much for being here. Congratulations on your first race in the Saloon, but didn't go so well.
Yeah, thank you. Broken the shifter in the first race, so that's not ideal, but yeah. Thank you to Clarkey and Sam as well for the great car. It's been set up mint all weekend, so see what we can do in the next one.
And well, as you mentioned before we came on air, that you started at go-karts as a young fella, you've worked all the way through excels and so forth, but this year you've decided to go to Saloon. So why the upgrade to a different category?
Just to start moving up, just start getting into rear-wheel drive cars, because that's where the future's, in the future you're going to be driving rear-wheel drive cars more than front-wheel drive, and bit more technical and more to learn.
So was there a fair bit of practice happening over the break to make sure you had the skills in set to get into a Saloon and be competitive?
No, not really. This is first practice yesterday, did 2 sessions and then straight into race 1 today.
So when you were out on the track, how did you feel the car was going up until you had the issues?
Yeah, the car was really good actually. It wasn't a great start, but I was slowly moving forward, making some positions, and it was doing everything I wanted it to, but yeah, just unlucky.
So your crew's obviously going to get you back on the track for the next 2 races, but you've also said that you will be competing tomorrow with the XL Cup.
Yeah, competing tomorrow as well, yeah, that'll be interesting.
Old habits die hard, Will.
Yeah.
What goes through your mind prepping yourself for something like this, not just for the Saloon cars, but then going into the XLs tomorrow?
Not a whole lot, really. Just kind of wing it, see how you go. Just drive as fast as you can.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day. Hope you go well for the next 2 races, and good luck tomorrow with the XL Cup. That should be a bit of fun as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Will. We appreciate your time. That's all from us. It's time to go to a break.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds. Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems.
Well, welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Race number 1 coming up very, very shortly for the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate. On pole position will be Rod Lisson, car number 71, and alongside him a great qualifying effort from Ken Wyatt in car number 55. On the second row, Jonathan Scarey, first time out in a 1600, and he puts it on the second. And alongside him, his brother running the smaller 1200cc in Isaac Scarey. Then we have Kathy Lisson and Lloyd, Vinnie Paduano and Andrew Lockett. Then Bruce Welsh, the returning Bruce Welsh after a 12-month semi-retirement. Campbell Gow, Mackenzie Gow, and then we have Campbell, Stuckenberg, Hollis, Wilkins, Quinn and Renew Block rounded out, and it was to the commentary. Miles Lockett for race number 1 coming away very shortly. Yep. And of course front row as and vacated as a sign of respect.
Absolutely, for Kay Prosser, who we lost last September, a wonderful member of the club and very much missed throughout the whole community. Red lights are on and off, and away they go. And it's Listen who got the better of the jump, followed by Kenny White slipping into number 2, and then it's back to Jonathan Scarey. Now we're on board actually with the Crusader of Andrew Lockett, funnily enough. So hopefully, being a mid-pack, he should be able to give us some really good pictures as he chases down Michael Lloyd in the GAC. He's got Vinny Panuano in front of him, and obviously the first of the 1200s being Isaac Scarey in car number 44.
It's a great, a visual demonstration of why you don't want to get wheel-to-wheel contact in one of these little cars. They're a bit of a step up from a go-kart, really. They're open-wheel. They don't have a great deal of power. Obviously, the 1600s have got a little bit more bottom end than the 1200s, and you'll see the guys now as they work their way out of 6. There's the little apex of the corner right there.
You can actually see
drifted out.
See, the 1200 is actually quicker mid-corner than the 1600, but now the 1600 is going to get that top-end torque, and away Michael Lloyd drives away from Andrew. Although he's doing a great job, he's sitting in the slipstream. He's trying to get a tow to hopefully get up onto the back of Isaac Scarey, who's 2 positions further up. But Rod Liston's got taken the march on this one, and he's a long way in front. The battle for second is actually Kathy Liston now in second place. So it's a Liston 1-2. Followed by Kenny White, then it's Jonathan Scarey, Isaac Scarey, Vinny Paduano doing a great job, Michael Lloyd, Andrew Lockett, then back to Bruce Welsh. Bruce had a bit of an issue with the throttle. It actually stuck open when he was coming down to the dummy grid, but Dave Casely quickly sorted that, and he's out there, which is really good. Long gap back to it's Ross Campbell in the Gerbert. And then it's the recovering Renault block. His car just basically came to a complop. We've got a yellow flag somewhere, but it's been withdrawn, so okay. His car just came to a complete stop. There's one of the safety cars running up the back that we can see from our commentary box. Bruce Walsh has spun at the left-hander. So he's rejoining. He's running Opal's car in Jasper. Renault Block's car just came to a complete stop. He doesn't know exactly what. Just seemed to lose all ignition, whatever. And Ben Wilkins very much the same. His car just stopped.
On safety car now.
Okay. So
I did see there was a car stop down here in turn number 1 as well. Was able to get going again as well, but also Bruce Welsh, number 33. Unfortunately,
we've actually got a car on the inside of turn number 6 on the apex. So I'm not exactly sure who that is. It might be possibly. I can't quite see from. It looks like a light coloured car. Whether Amanda Hollis might be.
Possibly car 10, 22.
22, yes. In the Venom, she's parked the wrong way down at turn 6. But A-OK, but off to drivers right as they back corner. So not a great place to see. Actually, no, Amanda Hollis is coming around. So my apologies to the Hollis family. It is not her. It might be. Trying to see who's plumbing down the leaderboard. Ben Wilkins hasn't come across the line, so it could be actually Ben Wilkins looking by the race suit, a red race suit. Yes, it'll be Ben Wilkins. He trudges back to the car, so he's obviously still suffering from those issues.
It's a pretty unusual place for the car to end up, whether he's had a rear brake lock up and just lost it. Right.
Yeah, they were playing around with the fuel line. Anthony Louise was drilling holes through the firewall after qualifying and rerouting the fuel line. So not sure what it had to do with what's happened here. I can only surmise, but I'll find out during the line.
We did have a big oil down in turn 7 as well, so the guys and girls will have to be very careful of that. It's pretty much where the last flag point is, right on the hardest section of braking here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And it sent a saloon car off into the boonies over there in turn 7. So these guys, obviously, they don't have a great deal of grip. There's only like 2 or 3 mil of grip on these tyres.
Not a lot.
They scrape them right down.
They can run them all the way down to pretty much they've got no tread, and they still have pretty good amount of grip, although there's nothing better than a nice, fresh, sticky tyre, to be honest, to gain a bit of extra lap time. Now, safety cars are always something that I'm not overly, I didn't really enjoy, But it's now up to Rod Lisson once the safety car lights go out for him to dictate the pace, and then it's up to him in terms of when he wants to go once the green flag is waved at flag point 11.
It looks like we're going to go another lap here.
Yep.
As the
the clock's turning down. Yeah, so we're already down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in this race. So another lap, that's going to chop another 2 minutes. So we'll probably get maybe a 2-lap flyer possibly. But I mean, how's this? Rod followed by Kathy Lisson.
Husband and wife.
Lisson 1-2, which is absolutely awesome.
And of course, Kathy took out the state title last year, and the also the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championship as well.
Yeah, WA Sporting Car Club Championship was. Paul Maltoni won the actual state championship, but first female competitor to win a Formula V state title Australia-wide, and she got a lot of plaudits from around the country, from a lot of social media, which was absolutely fabulous to see. I mean, the Formula V Association of Australia is just such a close-knit group of people that when something like that happens, you will get messages coming in from near and afar, and certainly a fantastic result, considering the amount of kilometres that Rod and Kathy do in the V-Keeper, or to get over to support in series, which we'll actually have a rounder this year. I think it's the August meeting is going to be part of the 4-round national series. So hopefully we might get a few interstate competitors over to have over here. But unfortunately, with the way the rule with that one, it's the best results of 3 rounds. So, and the other 3 rounds are over east. So it sort of basically means that they don't have to come over here, which I actually wish it was all 4 rounds counted, which would give them extra incentive to get over here. But look, it is what it is, and But hopefully we might have a few people that might make the journey across the Nullarbor.
Well, we were saying earlier on today that the Formula V category here in Western Australia now has 6 female participants, the most of any category, I would say, in Australia. That's awesome. That's fantastic.
It is. Now, the safety car scooted away from the field, so it's now up to Rod Lisson to control the pace. Everybody remaining line astern, no overtaking before the control line, which is the start-finish line, which always seems to catch a few people out. They seem to think as soon as the green flag waves, they can get on it and start overtaking people. So let's hope that everybody remains where they need to be, and then it's obviously on into turn number 1. So the field nicely spread at the moment, good gaps between the cars as Rod is now, he's onto it now, yes he is, so he's underway. So already Jonathan's already starting to sniff around the back of Kenny Wyatt, but and Vinny Paduano, and he actually was behind Isaac as they went across the start-finish line and made it down into turn 1. And he's going to spot. Oh no, he's gone straight off. He's locked the brake and gone straight into the runoff there in turn number 1. So a great, but has unfortunately fallen off his foul, which he's bowled a massive wide into turn 1. So double yellows are there. Hopefully he can get reverse and get underway, or else I'm hoping it doesn't bring in another safety car. Got a minute to go.
It looks like he's getting out of the car, so that'll be game over.
Oh, what a shame. So that might bring out the safety car again, and I think this might be race over. So
that's not a way to start race number 1.
No, it's not. So Rod Lisson out in front. We're still waiting on. It's a double wave yellow down at turn 1 still. I haven't seen a safety car on our monitors as yet, so it's still game on. And, field to come over the top of the hill because it's such a tight time.
So
they're
it'll be
going to let
checkered
this thing
flag.
run.
No, I reckon they'll go checkered flag straight away.
We'll have a look.
They're
we'll
coming
have a look
down,
at finish
down
line.
into turn number 7. It's Rod and Kathy Lisson.
Really, old husband. Yep, checkered flag has been brought out due to the fact, and it's going to be Lisson across the line first from Kathy Lisson back to Jonathan Scarey. Great job, Kenny Wyatt. We've got Michael Lloyd first of the tours. Andrew Lockett, he managed to get around Isaac Scarey on the last lap. So that's the winner of the silver car class. Back to room, it's Brucey Walsh, followed by Mackenzie Gow, who's ahead of Mark Quinn. And then it's back to Stuckenberg, it's Bruce Walsh next, back to Campbell Gow and Amanda Hollis. And then obviously our non-finishers being Vinny Panawadu in the Jacer at turn number 1. And then Benny Wilkins, who unfortunately looped down at turn number 6, and his, I can see him being towed down the infield. So unfortunately, a bit of a shame for that one that it finished under safety car, and we really, didn't finish under safety car, but we only got a couple of really good flying laps. But a super effort by Kathy Lisson to be right on the tail of actually, if you look at the monitors, she's actually set the fastest lap for the race by 0.0 0.07. So she's actually beaten Hubby in terms of the fast race. So that'll be something to talk about back in the pits.
It certainly will be. That Rod, listen, yeah, it was 7/100ths of a second difference between these. Kathy and Rod Liston. Jonathan Scarry taking out third and Ken Wyatt for fourth, with Lloyd in car number 5 taking out 5th position. So we're going to take a very short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Back with probably in Demels are coming your way very, very shortly. Stick around, lots more racing to come. The next one on the list will be our sports cars, street cars, sports
We
sedans,
are back here at Pit Lane with Ryan Davis. Ryan, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, good start. Bit emotional, actually. Well, last year I was in the sand at turn 1, so that kind of wrecked my season. So, yeah, getting 25 to start was really good. Happy with the car. Still a few things to work on for the Nationals, but, yeah, getting there. It's good.
How are you finding the track running today as opposed to last season?
It's pretty much the same. Obviously, I just said the Saloons dropped a bit of oil coming in at 7, so we didn't know when we could go onto that oil line. But about lap 3, 4, I started going on there and seeing how we went. But, yeah, it was pretty good after that. But track's same as last year.
Now, Ryan, we've got the Nationals coming up this year, so I suppose every championship round that building up to those Nationals, really important for the HQ mob to actually get some practice on the track and get ready, cherry ripe actually, for what's going to happen in the Nationals later in the year.
Yeah, look, we've got pretty much 50 cars at the moment. And I reckon we'll probably get to like 55, so it's going to be a big year.
Wow.
And then obviously the following weekend we're going down to Collie for an invitation. But, yeah, look, every round for us WA boys need to work together, build our cars so we can keep up the New South Wales people.
And the HQ mob are a great category, aren't they? I mean, they're really supportive. It's very inclusive. Everybody looks after each other, looks out for each other, apart from when it comes to race day.
Until you put that helmet on, you know, it's white line fever. But yeah, look, we're a good club. We get together after have a beer, even if, you know, someone turns around like Mick Woodbridge did. But it's a good club.
Ryan, will the WA boys be competitive against the Eastern Staters that will be coming over for the Nationals?
So at Sydney Motorsport Park, Michael's coming around the 7th mark had a bit of a bingle. The car's still getting straightened out, but we'll be top 10, but we'll see how we go.
Is there a hometown advantage when it comes to Nationals and the tracks that you're racing on?
Yeah, 100%. But they use race fuels. We're not meant to, but for some reason they've got a little thing in there that lets them use it, and they'll bring over jerry cans of it. But yeah, like I love the class, and yeah, we got 4 new rookies coming this year. So,
tell me about the rookies. I mean, it's great to see the club's got new people coming in.
Yeah. So obviously 4 cars have been bought, all different values and that. But new guys just using Howlett's number 34. Another guy, Colin, bought Bruce Medham's car. Dave Burns' car has been bought by Brodie Topless.
Because it can't be easy getting a HQ these days. I mean, 55 years after the fact they were built, it's an incredible thing you guys keep them so, well, you know, prepared for race days.
Just don't look too close.
The Band-Aids, right?
Yeah, look, my eldest son just bought one as well. And the bog was probably 3 inches thick in the quarter panel. So, yeah. And it was just on weight as well. So now we've got to work out where to put weight to make it
So for the remainder of the day, what's the plan going in for the final rounds? Keep on keeping on?
Fingers crossed. I hope the car holds up. Obviously, it's not as hot as yesterday, and it did. So, praying it goes through. But, yeah.
So what do you do when it comes to finding parts for your car? I mean, how do you find parts for a car that's 55 years old? I mean, it can't be easy.
You just got to find all those oldies that still hold him in their paddocks, you know, and
under the bed.
Yeah, offer him a bit of cash, and cash is king.
Well, mate, have a great day here, and also looking forward to the Nationals immensely. So whatever preparation you gain today, I'm sure will leave you in good stead when it comes to later in the year. That's all from us. We're taking a break.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Cool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, our sports sedans. WA muscle cars out on the circuit for race number 1, and it's Walter Reppel in the 991.1 Porsche on pole position from Ryan Humphries in the freshly rebuilt Ford Falcon, car number 30. Then we have the Nissan Silvia, car number 40 of Mullet. And alongside him will be Peter Callow in the Nissan Skyline, Peter McKenzie in the 997 GT3 Porsche, and Chris Chevrolet in the BMW, Chris Pavey in car number 247, and the Chevrolet Corvette of Neville Zoccoli rounds out our field. This should hopefully be an exciting race. Go qualifying.
Yeah, let's hope so, because they are very, very close in qualifying, where Apple and Humphrey, two completely different types of cars. And they, of course, get their 2 warm-up laps in this as well, I believe, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Yep. So they're going out in their second warm-up lap. And quite a small field, but a pretty good quality field, and it's good to see that car number 247 of Chris Pavey is back out there again too, because he pulled out of qualifying quite early. And I don't know whether he just felt that he'd done the best that he was going to, and to save the machine and put it away, but he's back out there again, which is good news.
Looking forward to seeing what Mullet can do in that red Silvia there. Can he run in front of Mackenzie in the Porsche? And hopefully, maybe, can he get onto the back of Ryan Humphries and go and battle with Walter Reppel?
I don't think he's got the car on him to be able to do that with the first 2. I think that he'll probably be okay for the first few laps staying in front of Peter Mackenzie's Porsche, but as to whether for 15 minutes, because this is a longer event than what the others that we've seen so far today are.
No, apparently it's a 12-minute one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've
so
gone back to 12 minutes.
Changed their mind. Okay, well, that makes me into a bit of a dodo saying that, but nonetheless, it's. I think even over 12 minutes, I think you'll probably find it's going to be harder on its tyres than what the Porsche is, and you might find that the Porsche gets over the top of them later on in the event, but we'll wait and see. So will this be a rolling start for them?
Yes, it will be a rolling start, and they have also changed the format for this year as well. They are racing 3 times, so 2 12-minute races and 1 15-minute race, so they come in line with everybody else. So the safety car pulling off, and our front row making their way down towards turn number 7 for the green light to come on here for race number 1 for season 2026. The sports cars, sports sedans and WA muscle cars, with Walter Reppel in the white 9 Porsche on pole position, green flag waves, and away we go. And Ryan Humphries already runs around the outside and jumps straight over in front of Walter Reppel, and that's probably the last we're going to see of Ryan Humphries.
That's called horsepower.
Look at that, he just bolts away from the Porsche. But under the more nimble and agile little Porsche able to hang with Ryan as they negotiate turn number 4. Then we go back a fair way now to Mullet, who's pulled away from Peter McKenzie.
Yeah, I'd say the Porsche's got a fair old advantage around the corners and under brakes, as you mentioned, to what the Falcon has, because they did very similar lap times in qualifying. And what we've just seen demonstrated is how much quicker the Falcon is in a straight line. So you'd have to assume the Porsche's a bit quicker around corners and under brakes and all the rest of the areas. But Ryan Humphrey, look at this car, it just absolutely flies down the back straight there, and they've already left the Mullet car well and truly in their wake.
I've just seen the brake difference there. Ryan Humphries was on the brakes at the Barbagallo sign, the first of the sign writing as they come down the hill, and Walter Reppel got onto it at about the 4th or 5th Perth logo. So a good probably 100 metres difference in braking ability as they come down turn number 7 at well over 200 kilometres an hour. And under investigation, car number 67, which will be Callow, for a pit exit breach.
Oh, okay, that's a shame for Peter. But yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise that braking performance is so much worse for the Falcon, because the Falcon wouldn't weigh very much. It's mostly, these days, it's mostly space frame and fiberglass. So while it's still got the floor pan and the roof, I mean, all the rest of it's all been gutted, and the front and the rear of it's all space frame and fiberglass. So it's a pretty light car. So although it is difficult to really tell as well, because I mean, a second looks a lot less distance between the cars at a slower speed than it does
Yes,
at a bit
at a
larger
higher speed, yep.
So it always looks like the car behind is actually closing rapidly under brakes, but what's actually happening is that second gap, it just looks a bit...
Elastic band effect.
It's an elastic band effect, yeah. Yep.
Ryan Humphries is already moving up and over the top of the bus stop with Walter Eppel in pursuit, and they have pulled away a long way already. Only 2 laps into this race, and they have pulled away from car number 40 of Mullet. And then we go back to the second of the Porsches with Peter McKenzie, then Chris Pavey in 2:47, having a much better run this time compared to his qualifying efforts earlier on. Then we go Peter Callow, Chris Chevrolet and Neville Zocoli in the Chevrolet Corvette rounding out our field.
Yeah, Pavey right on the tail of McKenzie coming out of turn 5 that time. Wouldn't be surprised if he didn't get his nose down the inside into turn 6. It'd be interesting to see them as they come over the top of the hill next time to see whether or not Pavey has pulled that pass off. But yeah, Mullet having a fairly lonely run now. 7 seconds the leaders managed to pull away from him just in the first 2 laps. But yeah, it looks to me like McKenzie has managed to save that 4th position down in turn 6. So then it's back to Pavey still, and then under a little bit of a cloud is Peter Callow for that pit exit breach.
When was the last time you saw Ryan Humphries get that car sideways?
Ooh,
I can't
time.
remember. It is like it is on a set of train tracks.
Yeah.
It very rarely steps the rear end out at all. Even on old tyres, he can just drive that as straight as he wants.
I mean, we mentioned earlier on today that this was the car that he used to drive to university when he was doing his degree, and his degree is actually as a engineer. So, and he's definitely put those skills into practice with this car, and he's done that over many, many years now. And he has a car which is very true in its handling and very well put together, and it's all been done by
himself. Yep.
By Ryan himself, yeah.
Kind of gives you the impression that Walter's catchy, but when Ryan puts the foot down, he just drives away a bit from the Porsche. He's got a fairly manageable gap right there at the moment, although in saying that, he gets turn number 1 a little bit wrong, and that's allowed Walter to close that gap again over the bus stop and into turn number 4.
Yeah, it's come down 2/10 in the last lap and a half or so. So Walter is definitely starting to get onto his tail. Look at that, he's right on his tail now over turn 5 as we watch Mullet on the screen at the moment in the Nissan V8 engine in it. And that's a big gap then back to Peter McKenzie in car number 62, from car number 247 of Chris Pavey, and then back to Peter Callow. Chris Chevrolet is out there still in his BMW, and then we're back to Neville Zocoli in the big Chev.
Just cruising
That's
around.
That's a Corvette, isn't it?
Yes, it is Corvette.
Yeah.
But, just around. But down there in turn number 6, we're picking up with the 997 GT3 Cup car of Peter McKenzie, trying to hold off Chris Pavey. Now, Chris, is, as you said, didn't have a very good qualifying run. He retired the car very early. Good to see that the car's got the pace back. Behind him will be Callow in 67. Not in a position to make a move on Pavey at the moment. And then we go back to the purple BMW of Chris Chevrolet.
Yeah, Pavey's starting to fall back into the grip there of Callow, and he was right on the tail of McKenzie a couple of laps ago, and he's starting to fall off the back of him now. 1/100th of a second difference in the lap times between our leaders on that last. So it came down from being 9.5 of a second to 0.94 of a second between them. So very similar lap times being done by these 2 cars at the moment.
Walter is closing. There's definitely a closing gap there down into turn number 7.
Still about the same though, if you look at the lap. Now, no, actually, you're right. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 58.5, and they're about
Coming
a second. Yeah, they're about a second off their pace from qualifying, but he's brought it down to 0.63, 6300ths of a second now between these 2 guys.
A fair bit of sunlight and UV out on the circuit at the moment, but under brakes, that Porsche just gathers the Falcon right back in again, and as per the last lap, he sits right under the rear wing of Ryan as they head up and over turn 5 and down towards the bowl.
I tell you what, I stepped out during the Formula V event to get a little bit of sunshine, and it's fairly windy out there as well, Vaughan. So there's a fair bit of that'll be affecting their braking as well. You find the wind here normally goes from the east to west, and quite often you'll find that you'll either have to brake a little bit earlier into turn 6 and can brake later into turn 7, or vice versa, and so you have to adjust the wind up during the day. So into the pit straight again. I think that gap's actually opened up just a little bit again as we cross the line.
See what happens across the...
Yeah, back out. Back out to another 1/10.5. Out to Humphrey's advantage again on that last lap. So yeah, when it's windy, it can be a little bit tricky, and particularly in light cars. Not that these are particularly light cars, but if you get out there in something like a little Formula Ford or something like that, it can make quite a big significant difference.
When your head's out in a breeze there and you go over the top of the hill into a stiff sea breeze, it's like hitting a brick.
Yep, I can remember being up here as about a 7-year-old in the days when you used to be able to take people around the track. And going out in a little clubman car with my dad driving, and I had an adult's helmet on my head, and I can remember coming over the top of the hill and my helmet just about flew off the top of my head.
We see our leaders back down on the exit of turn number 6, and Walter Eppel was all over the back of Ryan Humphries. He was very, very close down there in turn number 6, but now the horsepower of the Falcon just extends that lead back out to status quo the last couple of laps. We're counting down now. We're into the last 30 seconds, so 2 laps for Ryan Humphries as Walter Eppel's doing his best to try and get around him, and they're going to come up on some slower traffic here, so this will determine what happens for the race win here, as Neville Zocoli has the Falcon all over the back wing of the Chevrolet Corvette as they head up into turn number 5, and Walter Eppel now right under the wing of Ryan Humphries.
Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating than having a car that can handle and stop really well, but not have the grunt of the car that you're chasing, and you get right all over the back of the car in the corners, and then you just watch them drive away in a straight line. So I'd imagine at this stage that Walter Eppel's feeling a little frustrated by that as he comes out of turn 6 and watches that big silver Falcon just disappear once again into the distance.
Coming down, they should receive the last lap board this time through. It's still Ryan Humphries in the beautiful sports sedan from the sports car of Walter Eppel, and that gap's gone back out again to 0.8 of a second across the stripe. And a long way back now will be Mullet, the next car across, as he only just coming over the top of the hill now and down into turn 7. Yeah, our leaders are in turn 4.
Yeah, better part of 25 seconds between our leaders and our third sitter in the Nissan Silvia as he comes onto the pit straight. It really is quite different hearing a Nissan Silvia go past with the V8,
with the big V8, yeah.
The V8 snarl as it goes across the line, and then another big gap of around about, I guess, another 12 seconds or so between third place and the battle for fourth, and it's come back alive again between Peter McKenzie and Chris Pavey. So Chris Pavey's managed to draw well and truly away from Callow, who's now starting to fall into the grips of Chevrolet. So it'd be interesting to see if these, whether a Pavey can do something about the guys in front of them. But here's our race leaders back onto the pit straight to receive the checkered flag. Car 30, our state champion Ryan Humphrey for sports sedans, finishes first, and that gap ended up coming down to just half as that last lap. So a very quick lap by Walter Eppel in second. Neville Zocoli, in his crosses the line. He's finished in 8th place and is a lap down. Here's our third place sitter coming into turn 7 now. Just about to come onto your screen, and there he is, and he's going to come across the line some, let's have a look, 29 seconds behind our, but a great effort there by car number 40 of Mullet. And then the battle that started to get a bit more, a bit close towards the end of the event, and that's the battle there between McKenzie and Pavey, and that falls in favour of McKenzie. And again, we're watching the car of Callow and Chevrolet come across the line. Our final finisher has already crossed the line. That was Zocoli. So that's the way they finish for the first of our street cars, sports sedans, and sports cars without WA muscle cars, unfortunately.
Yeah, fortunately for Ron Moller, they're entered into the event but hasn't shown up this morning. So unfortunately for Ron, we'll take a very short break, I believe. We'll be back very shortly. All right, so while we've got a break in between races, we're going to take another of our interviews down there in the pit area as we welcome back to MotorMall Raceway, Slim Jim and Demelza.
Great, Vaughan. Thanks very much for the throw. Listen, Rod Lisson just took out the first position in the first race of Formula V's for 2026. Congratulations, Rod. Well raced, and your wife came in second.
Mate, couldn't ask for a much better start to the year. 1-2 for Team Litech, and we weren't expecting that because we had such a late start to the preparations. We didn't quite make it out for practice yesterday, so this morning is the first time the cars have touched the track this season.
You were saying before we came on camera you had a fair bit of work done over the break and you hadn't had a chance to test it out, which is probably what you were alluding to then. So how did it feel with all the different modifications and the improvements you've made over the pre-season?
Funnily enough, I got some settings from a good friend of mine, Chris Reynolds, over east. We applied all of those settings, which were completely different to how the cars were set up, and we had the shock absorbers rebuilt by Penske. It all came back, and aside from a little bit of understeer on both cars, they felt great straight out of the box.
How's it feel to be back within the Formula V crew for 2026?
This place is always awesome. You know, you come back, you're seeing all of your friends, you're helping everybody you can, they're all helping you, everybody pitches in, and it's just such a great group. It's wonderful to be out there on the track with them all.
Now, Kathy was behind you. You did see her in the rear view. You were saying you did see her pass everyone by. What is that like leading up to race day at home?
Leading up to race day, I think the biggest thing was that we didn't get out to test, so that was a big problem, and we were very nervous, and there was some words said about not getting prepared in time. But yeah, and once we got out there, when I saw her pass everybody else going into turn 7, and I could see that in my mirrors, I was just going, this is great, this is on for Team Lytech.
I believe that your toe hasn't really, how the toe is going.
The toe's fully recovered from smashing into the wall at Mallala. It was broken, but now it's all good and pointing straight.
Which toe was broken? The one that pushes the accelerator or the one that pushes the brake?
It was it was the accelerator, which was on the brake at the time when I hit the wall. That's why it broke.
Hey, Rod, you've got obligations nationally, but Kathy's looking after the local crew. Have you had many new competitors join the club in the off-season?
We have indeed. We've got Amanda Hollis who's joined us. And we've got Ross Campbell's come back after many years sabbatical. Renard Block's back with us again. He's had a bit of time off. We've got a whole crew who's turned up again, as well as our usual suspects.
And you've got a few national competitions you're going to be a part of as well. Tell me about that.
That's right. Some of us will be racing at Sydney Motorsport Park at the end of May. There's a Australian Series round here after that. And then we'll be racing Morgan Park later in the year for the Australian Series. The National Series, I believe, is in September, October, and that will be held at Goulburn at One Raceway.
How many West Australian competitors will be going on to the Nationals?
We're decking out the truck to Hall 12, so we're going to try and take as many as we possibly can.
Now, aside from Kathy in your support network, who else do you have to thank?
We've got Anthony Lees and Tennille right in our pit area, giving us a great help out. Anthony's came on Thursday and put the new engine in my car, fitted a bunch of stuff, checked over all of our cars, and he's here today making sure that they're on track. So he does an awesome job for us.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to more. Oh, actually, do you have any quick words to say about the Prossers?
Today is the Prosser plate. Jerry Prosser, who used to look after Formula V basically from the word go, passed away a few years ago. His wife, Kay, who was with us for the whole time, she passed away last year, and that's why we left the front row of the grid free. And I believe Miles will give everybody a bit of a history of the Prosser family shortly.
He absolutely will. Thank you so much for that, Rod, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Right now, we're going to a few messages, and there'll be lots more to come from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll be back.
Historic touring car racing is brought to you by Access Hire, I Write Signs, Moylan Grain Silos, and Perth Brake Parts.
Historic touring cars brought to you by Access Hire, and a very small field unfortunately this weekend for our historic touring cars, but we're just having a look at car number 13 of Ken Waller. This is a fairly new car, and last time it was here at Wanneroo Raceway, it decided to deposit its lunch down there in turn number 1 there, and it was a very significant blow up. So it's great to see Ken's spend a little bit of time and money and effort to get that GTR XU1 back on the circuit ready for 2026.
Yeah, it caused a fair bit of problems for a lot of competitors and things afterwards as well, because it left a trail of oil pretty much from the start finishing line right the way down to turn 1, and bits of piston and bits of crank and big ends and all sorts of things down there on the circuit. So he's managed to gather that up and glue it all together and stick it all back in the car. So
yes.
He's out there, but he had some issues in qualifying as well, and it's good to see that he's got this car back out there again. So, but he'll be starting right off the back of the grid. And look at this, is Paul Onofaro coming into the pit.
Yes, unfortunately he's had a really good qualifying period, and he's retired the car already, so that'll make a hole. He was starting out of P4 on the second row, but on pole position in a fairly brand new car, 2 historic touring cars. It's had 1 or 2 runs late last year, but had some problems, and looks like going by qualifying there's no problems on board now for the GTHO, the Phase 3 shaker, with Grant Johnson behind the wheel. Alongside him the Ford of Don Behetz. Then we have the Mini of Conno Onofaro, the yellow one. A space missing there for Paul Onofaro. Then we go back to Mel Bowden. Alongside him is Laurie Lapsley, Bill Shipper alongside Gary Croswell, and Ken Waller in the Tirana. And it's a good start by the Jag from the 3rd or 4th row.
Even better start by the Galaxy off the front row.
Here comes Grant Johnson now. Once he hits second gear, the GTH really finds its legs, and the big Ford Galaxy is not going to be able to run around the outside. So it's Grant Johnson, a multiple champion, Australian champion and state champions in many categories. He takes the lead into turn number 4, and
a lot
there's
of
bit of
smoke coming out the back. Yeah.
No.
He plucked a gear just after turn 1, and it's put out a little bit of smoke, and I thought that it might have just been something like valve seals, something like that was not right with the car. But then a big smoke going into turn 4, so it seems to be off throttle that it's doing it. So it could just be something like valve stem seals or that with the car, and it could just be clearing up as the event goes on as well. I really don't know, but nonetheless, there's nothing else coming out the back of it now.
It looks pretty clean.
Yeah, certainly hasn't affected the performance of the cars. They come over the top of the hill for the first, and that Galaxy's well and truly catching up with him, though, isn't it?
Certainly is, and look at the weight difference too between these cars. And we found out the other day that the Falcon out in front, 250 kilograms heavier than these big American cars such as the Impala and the Ford Galaxy as well, which is a little bit surprising. I would have thought those Impalas and the Galaxy would have been heavier than that Falcon.
You think so? Vaughn, does the Galaxy have drum brakes on the front?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. It'll be the bit the race goes on. Brakes are just as effective as disc brakes until they get hot.
Yes.
So
and there's no coming back.
No. So probably lap 2 or 3 is to get a bit of a spongy pedal, I'd imagine. But for the first couple of laps, he's going to stay with him. Having a look a little bit further back down the field, that Tirana is still issuing a little bit of smoke out the back of it, but he's managed to get himself in front of the Datsun 1600 of Bill Shipper.
Well, to Don's credit, he actually took a win in one of the races towards the back end of 2025.
It's a really quick car, and I think that was on one of the days where it was a fairly cool, tending towards being a little bit wet sort of like day. So
days, yeah.
You probably find on those days it got so much wheel spin at same terminal speed at the end of the straight, so he wasn't putting as much effort through the brakes. But ready to slip back just a little bit now on Grant Johnson as they cross the line for the second time. Johnson's done a 67.8 and a 69 dead for Behetz, so he's fallen back 1.9 seconds on that last lap.
Yeah, Don getting the back end of the Galaxy a little bit sideways on the entrance into turn, and also again off the corner as well. So really trying 427 cubic inches of American muscle out there in the Ford Galaxy as he tries to minimise that gap between himself and the Phase 3 GTHO of Grant Johnson. And car number 8 has been received a 5-second penalty for a false start. So Laurie Lapsley in the Mark II Jaguar.
And I do remember you saying that he'd made a good start. I wonder if he jumped slightly.
I'd say he would have jumped.
Because he has gotten in front also of the Mini Cooper S of Mel Bowden as well, who was on the grid, inside the grid. So inside of row 3, I think it was, that he was on. So, yeah, it looks like Lapsley might have jumped the start. So that's going to be a 5-second penalty.
Well, Bowden's all over the back of the Mark II Jag on the exit of turn number 6 as they come up and crest the top of the hill. Car number 23. Doing a great job as he gets right into the slipstream now with a big hole being broken in the atmosphere by the Mark II Jaguar. You see whether he can make a run up the inside. Now he's a little bit too far back to make a run this time. Don't think he's got the horsepower to drive around him in a straight line, so he'll have to bide his time here. Probably the best place would be turn 4, I would say, in a Mini. You could probably run around the outside of the Jag in turn 4.
Yeah, you turn 4 and turn 6, you'd probably get a fair gain as well with a Cooper S, but trying really, really hard as Conor Wanafaro as well on the back of the Galaxy. He's starting to collect that Galaxy up every lap at the moment, so that's going to be something that's going to be worth watching as well. At the moment, he's got around about 2.5 seconds to find to get into that second position.
This is a great battle. This Mini is not giving up on the back of the Jag. There's only 2 car lengths, no, we'll say normal car lengths, difference between the back end of Laurie Lapsley. Here goes Mel Bowden. He looks for an outside pass. Now he drops to the inside, tries to run up the inside of the...
Yeah, the second position is Conor Wanafaro in the other Mini Cooper S, the yellow car, just gone barrelling up the inside of the big Ford Galaxy of Don Behet's going into turn 7. Have a look at the Mini under brakes down to turn 7 on the Jaguar as well. Mel Bowden closes right up onto the back of Lapsley's Jaguar and is right on his tail on the exit, but the Jaguar's just got that bit of extra grunt in the straight line.
Oh.
Fair bit of extra grunt. I'd imagine that the 3.8 litre Jaguar's got over the 1275 or 1300cc Cooper S.
Yeah, little Cooper S looking for a run up the inside. He just comes out and fills the mirror on Laurie Lapsley, and again he tries for another over and under, and it's not going to work on the exit. The Jag, the 6-cylinder inline 6, it's just got a little bit more bottom end grunt than the Mini, but under the brakes here, this is where he starts to close up into turn number 4 and then harasses him from now right until the exit of turn number 6.
Yeah, absolutely, and these cars, of course, they hark back to the early 1960s when we first started running the Australian Touring Car Championship, and people like Bob Jane used to run these cars, and the Gagan brothers used to run these cars. Look at the Mini around the outside, gets into a big drift, but unfortunately that's actually wiped off more speed than what he's gained doing that during that corner. But you look at the big 3.8 litre Jaguar, won the first couple of Australian Touring Car Championships, and you know, they were the car to have in Australian Touring Car racing until the Mustang came along in the mid-1960s. But yeah, the Minis were always up there with them as well. The Mini Cooper S actually won the 1966, what was then the Gallagher 500, and that was in the hands of Bob Holden. And it's one of the really interesting things is that Bob Holden won in 1966 in a Morris, and Bob Morris won in 1976 in a Holden. So, very interesting little thing to talk about.
There's car number 13, the XU1 Tirana, and unfortunately that's got a significant amount coming out of the back of it again. So unfortunately for Kenny Waller, there's going to be some more time in the pits discovering what this problem is and trying to rectify it before race number 2. Of course, we're going into our lunch break after our next event, which will be for Perth Motorsport Tyres, the FSR category. Bill Shipper not being able to do anything on the back end of Kenny Waller at the moment, as they're both trying to chase down Gary Croswell in the Chev Impala. But that smoke is definitely getting worse out of the back of Ken Waller.
Worth mentioning also with that FSR race that's coming up next, we've got quite a good crowd around the outside of the circuit here. We thank you very, very much for coming up here to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway this weekend. We hope you're enjoying your time up here. Remember, slap, because we've got a fairly strong UV rating out there today. However, if you want to come and have a look at these FSRs on the grid, there is a grid walk during our lunch break that Fawn just mentioned, and you can come down and you can come out and meet the guys who are driving and have a good close look at the cars on the grid at the end of events. But if you want to start making your way over towards the pit area, if you're over in the S's or at one of the other turns, and you can head out onto the track and have a look at these cars close up at the end of the next event.
So Grant Johnson out to 13.5 second lead, and that was last lap. So he's just coming out and down the main straight now. So we'll get an update very, very shortly, but 13 seconds. And then we go back another 13 seconds to Don Behet's behind Conor Onofaro, who's just coming down into turn number 7 now. So 26 seconds between first.
Holden, though, he's managed to get past Lapsley, and he's starting to pull away now, so he's got a couple of seconds now on Lapsley after having got past.
Well,
so
we must have missed that.
Yeah, we certainly did. I think the Jaguar had a little bit of a whoopsie somewhere because Mel Bowden wasn't able to do making too much of an impact on him.
He's lost a fair bit of ground as we're down to 25 seconds, so they'll get the last lap board next time through.
Yeah, the big Impala getting very sideways on the exit of turn 7 that time when it came out of that corner, and he's having a lot of fun out there by the looks of it as Gary Croswell in that car. He's still got the XU1 Tirana behind him, who has actually managed to catch up a fair bit and pull away from the Datsun 1600 of Bill Shipper. So and it's great to see that that Tirana has actually put together an entire race.
It's seeing the Chev Impala there, it brings back memories of Cole Wilkinson from WA Suspensions in his beautiful red one that he used to throw sideways, very similar to the driving style of Paul Stubber.
Yeah, he was very much a fan favourite in those days, and Cole Wilkinson, and he used to do a great job in that car. He used to get it sideways and it'd take forever to get straight again. But yeah, that was good days of history racing here at Wanneroo Raceway.
Those big tank slappers, they'd start in turn 7 and finish just before the start-finish line.
Basically, that'd be the way they used to be. As we watch the Falcon at the moment heading down into turn 6, he'll be on his last lap, I would imagine, and he's absolutely straight in the field, has Grant Johnson, and this is a little bit of sugar for him after the horrible situation that he had in his XU1 Tirana, in his saloon car, my mistake, in his saloon car for the first saloon car race today, where the bonnet went over the top of the windscreen, and he only managed to make one corner in that event. So this has been better for him as he comes across the line now, and he'll take the checkered flag for the first of the historic touring car events here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for Super Saturday.
Second place, just coming over the hill now and heading down towards McCracken House at the bottom of turn 7, and that will go to car number 22 of Conor Onofaro in a little Mini.
Yeah, he'll be pretty happy about that. He won't be too unhappy in second place. So well done to Conor, and then another big gap back to Don Behetz coming down into turn 7 in car 222, and that's the Ford Galaxy.
What makes it interesting for race 2, Rob, is the longer race, 15 minutes plus 1 lap, but the return, hopefully, of Paul Onofaro, and he's going to have to do back in the field.
Well, let's hope that what the problem was with that Mini is able to be solved, and he is able to get out on the circuit once more. Oh, that's a big wide line for the Tirana. Managed to get past the Impala on that last lap as well, so well done to car number 13 of Kenny Waller. He's managed to get back just in front of Gary Croswell, and then back to Bill Shipper, who is finishing in the final position. That's an unusual position for the Datsun 1600 to Shipper to finish in. He's normally well and truly in the midfield, but a lot of people missing, unfortunately, this weekend as they prepare for the big historic race meeting in the East in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Cortinas out there today.
No, absolutely not. And of course, we're not seeing too many EH Holdens, and there's usually quite a few runners out there as well in the fan. We're missing a couple of Mustangs as well, so our field's well and truly depleted, but as I said, a lot of the guys are still putting their cars together ready for some of the big Eastern State historic meetings which are going to be occurring over the next few months.
Yeah, true. All right, that's the way they finished in historic touring cars. We've got one more race coming your way very shortly for FSR before our lunch break and grid walk. Or then let's go down to Slim Jim and Demelza.
We are here back in pit lane. We have Ryan Humphreys, who took out round 1 of the street cars. Now, Ryan, how did you feel with that race, given your car has gone through quite the tragedy over the last 4 weeks?
Yeah, to be honest, we're more just surprised and lucky that we've managed to get the car together to be out here. So that was the combined with sports sedans and sports cars as well. Yeah, there's a bit of an incident. We had the wall where we lost some brakes 4 weeks ago now, and it looked pretty big, and we probably weren't going to do much, but the team sort of just said, let's just do it, and Greg's really jumped on board and been going crazy the last 4 weeks, and yeah, looking forward to next week to sleep. But yeah, Mum and Dad, my wife Eloise, and just heaps of people helping us out. I'm not going to remember them all, but there's so many people that helped us out to get here. They just get on board with the whole team sort of stuff, and so rolling out there, we we didn't really have as much grip, and we managed to jump the start, just get in front of Walter, and me and Walter raced each other for 10, 15 years. We know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and he's straight up to me after the race. He knew what was wrong with my car, and I'm like, yeah. So we know what we've got to fix to try to go a bit better next time, to give a bit more of a margin, because he really did have a few dives there, and it was just held on, so it was good fun.
And obviously quite competitive yourself and Walter. You were saying that it was neck and neck there for a bit.
Yeah, it was. Again, we just knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. I couldn't really turn as well as I'd like, and I could put the power down really well. So I just had to, adjust to that, and he knew that, and he was trying to put me off my game. But we're lucky we just held on. It was just good, clean, hard racing. He didn't give me an inch all day, and we'll see how we go for the next one. Hopefully, as I said, we know what we've got to do, so hopefully we can do that and maybe get a bit more of a jump to give us a bit more of a margin. But no, it was good fun. So.
Well done, Ryan. Really, 4 weeks to turn it around, to be back on track, and then coming first in the first race. 2 more races to go. Do you feel confident the car's going to hold up?
Yeah. No, the car's really good. It's just a matter of we just got to do some fine tuning now. The car's not quite what it was. It's with some older parts rather than all the best parts we had on it. A few little bit more weight here, a bit more weight there, and just sort of moving it around. And again, we're just enjoying it. We're so lucky, and it's not only just the guys that have been helping us. Sporting Car Club, they're putting on wicked practice days, been super flexible. They got some good packages. It's just really good to be involved in the club, and just great feel, and it's been great. And obviously you guys doing the Turn 7 media, share that around and people can stream it. It just helps build us. I mean, we need to get more people out there. That's what we all want.
I totally agree. And hopefully the way you're racing today is going to inspire a few more people to come down here to see here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for the rest of the weekend. That's all from us. It's time now for a quick break.
FSR Racing is brought to you by Arise Racing, Radical Australia West, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
For Perth Motorsport Tyres, we have FSR for first event for 2026. And on the front row is car number 8, Bryce Moore, with his best mate, Chris Reindler, car number 28, starting right of him. Second row, a newcomer to FSR and a great effort in qualifying, is for Hancock in car number 85, and he sits alongside on number 7, and then we have to Troy Mercer in 78, Stuart Burns in car number 3 with Garrett car number 6, Jesse James Samuels in car number 30, John D. Barney in 92, Sinclair rounds out our field of FS in car 10. So this is a pretty exciting race. We've got 2 really fast on the front row and a new car and a V8 supercar driver on the second row.
Yeah, it'll be fabulous. So, of course, 2 those guys get in a starts behind the safety car, the WA Sporting Car Club safety car, and then that car will pull off as they come over the top of the hill, and they'll end in for rolling for the first FSR races for 2026 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
If you have a look at these cars, they all pretty much look the same, but you come out, have them on the grid, which is coming up after this. There are some differences to the work. One will have a different on the front compared to another car, because you have a look, there's an SR3X, there's an SR3 double X, a normal S3. See 4 varieties of cars out there. Although they look the same, there are some slight modifications on these cars.
I think that put them.
Yeah, they got rid of the RSs as well. As they're side by side coming past McCracken now, and boring. Car number 8 with Chris Reindler in the red car out of P2. Let's see who gets the best of the start as the red is out, and a great start from really the entire field. And it's side by side, and it's going to be Moore that's going to lead them in, and he does, and he's with him.
Had a card as well. Car a little bit further bust Baxter off the line, but yeah, great start by all guys, and they're very bunched up at the start as well, which was good to see.
Gee, just about end for ending there as they got on the brake turn number 4 as they form the and 5 and over the top of the first time, and Bryce Moore able to pull away from the second Chris Ryan, and then we have Hancock and Heimgartner, and the other one in there was Baxter as well. Very, very good. They now work their way out and up and over the top of the hill now for the first time, and it's Bryce Moore in car number 8 doing a great job.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's still so far into turn 7 for the first time.
He's so good on cold tyres, this guy.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course he's our current state champion as well, just in front of Reindler. Then 85 of Hancock, we got Heimgartner having been taken by Mercer, and back to Baxter, Burns, Piper, Samuels, Di Giovanni and Sinclair at the back of the field.
Yes, still close. Cyber stuff happening. I think that might be Mercer or Baxter and Heimgartner.
It's Heimgartner and I think Mercer, yeah, and Mercer's, hard to say. I think that might be Mercer and Heimgartner, but yeah, that's a good battle nonetheless as they disappear once more over the top of the hill and down into turn 6, all pretty much line astern as they head down hell of a lot. Gordon's out and around and everybody they can make moves a little later, I guess.
It's a bit different with this category because they can't sit very close to the car in front. They lose their aero, and that means that I'm very unstable. And so if you're under the car wing that is in front of you, as you go into a corner, you're going to have no front end, and somebody coming to a grinding halt. It's 11.
Yeah, that's Baxter, unfortunately. That's really bad for Baxter. I hope he gets down the end here and gets off the track, otherwise we're going to see a car. I think he should be able to roll down far enough to get off the track down here.
Yeah, it looks like the engine out on that car. Couldn't hear, and he's done the right and avoided, hopefully, a safety car.
Yeah, I don't has. To be honest, that's going to be make happy, but we'll have to what he decides to do.
Hello. We'll wait and see.
It should still be yellow down there. That's just a local yellow still, but whether they're going to safety is determined by the clerk, of course. We'll have to wait and see what his action's going to be. Leader once more to turn 7. Time so far for time not Price more with a 57.0. He's around about 0.8 of a second at the moment, quicker than second man Chris Reindler, and there's about 1.88 seconds on the last lap. That's gone out now to 2.5 seconds at the end of that last lap. And we've still got that local yellow down there, so that'll impede. Going back to what you see aero with the cars, it happens with this car close on the car in front of you, you lose your force. So when you turn into the corner, you're likely to get a fair bit of understeer, and you're going to be pretty slow coming out of the corner as well. So you don't want to stay too close. It's the same sort of things with Formula One.
Yes, you're lacking ability because there's no downforce to actually push the front of the car down the road. And to the road as Bryce Moore makes his way down into turn life up here. And our grid walk coming after this event, you'll be able to get out onto the circuit and go for a walk and have a look at the cars from this racing. And of course our only privateer out there running in at the moment, Burns.
Very twitchy out of turn 1 that time, and Heimgartner had a run on him going down to turn 1 and had to pull out of it because the yellow flag's still out down there. But turn 7, really twitchy. So interesting, that's where the battle is in the race at the moment, and I would suspect that Stewie Burns back there behind those guys in the white car position is probably going to come up onto the tail fairly shortly of Heimgartner. I suspect that Heimgartner might be just a little bit quicker than Mercer at the moment. It's probably being held up just a little bit by him. So interesting. That's where to keep your eyes on the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, all pretty much line astern down there as Heimgartner gets a bit of a coming out turn number 6. So he's really trying here, trying to put a move on Mercer as they come up and over the top of the hill. But I don't think he's got enough grunt to go down the inside as he just steps the car and puts it into that hole in the atmosphere that Mercer in 78 has created. And again, look, all over the racetrack.
Yeah, he's trying to get inside, unfortunately. So Heimgartner's gone around right in front of Stewie Burns, who manages to get round the back of him. So that's very disappointing for Heimgartner. He just got squeezed for room on the inside there. And of course that local in withdrawn down. I was about to say that just as they headed into that area, but Heimgartner just got squeezed a little bit by Mercer and had to get on the brakes, and he's lost the back. and had a spin.
There was any contact. It looked very, very. But, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think our clerk of course will take any action on that one. It was just a racing incident.
Yeah, it definitely was, and it was really hanging on the internet. So surprising.
Well, he started that move over there on the exit of turn number 6 because that's when on Mercer started it, and did his time up over the hill and then got to the SAR down the main straight, and unfortunately didn't pay off for Andre Heimgartner in car number 7, who now finds himself 8th position. That it's a 3.2 second lead to Bryce Moore at the moment from Reindler, who has nearly 4 seconds over Hancock. Then we go back to Mercer. Stuart Burns, the Matia, has now himself up in 5. Samuels has come forward big time. He was about 8th. He now finds himself in 6th. Then Garrett Piper in 7. Heimgartner in 8. John Giovanni in 9th, Sinclair in 10th, and Baxter rounds out our 11 FSRs out on the circuit.
Yeah, big diff to Mercer was by Heimgartner because it also slowed down Burns and Samuels behind, and that's allowed for Mercer to get himself quite a gap between those guys. But out the front of the field, no one's coming anywhere near Bryce Moore, who's got 3 second lead over Chris Reindler.
Here comes Andre Heimgartner again on the tail end of car number 6, this time of Garrett Piper. He's not willing to put the move on Garrett Piper. Right into the wing there of car number 6 in front of him as they exit turn number 1. And make their way towards the bus stop now. Garrett in that car in front with Andre Heimgartner all over the back of him at the moment.
Yeah, that's something that Mercer can go home tonight and tell everybody that he had a good battle with a current supercar, Repco supercar driver, and beat him. That's something he can absolutely say at the table tonight around for the dinner time, and watching cars come from once more. They've got 3 minutes and 5 seconds left to go in this event as they cross the line on that last occasion.
That's Hancock to cross the line in 3rd. Pretty impressed with Hancock, and of course he will be one of the at the moment for the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day. We award that day of racing up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. So he looks like he first of our contenders for Super Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely, and we thank the Competition Drivers Club and managed very Dave Walker, a long time of motor racing here in Western Australia, and we thank the Competition Drivers Club. Have a condition to join the Competition Drivers Club. It's one of the oldest clubs here in Western Australia. It's been since the early 70s, and it's not very much expense to join, and I'm sure that Dave will love you to, so you can support that he provides eating for the driver of the day and also for the championship that win the club rooms. So get behind the Competition Drivers Club if you can. They do a lot for you.
Yeah, they certainly do. You've got to support the people that support motor in Western. We're down to minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one, and it's still Bryce Moore by that same midpoint over Chris Rock. Then we go back seconds to Hancock in 85, Mercer in 78 in 4th, and Sedans in car number 3 holds down a 5th position.
Since you said earlier on, you used Bryce Moore and how good hold tyres at this event.
His difference.
Yeah, his fastest lap was lap 2, and the fastest lap of Hancock and Mercer, lap 8, lap 9, lap 8. So yeah, they're doing their fastest lap sort of like now-ish. Whereas out of this stall. So yeah, very little statistic that one.
It would have built up most of that 3.2 second lead in those first 1 or 2 laps.
Yeah, exactly.
And so damage is done nice and early for Bryce Moore in car number 8.
So what they need to do is they need to get in front of him on lap 1. They need to get a better start, get in front of him.
Qualify better.
I mean, you know, he was on the front with Reindler. You know, if he got a slightly better start and had managed to get in front of him, he could have held him back from doing those quick laps on that first thing and then been able to obtain that gap.
So Gardner all over the back of that car of him, and that's James Samuel in car number 31. coming under attack from the Repco V8 supercar driver in Andre Heimgartner. Was originally from Holden and now here in Perth. And Jesse James run very, very wide, and that's going to give a good time over the hill. Andre Heimgartner, can he pull out and run down the inside? Down into turn number 7. I don't think he's willing to do that after that lose in turn number 1.
He's going to try down into turn 1
go, this
because,
time.
yeah, he was very wriggly coming out of turn 7 that time.
Got him.
Yep, he's got him. Samuel's very, very wriggly coming out of the corner. He's washed off his speed in a straight line. Can he hang on the outside? No, he can't. So that's another move for on.
Yeah, experienced there. Just waited the right opportune was on the exit of turn number 7 and pushed right out near the ripple strip was Jesse James, and it got a little bit of a ring. That's all that needed to get past. So Andre now back up into P7 after starting in P3. And our leader already on the main straight to reel off another lap. He's going to reel off in time as well. So, yeah, we'll go for another 2 laps of racing here for FSR, brought to you by Perth Motorsport Tyres. And don't forget, coming up after this one, if you'd like to come out on the racetrack and have a look at the cars and have drivers, quite welcome to do so. Start making over to the administration building, see the 8s for Main Straight.
Only 4/10 of a difference in lap time. Our first, second, by Moore, a 57.2 by Ryan, and a 57.4 by Hancock, also a 57.4 Gartner as well. But yeah, that to be 4/10 of a second, those guys, and yet the get point 2 second difference to show about the benefit of that first spot.
Yeah, pretty dominating those first couple of laps, and as we said, build up that through second gap, and he's just managed that gap all the way through this event, down to 1 minute remaining. So where is Bryce on the track? Here comes Andre Heimgartner.
Actually, we've had a tag. So Moore has actually taken the checkered flag already. So it was Moore from Reindler, then back and so we burned Andre Gartner, and it was a long way for EG to come across the line.
I don't know what happened there. We were still negative, and then all of a sudden it was checkered flag.
it was negative, but it was actually seven seconds to go with the line. The previous lap, and we would have thought then that they have the end of that lap as well as one extra, but they put it out the end of that. Nonetheless, that's their decision. So car number 10 crosses the line. That's Sinclair, and he'll be our final finisher with backs, fortunately not finishing and pull track at the end of the pit straight.
Well, that's the way they finish for Perth Motorsport Tyres, and that brings us out to our lunch break. And we haven't these drivers looked like Bull was going to be headed pit area, and then there's a grid walk. All right, we're very short break. We'll be back on the grid with Jamie Demelza and myself very shortly down here at Wanneroo Raceway. Around, this is our lunch break.
We've just seen the completion of the first Radicals race here for the first day of championship for 2026. Taken out by Bryce Moore, no less. Bryce, congratulations. Great win. Tell me, how did the car feel after a bit of an extended break over Christmas and New Year?
Yeah, all good. I was a bit rusty when we first came back to test. Forgot how fast these things are. Been doing a bit of work in a big, heavy BMW M4, so very, very different driving style. But yeah, I always love coming back. The Radicals are just so raw and yeah, so quick. So yeah, enjoying it.
Did you feel that the car was giving you everything you require? You were mentioning it off the camera that it was not giving you what you wanted in the straights in particular.
Yeah, correct. Look, it was great out the gate, and then just towards, I sort of tried to maintain a bit of a gap there. So I had a target time on my dash I was trying to go for, and towards the end there I was struggling to get to it. So it's all right. We'll do a bit of work. We'll go have a look and see what's going on and have another crack.
And did you feel the competition coming up from behind when it comes to the way Chris chases after you all the time when it comes to these sort of races? You guys seem to be having a bit of a dogfight when it comes to radical racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, no, we seem like we're a bit of a magnet towards each other, to be honest. We're always very close in lap time, so you can never underestimate Chris. He normally comes on very hard towards the end of the race too. So, yeah, you always got to watch your mirrors.
Well, I look forward to seeing how you guys can be competing for the next couple of races at least. And on that point, Bryce, I'm going to take it over to Demelza, who is actually talking to Chris Reindler right now. Over to you, Demelza.
Thank you very much, Jamie. We are here with Chris Reindler, who came in second on that round one. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. Bryce was just too quick then. I think I had a good summer break, put on a few too many kegs and slowed me down a bit.
With the car, did you do much prep over the break? Have you gone straight back into it today? Talk us a little bit through that.
Yeah, lots of prep, just tackling the 3.5 and 5-year-old, just wrestling in the backyard. That's about the only prep we've got at the moment. But no, I should probably hit the gym and sort the rig out because, yeah, a bit slow out there.
Trying to get in there. As for the car itself, how did you find that today? Has there been any changes or upgrades to it that you've had over the break?
No, it's business as usual. The car's the same, same group of guys. So theoretically, we should still be able to be on the pace. But Bryce is just too quick today, so we'll give it a go in race 2.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the remainder of today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Fantastic. So let's go find where Jamie is at. I believe, Jamie, you are over here.
Mel's with a third place get up. Clinton Howcott. Clinton, tell me, this is the first time you've actually raced in a radical here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Congratulations. You must be feeling stoked. Third place.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's actually my first ever circuit race. So very grateful to be mixing it with such a talented group. I've definitely got a long way to go, but I'm making up for lack of talent with enthusiasm. So we're getting there.
Well, you're showing great promise, obviously, coming in third place. Are you really happy with being a part of not the Radicals, but the way the Arise Racing group look after all the vehicles and yourself?
Oh, look, to be honest, the Arise family, as I think most would refer to them, are fantastic. It really is an arrive and drive kind of experience, Hollywood experience per se, to be able to walk in and have everything looked after you as if you're a seasoned campaigner. So, it really is a fantastic experience.
And what sort of racing did you participate before?
Most of my history is dirt karting, funnily enough, probably close to 2 decades ago, and not a lot since. I've done a bit of outlaw karting and bitumen karting over the years, but realistically, this is it. I thought midlife crisis time and have a crack.
You don't look that old. Listen, congratulations. Well done on the third place. I'm going to move over to Demelza, who's probably, where are we doing? Demelza's with our next.
I am. I'm here with Andre Heimgardner. Andre, you're normally part of the supercars, but you are here today to be with the Radicals team. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was good. A bit of action-packed there, but yeah, it's good. So different to what we normally do, so it's cool to experience something different, and obviously normally on the other side, helping the guys with data and different stuff, so to actually get an opportunity to drive is pretty cool.
And how did you find the track racing today?
Yeah, it's all right. I got dusted up there a bit by a few blokes. It was good hard racing, so yeah, we'll look forward to the next couple, but yeah, slowly getting in the rhythm of it, so I found a bit more speed in that one, so we'll see yeah, we'll work our way forward in the next one.
Now, you do a little bit coaching with the Radical drivers as well. How are you finding WA drivers going through the championships?
Yeah, it's been good. I think we had quite a few young people. Obviously had Cooper Cutts last year that has gone on to other things now. He won the championship for the Radicals, and yeah, it's really good to have this here. It's not every state has such a professional team at the track that's so accessible, so yeah, for sure it's a strength for WA.
Fantastic. Andre, good luck for the remainder of today.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we have Jamie, and I believe Jamie has Tony Mercer with him right now.
Thanks to Mel. So I would have to be arguably with the tallest competitor when it comes to motor racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And with Tony Mercer. Tony, you came in 4th place. You must be stoked. You were telling me having Andre on track with you was a dream come true.
Oh, it's an absolute privilege. He's a great coach and a real honour to even share the track with him. Never mind rub paint with him. But yeah, really enjoyed it. 6th to 4th. That's my best finish so far. So great race.
So you're obviously progressing well. Have you had much chance over the break to get some practice time in, or is it pretty much first time in the car for a long time this morning?
No, lots and lots of practice. Hundreds of laps, working with Steve and Mason and the team at Arise Racing. So lots of practice over the off-season in the gym. I don't want to be at the back of the pack anymore, so it's starting to pay off.
And what are sort of the things that Andre is giving you an opportunity to sort of improve on? Is it just not just the driving? Is it the mental approach to the race itself and the strategy involved?
Oh, I think Andre is very much. There's the technical aspect as well as Mason. They're both my coaches, but I think it's the mental aspect and having confidence to believe in the car and believe in what you can do, understanding the data and then applying it to the track. So, hats off to Arise Racing and hats off to Mason, Steve, and Andre.
Congratulations, mate. Well done today. And obviously you've got 2 more races to improve on your 4th place. You're looking forward to improving possibly in the next 2 races?
Well, my manifestation last night before I went to bed was if I could finish 4th, I'd be really happy. So I've done that today. So I think I've peaked early. But if I can stay around this position for the rest of the weekend, I'll be very, very happy.
Love it. Love the vibe. Can't wait to see you racing in the next 2 races. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Now, as far as we're concerned, what are we doing now? We're going to meet somebody else? Absolutely. We're going to catch up where Demels is going to be. I think Demels is talking to somebody that I'm not really sure. Where is she? Here she is over here, number 6. Yes. All yours, Demels.
Thank you so much. There we go. Thank you so much, Jamie. We have Garrett Piper here. Garrett, how did you find that race?
For me, I think I did okay. It was my first qualifying with the Rise and in Radicals today after stepping up from Formula Ford. So an amazing experience, and there's some incredible drivers out there. And I've got a lot to learn.
So how did you, as you just said, it's quite different from the category. What made you decide to step up into the Radicals category?
Radicals, a little bit more speed, obviously, better aeros and better grip than the Formula Ford. Apart from really, they just go faster. So, but it's Arise are an amazing team. They've supported me really well, and it was an obvious step to go from Formula Ford to this.
And how are you finding being a part of the category and what you're learning?
The category, like I said, is amazing. There's a lot of tight times here between half a dozen drivers. So finally getting to learn a little bit of racecraft. For me, mostly it's trying to catch, the main pack. But yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
And leading into the final 2 rounds, what are you thinking going in?
Just be consistent. Make sure I don't hit Andre. Just keep having some fun.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to the Radicals category and good luck for the remainder of the day.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Now, I believe Jamie does have another driver, and I think it might be Mr. Burns, if I'm not mistaken. Jamie, over
Thanks
to you.
Mel. Joined by Stuart Burns, who came 5th in this last race. Congratulations, Stuart. Good result. First time back on the track after a big break.
Yeah, it's good. There was a couple of incidents I had to avoid, but it's good to get up there and get a decent result.
What are you hoping for this year as part of your plan? Are you obviously trying to improve your positioning on the grid, obviously? But, are there certain finer points of the racing that you're trying to sort of perfect this year for this season?
Mostly just go out there and have fun and avoid damage. So it is a hobby, and I don't want to be fixing it all weekend and all the off season. So I really just want to keep it in one piece and have fun.
How long have you been racing radicals, Stuart?
I've had this car for about 4 years.
And you're loving it? You're enjoying the whole experience compared to where you came from when it came to the other forms of racing you were involved in earlier?
Yeah. So the Radical's a bit heavier than what I'm used to. I'm used to open wheelers, so it's a bit heavier, but it's got more power. So it's that good balance of speed.
And there seems to be a great vibe amongst the people involved in Arise Racing, as well as all the competitors that are racing radicals. I mean, like all the other clubs here, I mean, the atmosphere amongst the clubs, it's like an extended family, isn't it, when it comes to your love of motorsport?
Yeah, that's right. Especially in WA motorsport, we're all club racers, so we generally try to help each other out. Even if there is an incident on track, it's generally an accident. We're not trying to drive each other or do anything bad. It's more of mistiming or an accident.
Well, Stuart, good luck for the rest of the day. You've got 2 more races to go. I'm sure you're going to do well. I mean, 5th position mid-pack, that's pretty good, especially amongst some of the talent that's been racing here over the last few years.
Yes, being just an amateur and not a semi-professional like some of the others, it's a pretty good position. So hopefully I don't go too much further backwards.
Well done, Stuart. All the very best here, and good luck for the rest of the day, and also to the rest of the Radical team. Incredible. And I think that's all from us when it comes to the grid walk. Thank you very much for having a watch of this incredible opportunity, getting down here amongst the cars and the drivers, especially post-race. We're going to take a short break and be back with you very shortly.
There's one of the safety cars running up the back that we can see from our commentary box. Bruce Walsh has spun. Monitors as yet, so it's still going on.
We are back here on the grid walk, but this time round we're going to have a wrap-up of this morning's activities. Vaughan, what have you seen this morning?
Oh, it's just a fantastic way to open up season 2026 at the newly renamed MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and great to see you guys back.
Yes, we are.
I can tell you.
We're loving it.
And of course, I'm a bit like you, first day of the season, a bit of excitement. A lot of people have done a lot of preparation over the break and a lot of repairs and modifications. Some of them have worked, some of them haven't worked, and some people are still getting used to what they've done to their cars over the break.
Yeah, that's right. And as we heard from the Formula V guys earlier, they're having a problem sourcing some tyres at the moment because they're in the groups of changing manufacturers. So, yeah, they're having to run the best of the worst to try and get through until these new tyres come through from Goodyear. We've seen a great HQ race to start off with Ryan Davis taking the win, and I heard you guys interview Ryan. He's pretty happy and pretty emotional about
the other thing about this too, Vaughan, is that they're coming up to the Nationals, and I suppose every round of championship round here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway is going to be essential when it comes to preparing for the Nationals when it arrives here later in the year.
Yeah, definitely. A big race meeting coming up. Over 50 entries already, and it's only March. We've got until September, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get 60 to 65 cars coming from all around Australia.
Is that a lot of cars for a competition like this for a national?
Well, last time we had it was about 2016. We had 3 groups on the grid. So it was a really big race meeting, and you wouldn't believe how hard the HQ guys party after a Nationals.
Okay, we talk about the Formula Vs with the tyres and so forth.
Yes.
A standout race by the boss, so to speak. And it's great to see his wife came up very close behind. Incredible, Kathy. Really driving really well.
Yeah, she got up there into second place, and unfortunately it was a bit of a distorted race. We had a safety car with a car stoppage down here, and then there was another car that spun off down there in turn 6 and basically caused the race to be red flagged and a brought under checkered flag situation. So, yeah, but it was great to see the husband and wife team. Of course, Kathy taking out the state championship last year, so she's in fine form already.
Especially with, they've got a few national competitions they're going to be travelling to as well. Yeah. She's obviously pretty well warmed up and juiced up, ready for that. Let's talk about the combined category of Saloon Cars, Sports Sedans, Street Cars and WA Muscle Cars. Was there a WA Muscle Car on the track today?
There was one entered, Ron Moller. Unfortunately for Ron, he officially withdrew yesterday. So, unfortunately, no WA Muscle Cars. But in that race, a dominating race, as from car number 30, the XF Falcon of Brian Humphrey. And that car, I don't know whether you guys are aware, but it was significantly banged up.
We mentioned it to Ryan. We had an interview with him.
Unbelievable, the amount of damage. And Ryan's team have turned that car around and got it straight back onto the pole and takes out race number 1.
Yeah, I should apologise. I shouldn't have said Saloon Cars. It should have been sports cars when it comes to Ryan especially. But no, he's certainly turned that around. In 4 weeks he got the car back on track, which is an incredible effort from him and his team.
And the team. And to think that, 10, 12 years ago, that car used to be driven to university on the roads. And now it's turned into this, we call it Frankenstein. It's just a miraculous turnaround from a street car to one of Australia's fastest sports sedans.
One of my favourite categories is historic touring cars. I just love it. Just the vintage nature of the vehicles and just having a red-hot go on the track. How was the races today?
Unfortunately, we've got a pretty small field of historic touring cars here brought to us by Access Hire. Still, it was great to see the return of Grant Johnson, this time in a historic touring car, and it's a GTHO Ford Falcon, which we haven't seen one up here for quite some time. And Grant put it on pole position and took out race number 1, so a good start for the multiple Australian champion.
Let's finish up talking about the Radicals, the FSRs. I mean, incredible vehicles to watch on the track, aren't they?
They certainly are, and they're great for training as well, driver training, because they can fit 2 people in, a headset between the driver and the coach in the passenger seat. And we're very lucky this weekend to have a Repco V8 supercar driver in Andre Heimgartner, who now lives here in Perth. And Andre's out there mixing it up with the best of the best in WA. But a great win for Bryce Moore. And as we said, the guy is so good on cold tyres. He put 3 seconds on Chris Reindler and then held that 3 seconds all the way through the race. He just managed the win, and you watch for Chris and Bryce to go for it later on this afternoon.
How incredible is it that Andre is actually participating with the drivers from Radicals and mentoring them and coaching them position. I mean, this is an extraordinary opportunity, isn't it, for someone with that level of experience with supercars?
It definitely is, because the experience that he brings in racecraft and preparation and getting the head right, all of that goes in towards preparing you for a big race, or any race really. We've had the same. We had Nick Percat 2019, I think it was, and he absolutely schooled our guys. He was so good. But it's good to see Andre. He's a little bit down in the pack, but you watch him come forward this afternoon.
So it's something to look forward to. We've got a whole bunch of races coming up. All those categories we just mentioned. We've got 2 more races each. It's going to be incredible. As well, if we've got a time challenge today as well.
No, time challenge is coming up tomorrow, because day 2 of round number 1 is tomorrow, and we open up Odd Track at 8:30 tomorrow, a big day. So hopefully if you're free, come up to here to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, watch the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia.
And it's only $10 per vehicle, no matter how many people are in the vehicle. It's a bit like the days when we used to go to the drive-in and stuff the boot with about 5 or 6 bodies just to make sure we didn't have to pay the full admission price. But no, $10 is a fair deal, and there's plenty of vantage points here to see the racing clearly. So we're looking forward to seeing what's going to happen after lunch and tomorrow here. So thanks very much for your company. On behalf of the team here, we're just going to take a short break and enjoy lunch, and look forward to some competitive racing right after this.
Well, what a fantastic morning of racing here to open up C2026 right here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Of course, the HQ's out there with Ryan Davis taking the win in car number 49, and a fairly good FSR race there from Bryce Moore in car number 8, getting that lead very early in lap 1 and 2. Is very, very good on cold tyres is Bryce Moore, and that really set the scene for the rest of that race. As far as our saloon cars went, it was all Gary Hill's car number 93. He was being challenged by Jackson Callow, but unfortunately Jackson found some oil down there in turn number 7 and went flying off into the sandpit down there outside McCracken House. So we'll be looking forward to see whether Jackson Callow can come back. He's going to start on the second row. He did go back to about 8th and made his way back up to 3rd place at the conclusion of the first of the saloon car events. So looking forward to seeing what these can happen in race number 2 coming up very shortly.
Yeah, very exciting, the saloon cars today, and a very big field of saloon cars as well. It's great to see them having gotten behind this race meeting here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway this weekend. And something to really, really look forward to later in the day. And of course, we've had a really couple of really great race for the Formula Vs as well, and they're running for the special event this weekend.
Yeah, the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate. That race, unfortunately, for the Formula Vs, a bit distorted by 2 safety cars, which ultimately brought down the checkered flag on that one, with only maybe 2 or 3 competitive laps done over the 12 minutes plus 1 lap. So we'll see what happens, but it's going to be husband and wife on the front row for race number 2, so that should be fairly interesting down into turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely, it will be. Historic Touring Cars has also been out on the field, and that was an absolute walkover for Grant Johnson in his beautiful XY GDHO Falcon, and there was some interesting racing there. Conor Wanafaro managed to get from the second row of the grid in his Mini up into second place, and we're looking forward to seeing if we can get Paul Wanafaro out there in his Mini, who unfortunately had to pull off the circuit in the end of the warm-up lap.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing to see the green one return to the paddock area before the race number 1 started. But yeah, as you said, hopefully we'll see Paul Onofaro, but he's going to have to do it from the back of the grid. Although this round of racing coming up, 15 minutes, so you get an extra 3 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yeah, so all to look forward to this afternoon here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and something in every category for everyone. So. Yeah, good to be calling with Dave Vaughan, and really looking forward to the afternoon.
Yeah, it's good to see that you've been able to get yourself out of retirement life and make the journey up the road. And great, as always, to have you in the box. So I think we're going to take a short break and resume our lunch break, and we'll be back very shortly with the rest of the afternoon's racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We believe driving should be more than just getting from A to B. It should excite you, reflect you, move you. World-class supercars that stir the soul, to everyday vehicles designed for comfort, reliability, and value. We bring you the best of both worlds, whether it's your first car, your dream car, or something in between. Our expert team is here to make the experience effortless and unforgettable. MotorMall, where performance meets possibility.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall. Electrical Group Training. Sets. Crushing Services Australia. Bond Hire. Gallagher. And Radlink Communications. Saloon Cars Racing is brought to you by Rightway Industrial, Bailey Brewing Co, Fox Roofing WA, and Word of Mouth Signs.
Welcome back to MotorMall Raceway. It is time to get going for the afternoon session here. And 15 minutes, one lap, next round of racing, which will commence shortly with the Saloon Cars, brought to you by Rightway Industrial Proprietary Limited. And joining me again for the afternoon session, Rob. And Rob, what a fantastic morning. Open up 2026.
Yeah, absolutely magnificent racing that we're being so far on here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and this is going to be no different. Have a look at how many cars we've got into the weekend. We've seen one brilliant race, and we're going to have another one coming up. Let's hope that we have a good, clean start and we don't end up with absolute in the cars as a result of the problems. Having a see, John's out there again. He's got situations sorted out. He's got no windscreen and no rear screen, so they've done the right thing and touch screen out as well. So that's good to see. So regulations that the front windscreen goes, so does the back. So good to see that he's back out there again, starting from the back of the field, and also great to see that Vince Cicciella is back out there again for the Cachet Holmes car as well, who missed the first event.
Yeah, had a lot of smoke coming out of that car during qualifying this morning, and missed race 1. And obviously the crew have got together and got that car back out for race 2. As I said, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And looking forward to a good race coming up very shortly.
Absolutely, and we'll go through the grid for you on car 93. Gary Hills, in the Commodore starts off at the pole position, and we've got a Commodore and Falcon front row once again. So Rob Marcon, who qualified quite a way down the field compared to what he would normally do, he's managed to make his way back up to start on the grid next to Gary Hills. And then we're back to Jackson Callow in car 5 on the inside of the second row. Next to him is Michael Bond, who's having a day out today in car 76. So Falcon and Commodore again on the second row. Then we've got Michael Koberstein, and he's making his debut, as is Adam Koberstein, in the pro category this weekend. So they're on the third row, so the brothers are next to each other. And they've got Brett Sheriff in car 17, and that's a very nicely liveried car. He's on the inside of row 3 next to Harvey in car number 54. And then we've got Brock Ralph in car 13, 777 of, I think that's Jack Caillo. And then we're back to Yaka Pinty, Reg Ralph, Mark Watkins, Justin Chaffee. Then we're back to Parham, Gill, Sandler, De Silva, Cooper, Carroll, Kingsley, Dybel, James, Peniza, and as we've mentioned, Grant Johnson and Vince Cicciella off the back of the grid.
Bit of air conditioning happening on board. 20 for Grant Johnson.
Yep.
So, that'll be a little bit, I don't know, it'd be weird.
It'd be weird, reminiscent of 1985 Bathurst 1000 with Peter Brock, who lost his windscreen, and it got worse and worse, and they kicked the front windscreen out. And I remember sitting in front of the TV at the time saying, kick the back one out as well, because I knew that regulation, that you have to have the back out if you got the front. And they didn't. No. And he ended up having to come back into the pits and get it. And he was only a couple of seconds behind John Goss's Jaguar when that car finally did the timing chain. But if it hadn't done the timing chain, and if they'd kicked that out, he very likely would have won that, and it would have been 10 that he had.
Yeah.
But that's motor racing.
So close.
Yeah, but very reminiscent of that. So Grant Johnson will be having a bit of a Peter Brock moment out there today.
And up the front, it's Gary Hills alongside the Ford Falcon of Robbie Marcon driving for Rick Gill Motorcycles. And the second row is pretty tasty as well, with Jackson Callow and Bond out there in car number 76. And that 76 really stands out. That's a great paint job on that one. Red lights on. We're racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Oh, we've got a stall on the grid. Unfortunately, we've got one of the Koberstein. He's managed to get going. Oh. And also drives De Silva into Parham there as well. So a little bit of a tumultuous start there for the mid pack, but it's going to be Rick Gill. For Rick Gill, it's going to be Rob Marcon, who's managed to get over the top of Hills and takes the lead going into turn 4.
Yeah, who's that running around the outside there? That would be Bond in 76. Really won turn number 4, and Koberstein, who pulled on the start there, he was out wide on turn number 4 as well. Everybody managing to tuck it back into place and keep it on the grey stuff as they head up and over the top of the hill. And look at Grant Johnson's already made about 4 or 5 positions on the opening lap.
Yeah, and Hills has gone back into the lead, and it looks like Mark White back into third. So it's Hills, Snello and Marcon as they come over the top of the hill. And look at this battle for third place. We've got quite a few cars in there. We've got, by the looks, Bond and Michael Koberstein's in amongst that group as well.
Yeah.
And once again, Marcon goes wide.
Yeah, I don't know whether Marcon's got steering issues with that car or not, but that's Harvey running up the inside Koberstein, and he'll take over 5th position. But out the front, it's still Gary Hills holding off Jackson Callow. Then we go back about 50 metres of Bond with Marcon, Clint Harvey, Koberstein, and behind Koberstein that will be Brett Sheriff.
Brett Sheriff making his debut in that particular car, I believe. Certainly a new paint job anyway. And then it's a fair bit of gap back to the leader of our second group at the moment, or our Pro-Ams, and that looks like it might be Reg Ralph again.
Yeah, I wonder, Reg has had some smoke coming out of that car as well. And hopefully he's been able to rectify that. And right behind them, Reg Ralph, that Just trying to see who that was. Oh,
Yeah,
it was
Mark Watkins.
Jacopetti in the ex-Martin car, the Purple People Eater. He's doing a great job too on his first time out here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as we pick up our leading bunch up and over the top of the hill. It's still Gary Hills. Fast man on the track was Gary Hills from Jackson Callow. Let's see whether that is about to change as they come down the MotorMall front straight and across the stripe to reel off lap number 1, a 67.0 for Gary Hills and a 67.1 for Callow. Bond a 64. So very close are the top three, although there is about 50 metres between first and third.
Adam Koberstein doing a great job in car number 51. He was the guy who stalled off the grid. He's already got that car back up into around the 11th position, so he's just outside the 10 at the moment. He's right on the tail of Jacopini at the moment as they go through turn 4, so he's going forwards. He's got Grant Johnson right on his tail too, so Johnson's also managed to get right up towards the mid-pack at the moment, to the back of the top 10.
Johnson's done half the field in.
Yeah.
So fantastic for car number 27, the multiple Australian and state champion in Grant Johnson. As the Purple People Eater of Jacopini gets held out wide, Koberstein drives underneath him, and now Grant Johnson looking for a run up the inside of Jacopini as well. We're trying to get into the slipstream of Koberstein, but Jacopini moves back over and stops that move. Here comes Grant Johnson, fires it up the inside and goes side by side with the purple car. So let's see whether Grant can hang on to this down the inside. I don't think he's going to have enough revs to keep going down the inside, and he actually loses a position on the way into turn 1.
Certainly does. And having a look at the lead, the cream's risen to the top once more. We've got the same battle on at the front of the field as we had in the first event earlier today. That's Grant Hills and Jackson Callow, separated by around 27 hundredths of a second. Fastest man on the track was on that last lap, and that was Jackson Callow with a 66.9.
27 hundredths of a second equates up 30 centimetres. Not even that.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys had been glued together up until when Callow found that little bit of oil at the back, the end of the back straight. Let's hope that something like that doesn't befall him again in this event, because he's putting on a really good show for us as they make their way over the hill once again for the 4th time and towards turn 7.
Yeah, fast time through was Brett Sheriff in car number 17 with Brock Ralph, the black Commodore, holding down 8th position. Coyulo in 9th, and Adam Koberstein rounds out our top 10 as our leaders already down into turn number 1. It's 93 of Gary Hills from Jackson Callow in 225, the reigning WA champ from last year, and they've got a very sizable lead now over Bond in 76.
Oh, Grant Johnson just did the last of the late breakers into turn 1 and got right down underneath Rick Gill. That was a magnificent move. It came from about 50 metres back into the course, dove down the inside of the Falcon of Gill, and he's taken that position off him. So he's going to get back on the tail of what used to be one of his team cars that he used to run for up here.
Yeah.
And they're coming on to the back also of Pialo in car 777 and Adam Koberstein, who's managed to get now up into 9th position.
Things will start slowing down there. There's a good bunch of cars that Johnson's going to have to negotiate, but how's these two? They're still driving away from Bond in the 76 car, and then we go back to Robbie Marcon. Clint Harvey having a better run in this one. He's up into P5 at the moment. Then we have Michael Koberstein, Brock Ralph, Brett Sheriff, Adam Koberstein and Jack Coyulo round out our top 10.
Looks like Clint Harvey well and truly under fire here from car 46. That's that's Michael Koberstein.
Oh, just about contact then from Rick Gill onto the Jacopini car, the Purple People Eater, and that's allowed Grant Johnson up the inside of Rick Gill.
Yeah, they've been having a good battle, haven't they? Because that's the same move he made last time, although a little bit less dramatic than the last time. Gill managed to get past him again on that lap. But I was just going to mention that Adam Koberstein, Michael Koberstein, just starting to get onto the tail of Clint Harvey. Clint Harvey was very, very sideways, turning into turn 7 on that last lap. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on. Looked like the back end of that Falcon was starting to get away from Clint.
So here's the other Koberstein on screen at the moment with young Brock Ralph chasing him down in the Commodore. As they head down into the bowl or the basin or Coke Corner or Cons Corner. It's had so many names over the years.
Swan Wreckers
Corner. Yeah, that goes back a long way too.
It certainly does.
But up and over the top of the hill, that's 51, and that is Adam Koberstein making the step up from the early model class car up to the later model cars. And there's another move on here, and that's Clint Harvey down the inside of the Michael Koberstein.
Yeah, it is. And it's two have been battling, as I mentioned a little earlier, for the last couple of laps or so. And Harvey's been struggling with the back end of that car, but he looks like he's got it under him now as he managed to make that move past Michael as he goes down into turn 1. Just behind them and way back is Brock Ralph in car 13, and then we've got Kay Illo, Johnson, Yakapinto, Gill and Panizza, and that's your top 13.
Yeah, Rick Gill's lost 2 positions in this little battle here, with Grant Johnson now going to the front. And Rick Gill looking very, very racy. Of course, he was another one of our multiple state champions, but not in 4 wheels, but on 2 wheels. Not only in the motocross days, but then he got rid of the motocross bike, bought a road racing bike, and was pretty dominant up here with motorcycle racing on the tarmac, and now has gone to 4 wheels. And he's a very aggressive driver, isn't he, Rick Gill?
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's been around for a long time and got a lot of knowledge underneath that helmet. So yeah, he's one to keep an eye on. Have a look at Callow. He's still all over the back of Grant Hills, and he's going from this side to that side, and he's managed to go to the outside as they go into turn number 1, trying to get his nose around the outside. He's drawing up alongside Gary Hills, but he's not going to be able to do that in the exit of that corner. The radius of the corner means that you're going to come out about half a car length behind, and that's exactly what he does do.
Oh, Parham's gone. Sorry, mate. Parham just went really wide into turn number 7 and across the gravel and back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, that's a shame for Parham. He's been putting a good foot forward this weekend so far in that car number 97, but dust is just starting to settle down there. So as it stands at the moment, there is 15 hundredths of a second between first and second the last time they crossed the line, and that's after 7 laps of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We've got 2 minutes and 48 seconds left in this event, so still quite a few laps for him to do it. And he was all over the back of him, and he still is as he comes back into sight over the top of the hill, goes for the outside line once more as Gary Hills is well and truly having a defensive line down there. He's going to run slightly wide. Is Jackson Haller going to be able to get his nose up the inside? He's just about got a bit of an overlap as they come across the line, and not quite, but he's going to dive down the inside here, and that's exactly what he does. He's going to just about get in the quarter panel of the car, but he just pulls out in time, and it's still going to be Hills in front of Callow as they come out of turn 1.
Yeah, very, very close. Gary got very aggressive on the entry there and came right across the front of Jackson, number 225. They're still holding a good lead over Rob Marcon, who's about 100 metres back, and then we have a 3-car battle going with Harvey Bond and Michael Koberstein as they're side by side as they head up and over the top of the hill. Our leaders already down into turn number 6 at the moment, but a great fight happening just behind them for 4th and 5th and 6th.
Excellent race happening also for the Pro-Am guys, and that's led by Mark Watkins in the Falcon. Just behind him's Reg Welf, and he's under lots of pressure from Justin Chafee as they disappear over the top of turn 5. So that's well and truly alive as well for the VN Commodores and the EA Falcons as our leaders once more back into turn 7, and that gap looks like it's just come out by around about a quarter of a car's distance as they cross the line. It's gone from being 13 hundredths of a second out to 30 hundredths of a second. So not very much, but it's certainly the gap's just a little bit bigger than what it was last lap.
Just that elastic band effect that we keep talking about. And Gary Hills in the Commodore from Jackson Callow, the 225 Ford Falcon, to another Falcon of Robbie Marcon, who's done a lap or 2 around this place over the years. But then we go back to this unbelievable 3-car battle over Clint Harvey, Koberstein and Bond. So Bond's the guy that's actually missed out here. He started on the 2nd row and now he's gone back, finds himself in 6th position. Car number 46 just been given the bad sportsmanship flag for driving standards.
Yeah, that's a shame. Michael Bond was up in the 4th position for most of this race, and as you mentioned, now he's down to 6th position. He's managed to have Clint Harvey and Michael Koberstein go past him. So going to be interesting to see whether he can those positions as the race goes on. We're down to 25 seconds left. It's down to turn 7 once more, so we should get another couple of laps in this one as they come down across the line. And very, very wide that time comes Jackson.
Yep. Out to the ripple strip on driver's left on the exit of turn number 7. So that'll be one skim. And you can see back, and they're still side by side. It's Clint Harvey and Bond and Koberstein.
Yeah, Koberstein being passed down to turn 1, but they're staying side by side. Can he hang on the outside there? No, he doesn't. And in fact, Bond's managed to get past Koberstein on the exit of that corner. So Koberstein was just unfortunately out on the marbles there on turn 1, got a little bit too wide and lost grip, and that allowed Michael Bond to get back down the inside of him.
So the two Cobra Steens are running at the back of that 4-car field as they head up and over the top of turn number 5. And our leaders, there's still Jackson Callow all over the back of Gary Hills. To see Gary car on so fast and keeping it on the circuit, where last year, especially towards the end of the year, he had a lot of bad luck with running wide or getting punted off the circuit.
Yeah, not having a particularly good run today is Sadler in car number 36. He's been at the build for most of the day, and I was just looking at, he's going quite slow on this circuit once again. And leaders coming past, they'll get their last lap board this time as they go past.
Have a spin over there on turn 4. I can't pick that up as a white car, plain white car. Ford Falcon, no, that's a Commodore. So not sure who that was.
Yeah, I can't tell who that is either, but here's Johnson and Gill try and look for an inside run on Johnson. He's almost got his 2 right-hand side tyres out on the dirt there as they go into turn 1, and covers that as they go into turn 1, holds that, and they're battling back there for 8th and 9th position.
But Johnson started out at position 26 and now finds himself in P8 after about 13 and a half minutes of driving.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, and brilliant effort from him, and also a very good effort from Adam Koberstein, who stalled on the grid and has managed to get back up into 7th position.
So for the last time, I believe, up and over the top of the hill, it's Gary Hills with Jackson Callow all over the boot lid as they crest the hill and come down towards turn number 7. Hills goes to the centre of the circuit, making Jackson Callow have a look at the over and under, but I think Gary is going to outfox him here as he lets the car have its head on the way out. Headlights ablaze. Car number 93 will take the win from Jackson Callow in car number 225. Now Robbie Mark in 82 is across the line for 3rd, and the winner of that 4-car battle goes to Michael Koberstein over Clint Harvey, Adam Koberstein. Grant Johnson finishes in 8th for start of 26, Rick Gill for 9th, and Brock Ralph. A bit of smoke coming out of the back of that black Commodore in those lower laps there for 13. That's how our top 10 ended up, and of course car number 46. We'll have to wait and see what's there for Michael Koberstein. He was shown the bad sportsmanship flag. It didn't say how many times, so we're not sure whether there's a penalty going to be applied to car number 46.
Yeah, very impressive drives during that event. Both Adam Koberstein, who stalled on the grid, and Grant Johnson, who started from the rear of the grid, both outstanding jobs, managing to make it back up into the top 10. So we're going to have a real challenge to be able to decide who's going to be our driver of the day for the Competition Drivers Club, and Vaughan and I have to decide that later on today, and we've got a list of about 13 people at the moment, so we've got a lot of work to do with that. But another magnificent race for the Saloon Cars. Make sure you put your hands together if you're at the circuit as the cars come. Show your appreciation. What's been a brilliant race.
Awesome racing here for Rightway Industrial Saloon. We're going to throw it down. Amy and Demels are in the pit area.
That's right. We are here in pit lane with Conor Onofaro. Conor, you came second with the historic touring car round 1. How are you feeling with that race?
Look, the car's a bit flat today. We're mainly here to give it a bit of a shakedown before we go to Phillip Island next week. But yeah, look, it held together. Second place. I'm not going to complain about that.
But he came second with a Mini against some pretty big cars with a lot more horsepower than what you've got, Conor. So you're doing pretty well against the competition.
Yeah, well, I reckon Don let me past. You know, he was feeling sorry for me, so he just pulled over and let me past, and then slowly disappeared behind me.
Now, you must be using some of these rounds of championship racing to sort of, fine-tune yourself with the car and yourself when it comes to travelling to Phillip Island. You've been there before. What's your memories of Phillip Island? What are you looking forward to this time around?
Well, the first time I went there, I hit the wall. Made a mistake coming onto the main straight and hit the wall. Brought the car back, fixed it, and then went back a few months later and did pretty well, actually. It did quite well.
Is it a good track to compete on?
You need to be very brave. Yeah, very brave, yes.
Now, Conor, you have been racing since, I believe, 94. What made you decide the Mini as your car of choice?
Well, my first car was a Mini, and I borrowed $80 off my mum to buy that car. And I still have that car, and it's actually my first race car. Yeah, so that's where the disease started, and then I started helping out with a few different cars as pit crew, then helped another guy prepare a Mini, and that was the next step.
In your category, there's a whole lot of mixed cars to make up that category, historic touring cars. So why Minis, and more importantly, I mean, what's the atmosphere like with the rest of the club members with the vehicles they've chosen? And what's the atmosphere like when it gets out there on the track? Is it still pretty hot and competitive?
No, we're a pretty good bunch over here in WA. We're all pretty good mates. On the East Coast, I'll leave it there, right? But over here, we're all mates. We all have a good time. We have a laugh. We take the piss out of each other afterwards.
And obviously you support each other, because obviously the idea of being in the same category with cars of their own choice and so forth. Yeah, these, like you said with your first car, you know, a lot of these guys are driving cars they've loved for their entire lives.
Basically, that's what the category's about. Everybody's racing a car that they're passionate about. It's, you know, there is exceptions where people buy a car because they need to be at the pointy end, but most of them are passionate about the car they're racing.
2 more races to go, mate. Plenty of chance to get up to the number 1 position. You've got 2 more opportunities to do so. So be optimistic. Came in second, did really well, and that's all from us down here on the pit lane. Back to taking a short break, and be back with you very soon here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
News will be next. Circuit Series sponsor in Electrical Group Training, and joining us up in the commentary box for some special comments. We want to talk about Nationals coming in November. It's good afternoon, Howard. Oh, it's an awesome day. We've got a bit of cloud cover coming over now too, which will hopefully drop some UV and with some fast storms happening. Got a big race meet up in the Australian Nationals.
Yeah, back in Western Australia for our turn. It goes state by state every year, and we've got expressions of interest from over 40 people for this year. So we're looking at full grid, see and fill the track up and still have a few left. It'll be absolutely awesome. One of the things we've done to make it really work is we're looking at doing a round that's not part of the championship, but is for all our competitors from interstate to have a run at Collie the week after the Nationals here. So they can come here for 2 days of brilliant racing and then go down to Collie and do 2 more days of racing before they put them back on the trailer.
Well, it makes sense. It's a long way to come from the other side of Australia, and, you know, towing a race car. And yeah, if you're here for 2 weeks, well, you might as well race meetings.
Well, that's right. You've not only got to tow a race car, you've got to bring a crew, and then you've got to bring a whole lot of parts, because you quite need bits and pieces in an HQ race, because there is a bit of panel rubbing and bump drafting, etc. Because rubbing's racing.
That's
and,
it.
We can get in and give it up every time.
Can you give us a rundown on what happened after race number 1? Who's up or been doing some cars?
Look, working pretty hard. There's no major issues down there that I could find. We've certainly got a field of guys who are certainly very, very talented. I think Mick Woodridge is looking at moving a bit further forward. We've got it there in a car that's won 6 state championships under Peter Brown of race. Unfortunately, it's spent 9 or 10 years out in the backyard, and the weather's got to. But I know it's going to draw it back to its glory, and it'll keep racing and be act with especially over the years.
Good. Ryan had a great run in qualifying and also in race number 1. He's going to start on pole position. Troy Kent, he started 2025 with a new engine and went really well for a couple of race meetings and then started to taper off. But it looks like back on front for race number 2.
He's really looking forward to this year. Put a lot of effort back into the car to get looking $1 million. Brand new motor. So that's good. Car 21 has got a dent in the front where Ryan Davis apparently backed into him in one of those previous races.
back into it.
I guess so, because there's a dent in the front of his and a dent in the back of Ryan Davis's car, and I can't see that anyone would try to push him, so I'm guessing he backed into him.
We'll wait and see what we are. Just about the green flag, the rear of Bob Haggerty. This is awesome. If racing was anything to go.
Oh, it's cool. It's always awesome. So it's great. And look at that great start from Davis. But one can get that gear and gets it going with that new engine because it's got plenty of horsepower. And he's going to get enough to bring across Davis and take the lead.
Oh, just seen the red curtains happen in front of Brian Davis's eyes. He will not like that at all. He's a bit of a stickler with his position. He always likes to try to get to turn number 1 in front, but now he's got a do now. He tries down car number 3, but look at Mick Woodbridge too, trying to do a sneaky move up the inside there, and he's going to take away one of the white cars of Rory. Yeah, number 19.
White car of a position, and he's a real standout this weekend and been very impressive.
And what's going on with Phil Breen? We didn't qualify very well. He's right down towards the back of the...
I'm not sure. Phil can be very, very up and down. It's a little bit inconsistent with him, but he's probably just not had a lot of practice over the Christmas period. He's right arm would have been getting plenty of work, I'm sure, but I don't know that he's got a lot of done on the race car.
Well, Ryan Davis just ran wide on the exit of turn number 6, and that's allowed Troy Kent to blow right underneath him on the way into number 7. Davis is going to have a try and fight, try and get the phone up the inside 3 as they head down towards turn number 1, and they're side by side on the entry. Now, we've seen Troy Kent run around the side, but he's already lost that ground, so he won't be able to pull this one off, but he'll just have to bide his time. Now, I reckon there'll be another one here down into 6. Number.
Look at how sort of key wood the battle though as well. More Darling behind for the lead on the last. They're right up on the tail of the leaders in Troy Kent and Ryan Davis. And then, of course, after those guys, it's back to Rory Sharp in car number 19. Grant Odds and Stewie Kenny, and then Todd Fawkes bring up 8 cars at the moment. First lap. Kent, who's in the lead, but Davis is just first sector in the fastest.
As Ryan Davis goes defensive to driver's right, that's Troy Kent in 3 out on the left-hand side of the racetrack as they head down into the braking area. Good little battle stage to appear at the back there for positions 5 and 6 as Grant Ord manages to get past Rory Sharp, and drawing onto the back of both of those is Stu Kenny in car 72. And so he's got that business going really well, and I think that's something that would be very much in consideration. If I had a car in first two, I'd be taking it down there to get top 4, and it's a brilliant HQ races. I suspected it was going to be right from the start, and they very rarely let us down. As I mentioned also, still that... is allowing Mick Woodbridge in 74 to get closer and closer. As they come down, they fan out 3 wide. Back there as well. So these four at the front of the field are really turning it on for us. Good question. I'm looking at this thing and geez, I'd love to be back in one of these things again. There's some great racing going on with these guys and everyone's thinking they've got the advantage at the moment. To get up the inside of the Troy Kent. Number 4 just gone over the bus stop and Troy Kent slides himself back up into second place. He finally managed to get that inside run into turn 1 and it still didn't work for him. So a great job of defence being done by Troy Kent. Down into turn 7, one more to make their move, Peter Marsh, sorry, that one is. And then that Butler, Alfonso, and Lawrence Martin. He's just done a long, long way. So I don't know why he had between them, and it's still all happening at the front, and it's closing up again with Davis now coming under attack from Troy Kent and Brett O'Keefe as they crest the top of the hill. Yeah, that's it.
loose a bit right at the apex of turn number 6, although it doesn't seem to have Stuart any points as he comes up the top of the hill. And Rory Sharp not out of this one either, as they bump drafting each other 3 in a row down in towards turn number 7. As they come out, it's still Grant Ord from Stuart Kenny and then Rory Sharp, and right behind them around about 5th now is
at the front of the field, we've got a new race leader once again as Troy Kent slips down the inside of Ryan Davis into turn 1 and re-lead the event. So he's decided he wants to be for a couple of laps. So it seems to be that they're swapping position.
We want another 2 laps. They can get back a minute and 3 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so that should be another 3 laps or so, shouldn't it?
And here comes Ryan up the inside again. Look at that, right into the bumper bar of Troy Kent and pushing each other down. Ryan splits to right and dives late on the brakes, turns the car into turn number 6, trying to keep it made as possible. And I hope Troy will be able to do about it, and he hasn't. So a good move there from Ryan Davis, although saying that again, Troy Kent is now over to the middle of the circuit and run down the outside now. So swapping and chopping and changing.
Yeah, he is. He's on the outside this time. He was on the inside the last time. He's not going to be able to get that overlap this time. It's going to be having to get back to Todd. And look, car number 21, and that's Brett O'Keefe. He's well on the back of these guys as well, and he slipped back just a couple of car lengths to get them back while the guys at the front of the field are battling.
So far, Howard's prediction is holding car number 49 Davis only over Troy Kent in 3 and 21 Brett O'Keefe. And yeah, Mick's going to have to be a little bit disappointed with his run so far today. He didn't do anything eye-opening in flying. And look, things happened to Ryan Davis. Troy Kent just blew past him very, very quickly. Brett O'Keefe right out into the environment on the exit of turn 5, and Davis after all.
He's still in second place.
Yeah, he's still in
picked
second.
It back up again.
So something happened up there, whether he missed it or something.
Don't know that he would, because he'd normally change gear earlier on and wouldn't change gear until after. Probably with Ryan, he'd be going up there in 3rd. So I think maybe he just dropped the outside wheel off into the dirt a little bit and unsettled the car.
Yeah, okay, so we've run out of time for this event, so they should get the last lap board this time as they cross the stripe, and it looks like Ryan has swung to the inside and he's got an overlap, so to get down the intent here into 1, he'll make that stick, knowing Ryan. He won't be messing about at this stage of the race, so he slides the car down the inside and retakes the lead off Troy Kent.
Well, this is the way you want to be on the last lap of a 15 plus 1 lap HQ race, out the front and extend that lead to at least 1 car length. I think that'll make life fairly difficult for Troy Kent as he clips the bus stop curb, gets the car up on 2 wheels and through turn number 4 for the last time. It's Ryan Davis in 49 from the 3 of Troy Kent. Brett O'Keefe hanging on for 3rd at the moment, and Mick Woodbridge in 4.
Still a fair bit of wind out there around the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as well. You can see the wind blowing the sand across the track there at turn 4, so you'd imagine that would have to be fairly slippery up through that part of the track.
Troy Kent's just got back in front of Ryan Davis again on the exit of turn number 6. And here comes Davis again down the middle of the racetrack. He's taken Brett O'Keefe with him. What can they do? This is the last corner of the last lap. Troy Kent hanging on. Davis in 49 in 2nd and Brett O'Keefe in 21 in 3rd.
Yep, and onto the pit straight for the final time. Kent tries to come over, but there's an overlap, but he's going to take the checkered flag. It's going to be Kent just in front of Davis, and then O'Keefe in 3rd. Woodbridge, who slipped back a little bit, finishing in 4th position. Here's this battle that's been going on for the whole race between these 3 guys, and it looks like it's going to be Rory Sharp who finishes just in front of Stewie Kenny and Grant Ord back to the 6th position. And then Todd Faulkner, who just about caught up onto the back of these guys, finishes in 8th. Then we're back to car number 45, and that's the other car of the Kent. That's Dave Kent. Finishes 9th. The top 10 is going to be Phil Breen.
So another cars side-by-side drag race to the line, and that one will be taken out by Brad Butler over Peter Marsh. Mark Alfonsi in car number 96. And we're waiting. It looks like Bradshaw retired early on that one, car number 34. It disappeared into the pits back on lap number 6, and also for Laurie Marsh as well.
Yeah, well, he was slowing down
67.
at that stage of the race, so I'm not surprised that he ended up deciding to pull that car off the track and call it a day for this particular event.
Howard, thanks for coming up. Can you go and grab us some more info and bring us back for our last race of the afternoon?
Will do, and thank you, gentlemen. A great call and a great race, and look forward to more of it later in the day.
It was probably the best race we've seen so far today, I would say, Rob. It was very entertaining in two groups, one at the front, one in the midfield, with 3 or 4 cars involved in both.
Yeah, our typical HQ race. They're all over each other like dirty shirts. So well done to all of these guys. Make sure you put your hands together if you're at the circuit and show your appreciation for these guys as they come past you. And they'll be back again later on today for yet event, and we look forward to later in the day.
For Home Chef, coming up next, we will have the Formula Vs, but in the meantime, let's chat with Demel and Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yes, we're down here in the garage section of the Raceway with a new talent that's appearing for the first time in the saloon category. We're talking about Roman Jacopetti. Roman, congratulations. First year in. How did you feel about your first 2 races today?
It was a great experience, like seeing all the competition and being amongst it. It's a lot more breathtaking when you're on the track with all these experienced drivers showing you the ropes. And Grant Johnson's done a great job of teaching me about how to make all these special moves and get up there. And it's awesome to be competitive right off the bat.
So how long has this been a dream of yours to be part of the saloon category, or at least driving here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway?
Only in the last few months we decided to make the switch to Saloon Cars. But ever since then, it's just been great, just all the people you meet here and how fun it is to just do laps on this track here. Yeah.
Now, I believe you have been driving go-karts up until this point in time. Was it just time to make the move into the cars?
Yeah, we've done a bit of, I did 6 years in go-karts. We did all the national title around Australia. And we just wanted to make the next step, and this was a great, cheap alternative and awesome fun and very competitive. So
tell us a little bit about the car that you're driving today.
So it's a 3.8 litre Ecotech, so it's a VT Commodore, 1999. It was previously owned by Grant Johnson. I think it's seen 7 titles, I think 1 national title as well. It's probably the best leg up for this class, but yeah.
So you're going to stick in the saloon category for a couple of years and just sort of hone your skills? Is there a greater plan in place about going up the scale with other divisions or other categories of vehicles?
No, I think the original plan was to do open wheelers such as Formula Ford and maybe F4 around Australia. But, like I said, cheaper alternatives. So I think this might be the plan for the next few years. We'll see what comes, possibly like what Grant does with the GT, something like that, but for now.
Now, tell us a little bit about the support who's helped you get here.
Well, obviously, thanks to my lots of sponsors, SFG, Able Finance, Centrepoint Finance, Sculpture Personal Training, making it all possible. But Grant Johnson, we knew him through go-karting, and they just obviously led the way really well. And Bondi as well, just showing us everything. It's probably the best support you could have.
Fantastic. So good luck with the remainder of today. 1 more race to go.
Thank you.
That's it from us here down at Pit Lane. There's more to come from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
We're back onto our live stream here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway with Miles Lockett coming up. Miles, briefly, let us know what's been happening in between race 1, a distorted race, unfortunately.
Here's happening.
between a lot of cars. I think they finally found the issue with Ben Wilkinson's car. It was the coil, and also it had a bit of an issue with the fuel line a bit kinked. So they've hopefully now fixed that. He was off the back of the grid. Not sure what happened to Vinny. I think Vinny just speared off and then couldn't actually refire the car. But he's now off the back of the grid. Mark Quinn got a penalty for passing under yellow flag, so he's out the back as well. We've had our car pretty much apart during the break. Thanks to Anthony Lees, we've found the rear brakes were completely stuck on during that first race. I don't know how Andrews got to where he did. So now we've got some freewheeling rear wheels. Hopefully it will make that car a little bit quicker.
Well, he's going to start on the third row. I can see down there out of position 6, but it's the husband and wife team on the front row. Rod Lisson and Kathy Lisson on the front row, and the second row is Jonathan Scarey and Ken Wyatt having day. Then we have Lloyd, Andrew Lockett, Isaac Scarey, who's fallen back a bit. He qualified 4th and will start out of 7th or 8th. Then we got Block, Campbell. Mackenzie Gow had an absolute ripper in that first one and improved her personal best by over 1 second.
That's right, and she also beat her old man for the first time, so she's pretty stoked about that. As we see the field head into turn number 1, it's Rod Lisson from Kathy Lisson, then it's back to Kenny White, got a great start from Jonathan Scarey, back to Michael Lloyd, and then it's back to Andrew Lockett, followed by Rinald Block, who's coming back through the field. He had an issue obviously in qualifying. He had to start rear of field in the first race, and now he's right through to 7th, I think, in this race. He's marching his way forward. Isaac's thinking about a move into turn number 4, probably not a wise move on the first lap. And then it's back to Ross Campbell in the Gerbert, followed by Bruce Walsh, recovering as well after his spin. The reason for his spin, the yellow flags came out, Andrew sort of backed off, and Bruce just wasn't aware and looped it. So that's what happened to Bruce in race number 1. As we see on the screen, we see Amanda Hollis having her first run in the Venom and doing a super job. You know, it's a pretty big, tall task for a first driver to come in and be quick straight off the bat, and also get to understand what you need to do during the race in terms of the starts and all that sort of stuff. So it's a pretty big thing for her, and but she's doing a really, really good job out there.
Well, she's keeping the car on the circuit moment.
Sorry, just out of the corner of my eye, I just saw Kenny White and Jonathan Scarey nearly banging wheels in turn number 7. Ken went for a move down the inside, and it was very, very close. So they're going side by side into turn number 1. Battle for the 1200s is still Andrew Lockett in front of Isaac Scarey. Then Vinny Padawana is also recovering. He's moved his way nice up through the field. Good battle between Bruce Walsh and Ross Campbell in the turn 1. And we've got the recovering Campbell Gow. He's must have found the little bit of horsepower he was lacking in race number 1, because he's now managed to get up in front of Mackenzie.
Rod Lisson already after 1 lap has a 1.4 second lead over his wife Kathy Lisson, and Rod just goes fastest man again by a long way, a 30.3, and everybody else running around the 31s and high 30s across the first sector. Ken Wyatt into 4th, into 5, Block in 6, Andrew Lockett, the best of the silver category cars at the moment, with Isaac Scarey, Vinny Padawana in 9th, and Bruce Welsh making a return to racing. Had 12 months off. We gave him the big emotional send-off, and only lasted 12 months, and he's back behind the wheel again.
I know, yep. The John Farnham of Formula V Racing, as we call him. Now, Rod Lisson was making a few jet changes in the course of the lunch break, so whether that's why he's now found a decent amount of horsepower. The 1200s are starting to heat up. Isaac Scarey's all the way over the back of Andrew. Now, just a bit of a side note, obviously we're running for the Jerry Prosser Memorial today. One of the cars out there, which is actually Jonathan Scarey, who's currently in P3, his motor, the bottom end, was actually put together by Jerry probably in 2010, I believe, and it's still running. So that's probably the only thing that's lacking in terms of straight line speed, but Jonathan doing a ripper job considering that motor is now 16 years old.
Yeah, I was talking to Mackenzie in building the other day, and she was saying that her father's car, Campbell, that hasn't been pulled apart since about 2010.
Yep, that's right.
The longevity out of these Volkswagen motors, of course, they're 16cc and the silver category 1200 cc's. They're very reliable. They're based on your normal Volkswagen street cars that you would see out there, and pretty much everything on these cars comes from a Volkswagen in some form.
Exactly right. Yeah, Type 1 Beetle, and yeah, that's why this class of racing is just so good, because it's very cost effective. Like as you said, you know, even the motor in Andrew's car was originally built in 2012, so it's sat around for a long time. Come out, we've done a little bit of work on the on the top end, but these engines just seem to last and last and last. The 1200 are a little bit more in terms of preparation. They've had a few issues in terms of broken head studs and things like that, so they're a little bit more to keep them running at the top of their game. But no, in all honesty, the class is just such a great little cheap way to run. And as you can see, the racing out there at the moment is fabulous. We've got some really, really great battles up and down the field. We've got Bruce Walsh ahead of Campbell Gow, followed by Mackenzie Gow and Ross Campbell into turn 4. And then further back we've got Mark Stuckenberg, followed by Ben Wilkins and Mark Quinn, as we focus our attention on the TV screens, and we're looking at the battle of the 1200s, and it's still, I think it's Andrew Lockett still ahead of Isaac Scare as they come out of turn number 6 and make their way up over the hill.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a gap, and that would be back to Bruce Welsh in 33, and Bruce driving his daughter's car, April, who unfortunately is not here this weekend, out on the car.
Yep, so Vinny Paduano is trying to make his way. Isaac Scarry's had a massive moment in front of Vinny Paduano in turn number 7. Nearly went straight across the front of the car, managed to get a... Actually, I think he's lost the nose cone. The nose cone is sitting on the racetrack.
Bruce Welsh.
He's had to take evasive action around the outside, so I'm not sure whether we might have to call... I don't know, that nose cone's right in a bad spot, so whether they're going to have to maybe neutralise the race to go and get that off the circuit, but that certainly, there was obviously a little bit of contact with the nose and the left rear of Vinny Paduano as I went through turn 7. But
there's no yellow flag being shown at the last flag point down there at the bottom of the hill?
Yeah, you'd think there'd be a debris flag or something being waved, because that's in a V, that's pretty much right on racing line. So when these cars come down the hill now for the first time, they're going to get a little bit of a nasty surprise. Actually, there's a waved yellow now at flag point number 10, I can see, coming into turn number 7.
Yeah,
so
Rod's really backed it off too, coming down into turn number 7.
Yep, safety car. Safety car
right.
has been called, so we had a feeling that may have been the case because of the nose cone. So look, hopefully this will be a very quick clean-up. We've still got 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock to go, so maybe one lap possibly. Vinny Paduano has not recognised the safety car and has blasted past 3 cars on the start-finish line, so that's going to cost him a little trip, I'd say, up to the stewards to explain himself there. But so hopefully one of our hard-working officials, possibly in flag point number 11, or maybe the recovery crew, will be straight out there. Yes, one of the recovery crew vehicles is heading out from the infield. They'll quickly snatch up that nose cone and we'll get underway, because the safety car has really backed the field up, going very, very slow to make sure that this is possibly only just a 1 lap behind the safety car, and then we can get back up under racing conditions.
Now, explain to me again how the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate works.
Yep.
Winner of the day or
Correct.
the win? Yep. So
Yep,
it's
yep.
the
So-
point score for the day.
Exactly right. We've obviously got the number of plates that we run during the course of the year. We've got obviously the Jerry Prosser today. Then during the course of the year, we also have the MotorSport prize. That's also based on the same point score overall for the day. And then the BM Graphics is always the one which is on the finishing positions of the final heat. So, so again, as we've explained before, obviously, we really wish Jerry was still here at the racetrack. He was such a terrific fellow, whether it be back in the workshop on a Saturday morning. I mean, he used to have cars 3 and 4 deep waiting to get on the hoist to work on their cars. And he was always, we always used to joke about it. He always used to carry a 13mm spanner in his top pocket, because majority of the nuts on these Formula Vs are 13mm. So it's quite a funny story in regards to that. We've got something, I don't know what is firing up down below us, but wow.
That was on the rev limiter for about 10 seconds.
Yep, so the safety car is gone, and we're waiting for Rod to get underway. He's a little bit slower on the restart this time. Now he's gone. So green flag, no overtaking before the control line, which is the start-finish line. So Vinny Paduano has got a bit of a free kick up to 5th position, but I'm sure there might be something after the event possibly. We'll just have to wait and see, as Kathy Lisson actually didn't get a great start. She's actually been rounded up by Jonathan Scarry, and now Ken White has jumped into 3rd. So Kathy back to 4th, back to Paduano, back to Michael Lloyd in the GAC, and then it's back to Ronald Block and Andrew Lockett in 1st position in the 1200. Look who's 2nd position now in the 1200s, Mackenzie Gow. absolutely stonking drive by Mackenzie to be in second position. What a terrific effort as they file through turn number 5 and plunge down the hill into turn number 6. And currently at the moment, the clock, we've got 2 minutes and 55 seconds plus a lap left in this one.
Has Mackenzie got a new engine in that car?
She's got. And she's just been growing in confidence, to be honest. She's always been sitting around the 1 minute 15, 1 minute 16 mark. And she just earlier on this season, she bottled a new set of tyres, and she's just a new lease of life, and she's just more confident in the car. I mean, look, it took me probably 3 seasons to be honest, to the front running cars in the 1200s. So, it's taken time. She's chipped away, but this is, at the moment, this will be her highest race result in the 3 years that she's been running, which is a super tremendous performance. Obviously, she's one of our workers up here at MotorMall Raceway, but she loves getting in the car, and it's resplendent. She's had a new colour on in this year, and it really looks great out on the track.
And Bruce Welsh has slid himself up there in front of Campbell Gow.
Yes.
Campbell's, Bruce is trying to track down Mackenzie as they head up and over the top of the hill. There's car number 5 going past.
There's Michael Lloyd in the GAC. Yep, he's got Andrew Lockett, still the first of the 1200s behind him. And then it's back to, Mackenzie Gow, then Bruce Welsh trying to set sail after Mackenzie. And let's see what sort of a fight she can put up, which will be really good to see.
See whether he can stay in the slipstream of this 1600 that he's got in front of him. So far he's hanging about 3 or 4 car lengths off the tail of Lloyd in the yellow 5 as they crest the top of the hill and come down towards turn 7.
Yeah, if we look in the background, Brucey Walsh is now starting to get down the inside of Mackenzie Gow. Well, Mackenzie's hanging tough around the outside, but no, Bruce, the old wily old fox, he manages to sneak past into P number 2. That still relegates Mackenzie to P3. And then we've got a great battle between Campbell Gow and Ross Campbell down in turn 1. Good to see the Gerbert back up out on the field. Obviously, DC's been running that car for a couple of years and just had a few issues. And Ross actually, he's the man who does all the prep work on the car, builds the motor and all that sort of stuff. So good to see Ross back out here again. He's had a couple of drives of a few different cars from year to year. And hopefully we'll see him full-time in this car throughout this season.
The restart didn't work for Kathy Lisson. She's dropped from 2nd down to 4th now, but Ken Wyatt still hanging for 3rd. Car number 69, Vinnie Panawanu, under investigation for overtaking during the safety car, and that's going to be pretty cut and dried, that one.
I think so, yep. That'll be a slam dunk, unfortunately, for the stewards to adjudicate on that one.
The fast lap goes to Rod Lisson with a 70 flat.
Still not really where the cars should be. They should be down in the 68s at least. So the track is obviously a little bit slow today. There's maybe a little bit of oil from other categories out there, which is not really optimising the lap time for the Formula Vs. But great to see Jonathan Scarry. As I said, he's made the big step from. I'm just looking at this battle down the back. He's made the jump from 1200 to 1600 in a car that's very underpowered, but he's driving it very, very well to be in P2 outright. But this battle for the 1200s down the back here is massive. We've got Bruce Walsh, followed by Mackenzie Gow. Isaac Scary's trying to get up the Ross Campbell in turn 1. Then you've got Campbell Gow there as well, followed by Ben Wilkins in the 1600 behind. So he's not really a part of this battle. So the battle for the podium positions in this 1200 battle for this race is well and truly on. We've now gone time minus. So undoubtedly I'm going to see the last lap board. Yes, last lap board has now come out for the competitors next time by.
This is a great battle as they crest the top of the hill and drop down towards the basin. Turn number 6, the most critical corner on this racetrack, as it determines your overall speed down at the bottom of the hill, which is the second hard braking area anywhere in Australian motorsport besides the chase at Mount Panorama Bathurst, as our leaders swinging out now over the main straight to real last lap, and it's a 109.8 for Rod Lisson. So his car is getting quicker and quicker as this race progresses. Jonathan Scarry, car number 23, in second place. Ken Wyatt, Kathy Lisson, Vinnie Padawanu under investigation in P5. Block, Lloyd, Andrew Lockett, the first of the silver category cars. And then we have Isaac Scarry, who's now moved himself up into second place for the silvers. And Bruce Welsh hangs on for 3rd.
Yeah, that safety car really helped Isaac to close up the field, because obviously he was dead last after the spin and losing the nose cone. So the safety car's definitely worked his advantage, and a great drive through 4, 5, 6, 7 cars to get up into P2 of the silver class.
And we've still got a couple of drivers to return, haven't we? We've still got April Madison, Madison. Mackenzie?
Yeah, we've got Matty Matthews.
Matthews,
We've still
that's
got
it, yep.
Johnny Ruick as well. We've got obviously the
Dave Casely.
the Casleys to come through. Possibly Warren Pavey might be coming back as well. So there's a lot of cars out there, which we'll hopefully see towards the end of the year. As our race leader comes out of the final corner for the final time to greet the checkered flag, and it's 2 wins from 2 from Rod Lisson.
3 wide further back in the pack. It's the 2 gals ganging up on Bruce Welsh.
And look at them, a gaggle of 4 across the down the hill. We've got Ben Wilkins trying to make the move as well in the inside of Mackenzie Gow. Andrew Lockett comes across the line first to the 1200s, then it's back to Isaac Skerry. Great driving, isn't he happy with that? Back to Bruce Walsh. Mackenzie Gow 4th across the line.
Beat Dad again.
Yeah, she did. Back to Wilkins, back to Campbell Gow, and then it's back to Ross Campbell. Further back we've got Mark Quinn ahead of Mark Stuckenberg. Not sure what's happened there. They're very, very slow coming out of the final corner, and then he'll be back to Amanda Hollis to round out the field in this one.
That's your old car number 40?
Mate. Yes, it is.
Driving
Yeah,
very slowly.
Still looking resplendent though. And look, Mark is absolutely having a ball out there. He loves it. And what he's learning in the V to what he can then bring across to his Porsche GT3, he says it's quite amazing how much these little cars have taught him to able to get him to go quicker in the Porsche. So not sure what's happening with Mark there. I'll go in and have a chat with him and try and rev him up and see if he can try and get a bit quicker in the last one, because he was only doing a 14.9 there, so he's a good couple of seconds off the pace.
No worries, mate. Thank you very much for your knowledge and insight
Pleasure
into
as always,
our
mate.
Formula Vs.
See you for race 3.
Thank you. By Home Chef are our Formula Vs. Our next race out on the circuit for Pool Edge Systems, our sports cars, sports sedans, street cars. They are ready for their 15 minutes plus 1 lap. But before that event, we're going to go down to our friends down there, Lane, Mel and Jamie.
Thanks, Vaughn. We are here in pit lane with Troy Kent, who gave us a little bit of a race where we were on our toes right then. So I can only imagine how you're feeling right now for the HQ Holdens. Troy, tell us a little bit about that race.
Exhausting is how I'll start that one. It's pretty killer out there at the moment. The boys are they're really driving the wheels off, and I'm trying pretty hard to stay in there with them at the moment. Ryan and BJ are just they're just motoring at the moment, and just to stay with them, stay out there challenging them. It's hard. It's very hot out there at the moment, and you can't see it, but I am swimming in my shirt right now. So, but no, hard work, and yeah, really had to fight for that one. Ryan was not going to let me have it, and I had to really push to try and get a run on him and get in there and get it done. So, yeah, it was hard.
Now, you did just say that it is a bit warm out there on the track today. We are seeing a little bit of a breeze coming in. Is that going to change a little bit of the race for you?
Oh, it does a little bit. You can feel the breeze out there when you're racing as well, like certain parts of the track, like coming over the hill over 6, coming through. You can feel the breeze coming through, and then like with the draft off the other car, it starts pushing the cars around. They start getting light and loose going into the brake zone. So the breeze is there, but luckily coming down the straight into turn 1, it gives you a little bit of sort of back wind, which is all right, but makes it a bit hard going into turn 1 because the car tries to get a bit taily. So yeah, it's good and it's bad. You can feel it though.
Troy, you've done a fair bit of work on the car over the break. Is this in preparation for the fact we've got Nationals coming here this year?
Yeah, a bit of preparation for Nationals. Obviously pretty excited about Nationals coming here this year. So all us WA boys looking to put on a show, and I spent a bit of time. My car was looking a bit shabby after the end of last year. So Matty Beats Bodywork gave me a hand, and we gave her a good look and made her look good again, and fresh set of stickers. And me and Dad worked on putting a new engine into the car for this year, because although last year was good, I gave Dad last year's engine and let him have a bit of fun with that one, and I took his engine and thought, well, we'll see which one's better, and I think I might just keep this one.
Troy, continued success today. You got another race? Is it one more race to go? Is it one more race to go? Fantastic. Good luck with that. Good luck to your dad, and good luck with the Nationals coming up as well.
Thank you very much.
It's time to take a short break.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
Ready for number 2, our minute lap, or fifth race with 1 lap. And Ryan Humphries will start on pole position in car number 30. Alongside him will be car number 3 of Walter Eppel, who gave it his best in race number 1, but just not able to match the horsepower of the sports sedan. Next on row will be car number 40 of Mullet, the V8 powered Nissan Silvia. And then we have Peter McKenzie in his GT3 Porsche, the 997 model. Chris Pavey out there in car number 247 with Chris. Have Peter Callow, Nissan Skyline with the camouflage paint, and rounding field car number 5 of Neville Zockerly in the Chevrolet Corvette. He rounds our field. Smaller than what we were expecting, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of cars that are missing this weekend from this field, and hopefully we'll see them later in the season and make this field pad out just a little bit more than what it is today. But we saw a pretty cool in that last event. Hopefully we'll see that again in this one. As you mentioned, this is only a 12-minute event. So, yeah, it's only the 12-minute event, so they're coming down for their rolling start now, so we'll see a good between them. Really run for Mullet in that last event. Maybe Mackenzie might be able to stay with him for a little bit longer this time, and we also saw Pavey right on the back of Mackenzie as well. So hopefully all these battles will resume during this one. The straight start out just a little bit more than what you'd like to see in a rolling start. They're all starting to gather up a little bit better now, and they'll get the green light. Go.
And it's Porsche the Falcon of Humphrey and Eppel. And Humphrey over the lead on the entry turn number 1 for Eppel right up the rear of the Falcon as they played out of turn number 1 and up through the bus stop section. And now you can see the grunt of the Falcon just by 2 or 3, but Walter Eppel, little Porsche right into the boot lid of Ryan Humphries. Then we go back to Mullet in car number 40, and already these guys are starting to drop away from, or the rest of the field are starting to drop away from the Mullet. That's Pavey, Callow and Zockerly.
Yes, they're making their way through turn 6 at the moment. The Porsche still right on the top of sedan. Of course, two different championships. We've got the Big Falcon at the front running for the State Sports Sedan Championship, and the Walter Eppel Porsche running Sports Car Championship. However, they don't care about that at the moment. All they're worried about is who's going to finish after 12 laps in the front of this event.
You can see all of the stand in turn 6 getting blown across the racetrack, so that may explain why the racetrack has significantly slowed down. Didn't see some very good times out of the Formula Vs in that Formula race, and the Saloon Cars were a little bit off in their race of the day as well. So hopefully that wind will drop and we won't get any more wind. Get it on the racetrack. Said our retics involved a big lightning strike on 23rd of December, and it's taken a while to repair it, and then see by the surrounding racetrack. You spray out there.
Yeah, it's been graded in and everything, and it's been reseeded and everything. So the reticulation's up and running again now. So it shouldn't be too long before it greens up. And but if you look at the trees over at the turn 7, they're all just about bent in half at the moment with the wind. Yeah. So that's how strong it is. And the sand just really running across the track on turn 4 as well. And of course, you get sand on the track, you're going to get slippery conditions. And so that's keeping the lap times down more than anything at the moment. As our leaders once again cross the line, it's still going to be Humphrey from Eppel, still a long way back to Mullet. Sadly, we've lost Pavey again as we're qualifying. He's put that car back behind the pits as well. So Pavey in car 247's quit the race. And so we've got a big gap then back to car number 62, and that's Peter McKenzie. And then behind him we've got Callow, and then Chevrolet in that purple BMW, very nicely presented. And then back to Zockerly with the big Chevrolet Corvette.
Yeah, I can remember when Chris Chevrolet arrived here in Perth from the United Kingdom, and it like it had done 25 rounds with Mike Tyson, but over the years he's really got that car looking pretty schmick for a BMW.
Oh, look, he's done a great job because, as you say, when it first arrived, it looked like it had been painted with a brick. But now it's very nicely presented, and it's great to see. And Chris is a very popular and well-liked person up here as well. He's really acquitted himself well to Western Australian motorsport, and it's good to see Chris out there having a great weekend reliably so far.
Peter Callo's just out the Porsche down into turn number 7, so that's a bit of a turn up for the books, because I thought the Porsche would have it all over that Nissan Skyline. I think that's an R34 by the look of it, car number 67 of Peter Callow, as he heads up through the S's now, through the right-hander at the bus stop section, with Peter McKenzie about 4 or 5 car lengths off the rear of the Nissan Skyline. And then we go back to the car we were just talking about, Chris Chevrolet, the BMW. And then we also have Neville Zockerly rounding out the field. I actually managed to catch up with Ron Moller over the lunch break, and Ron was saying that he's going to give the TA2 a rest for the rest of the year.
Yep.
And he's going to bring back the Chevrolet Camaro Sport Sedan.
The Trans Am type car.
Very competitive last year, and he was meant to have retired last year, but he had such a good run against Grant Hill that it's decided to let's put the TA2 away and let's just concentrate on sports sedans and have some fun.
Well, let's hope that Grant's going to be back at the next meeting as well for the sports sedans.
He's away this race meeting, unfortunately.
Yep. So
fly in, fly out.
That's an R32 Nissan Skyline.
Oh, it is too.
Yeah, it is. And Pete McKenzie, that's just behind him, he's still coming to grips with this car. He spent many years up here running an UltraSport, little closed sports car. Up here, which is actually was running at the last race meeting of last year as a regularity car with the new owner. But as I've already mentioned, he unfortunately put that new Porsche that he bought into the end of the pit wall at the last time that he ran it up here. I think that he's still probably learning a little bit about how to drive a Porsche. They're a little bit different to drive with the rear engine to what he'd be used to, and he'll come to grips with it, and no doubt he'll get right on the pace. And sadly, we haven't seen his brother up here, Chris McKenzie,
in the RX-7,
who put that into the fence backwards at the last race meeting as well, that he ran that. So hopefully that car's going to be put back together and up here again, because that car is absolutely beautiful. It's probably one of my favourite, if not my favourite car.
The big flamethrower.
Oh, it's just such a gorgeous looking car.
Yeah, it's a very good day for the McKenzie family, with both cars going home on the back of the trailer in 1,000 bits.
Gee, I tell you what, that would just be absolutely horrific for both the cars to go home like that, and you don't like to see any car damaged. Another one that was damaged, of course, was the Mustang that's been running in historic touring cars for many years, and I believe that shell was actually destroyed. It was bent through the roof section, so hopefully we'll see that car. That's Graham Woolhouse.
Yep.
So hopefully we'll see that car back in the historic touring cars, or that car re-shelled, if that is what the case is. As well, because Graham's been a great competitor up here for many years as well.
And he's not afraid to travel over to the eastern states either, is Graham Woolhouse. And a great supporter of historic touring cars since making the move from New Zealand, land of the big black cloud.
Yep, land of the silver ferns.
There's Walter Eppel still trying to do his best to get on terms with Ryan Humphries, but I think Ryan's just managing that lead that he has. It's only 2 or 3 car lengths, but with the experience that Ryan has, he knows when Walter's going to try and make a move, but he's just got that horsepower, and just look after those tyres and see if he can keep going. You were talking about the UltraSport. Have a look who's got the race record here, a 54.85 set by Rhett Meechan, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was in powered UltraSport.
Yeah, that was in the different UltraSport. That was in the black and gold one. That was an open top UltraSport. The one that Pete McKenzie had was a white with a blue stripe down the middle. But yeah, there were 2 UltraSports. Rex Meechan set that in the year that I almost won the state championship, 2009. I missed it by about 4 or 5 points, unfortunately, but set that time. And he used to always start from the rear because he was not confident with the car starting from a standing start, and so he used to start quite slowly in the car, but by the end of the second lap he'd blasted past everybody, and that included 993 Porsches and all sorts of exotic machinery that used to be there. That car was just an absolute bullet. And it was up here again, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but it did actually come up here for a tuning day and run around here a few times. I think it was last year. So the new owner of that car has got it, and let's see if it hopefully gets back up here again and starts running, because that's an absolute little car.
Well, we know that there are a lot of cars in Perth that are just sitting in people's garages, and this is the place to bring them out. More Wanneroo Raceway. Get your cars out of the garage, and you can see we've had over 160 entries this weekend, and that's only going to increase, I think, as the season progresses.
Right.
We do know that there are more cars on their way.
It's an unfortunate thing. Motorsport is such an expensive sport, and getting the car and keeping it running are two totally different things. You can buy a car and you can go out and you do 2 or 3 events, and then just suddenly discover that you need new brakes and you need new tyres and you need a few other bits and pieces, or you've been unfortunate enough to, wear the wall somewhere, and it just becomes overwhelmingly expensive. Put it away thinking I'll get back to that, and some people just never do. So the cars just sit and sit and sit. And with the way that our economy is and the way that the world is at the moment, you can't really blame people for having cars sitting in sheds and not bringing them out, because it's just such an expensive sport to be involved in.
Walter Epple still trying to get in front of Ryan Humphries as they exit turn number 6, and Ryan's gone all defensive for some reason. They're on the way out of turn number 6, kept it over to driver's right on the exit, which is the opposite side of the racetrack to where you would expect a good run. But he's got that additional horsepower. He can just afford to do some, not silly things, but try and keep the car as straight as possible, as they've started to round up the first of the back markers, and that is Neville Zocoli in the Chev Corvette as they head up through the bus stop section. It's still Humphries, car number 30, by about 3 car lengths on the entry.
Yeah, it is, and Epple's managed to stay pretty close to the back of that Falcon, and he's definitely got an advantage through the corners and under brakes, but that Falcon's like a bullet. Pulls the trigger and off it goes down the straight and pulls back away, and it must be fairly demoralising, I'd imagine, for Walter, because
you get so close and just watch this car disappear.
It is. It's demoralising, and I've always raced cars that have had power disadvantages, and I've watched cars disappear from me down the straight after having done what I believe was a good job at gathering them up under brakes and around the corner, and it gets pretty demoralising. That's unfortunately what Walter's having to put up with here over 12 laps.
The Chevrils just moved right out of the way as they crested the top of the hill and came down towards McCracken House, with Ryan Humphries in car number 30 still in front from the 3 of Walter Epple. Walter looks to go out and go down the inside, but there's no way you're going to go through underneath brakes on Ryan Humphries into turn number 1. As we were saying this morning, that car is so straight, it very rarely gets sideways, does Ryan Humphries.
It's a real credit to the way Ryan drives as well. I mean, very, very experienced driver, but he's always been very quick and very smooth. And that's what you need, particularly in a car with this much grunt underneath your right foot, is you've got to be nice and precise and smooth, and he is definitely that. And you have to also, many, many years, and I don't know what his situation's like now, but for many, many years when he started running this car, he's always running it for far longer than what he should have been running it on the tyres. He was always swapping tyres from side to side because he couldn't always afford to put new tyres on it, and that certainly taught him how to drive the car nice and straight and smooth.
But that's the secret. Have a small budget for tyres. Makes you drive straighter.
Yep, you've got to look after them. Absolutely.
Come in the fastest lap just been set there by Ryan on lap number 11, a 58.6, and Walter Epple a 58.7. 1/10 of a second difference between these two at the front, and they are some 25 seconds up the road from car number 40, just coming out over the main start-finish line right now, and that is Mullet in the, I would say it was going to be a Chev-powered Nissan Silvia.
Yeah, and look, that's interesting that they're 1/10 of a second apart, and I've already mentioned that these cars are making their speed in totally different ways around the circuit, and that's, I think, what's missing a little bit from our premier category of Repco supercars here in this country, is that all the cars are just so similar. They do everything the same on every lap, and I think that's a little bit of a shame, because it used to be wonderful to watch the different cars that used to be in our premier category here in Australia for touring cars, and they used to make their speed in different ways.
Yeah, strengths and weaknesses in certain parts of the circuit.
Exactly, yep. and that used to be one of the fascinating things, and that's what we're seeing out there between these two cars at the moment, is that Ryan Humphries' car is superior in a straight line and superior under brakes and around the corners, and over a lap they're still doing the same lap times, and it's fascinating. And when we used to have the touring cars in the old days with lots of different manufacturers, particularly during the Group A era, is it used to have 6 or 7 or 8 cars that were doing things in all different ways, and it was quite fascinating to watch. But nonetheless, we're coming down towards the closure of this race. I think we've probably got the last lap board out. Yep. 59 seconds in deficit as we were, and we're waiting for the cars to go over the top of the hill, and here we are.
Yep, straight over the top of the hill, and looks like Callow will get rounded up in the braking, and here comes Walter Eppel too, trying to get underneath. It's not going to work, but it's all Ryan Humphries in car number 30 takes the win on race number 2 from Walter Eppel in the 991 Porsche. And now we wait for Mullet to come through. Callow's already gone across the line, just about a lap down. Mackenzie's just finished in car number 62. So that was a long way back to Mullet. It's some 32.5 seconds for third place.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than even it was in the first event. I think it was around 26 or 27 seconds in the first event was the deficit between second and third, and it's out to even further this time. I tell you what, I don't think Humphrey or Eppel will be too, I mean, Humphrey definitely won't be too upset because he's won both the events, but Walter Eppel won't be too unhappy because, as I've already mentioned at the start of this event, they're both running for different state championships. So Walter Eppel's running for the Sports Car Championship, Ryan Humphrey's running for the Sports Sedan Championship. So at the end of the day, these guys are both going to be well and truly leading their championships after
both sitting
one
on
day.
50 points at the moment. Then we go back to Mullet in as far as the, what would he be, a Sports Sedan. So he'd be in second place at the moment.
Yep, and then Callow would be third in the sports sedans, and then Peter Mackenzie would be second in the sports cars. Chevrolet would be, I don't know where he'd fit in because he's got 34 points as well. So
it's a street car, I think.
Yeah, I think that, it's to say what's going on down there because they haven't finished in the same positions both races.
No, true.
Yes, so that's going to be difficult to work out what's going on. Unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, Pavey only managing to do 3 laps and put that car away. Hopefully he'll be out for the third event later on this afternoon. But, he had another quite fascinating at the front of the field for the sports cars, sports sedans, and a street car.
Muscle car.
Street car.
To a full system, that was our cars, street and sports sedans. We're going to drop down to Demelza and Jamie, and coming up very shortly for Access Hire historic touring cars. Let's go to Jamie and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yeah, I'm joined by Andrew Lockett, who came in first with his Formula V 1200. Andrew, congratulations. First day back of championship racing. How did it feel? Obviously really good.
Yeah, exactly. It's always that first day of school feeling when you come back after the off-season. So, no, it's great to be back here. Great to have a fast car. So a lot of people to thank behind the scenes that have got some bits and pieces going on this car to really bring it back to the front where it belongs.
So you had a bit of a break, obviously, over Christmas and New Year. So there was a fair bit of work done on the car then in preparation to coming into this year's championship.
Yeah, there was a little bit of work done by Dave Casely. He assisted Dad in getting this engine ready for round number 1. So many thanks to him for helping out us.
Now, it is quite a group of racers that we have as part of the Formula Vs. How are you feeling being a part of that?
Look, I've been racing Formula V since 2018, and I can't fault this club. It's such a wonderful group of people. Everyone's willing to chip in, lend a hand, and it's awesome to go racing with them. You know they're going to race hard, fair, give you a good fight every single time.
Now, there is another race to go today for you. How are you feeling heading into that, given where you placed in the last one?
Look, can only feel as confident as your next race, really. I'm looking forward to getting out there. And, hopefully we can make it 3 from 3 today. But at the end of the day, the goal is to bring home the Jerry K plate for the 1200s at the end of the day.
With the 1200s, is there a lot of competition amongst the guys that are sitting in that sort of range of Formula V?
Absolutely. It's a great entry point. And even this year we've got a new starter in Amanda, which is always great. But everyone's getting quicker and quicker. I was lucky enough to get onto the back of a 1600 in that second race, and while they were having an absolute ding-dong battle, which I would have loved to have been a part of.
Well, listen, good luck with one more race to go. Good luck. I hope it goes really well for you. And that's all from us. We've got to take a short break, and you're watching would you believe, the first round 1 of the championships here at the WA Sporting Car Club MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Historic touring car racing is brought to you by Access Hire, I Write Signs, Moylan Grain Silos, and Perth Brake Parts.
For Access Hire, the historic touring cars, a very depleted field, unfortunately, for round 1 of 2026. And joining us up in the commentary box is, what are you now as far as the committee at the West Australian Historic Touring Car?
Nothing changed. I'm secretary still.
Still secretary, and of course it's Martin Dennis. Good afternoon, Martin.
Hey.
Mate, you were saying we've got a slightly depleted field this weekend, but there's a big race meeting over in Phillip Island in 2 weeks, and there's quite a few guys that are heading over from WA.
Absolutely. The Phillip Island Classics in March, and it usually sucks quite a few guys over. It's a buzz to drive there, so people try and do it as much as they can, obviously, but it messes our calendar around sort of this part of the year.
We'll get it all down and done early, and then we won't have to worry about it until later on in the year when the other big events happen over over the eastern states. Yep. On a pole position, car number 27 of Grant Johnson, and alongside him, this is going to be a big David and Goliath battle, Rob, with Conor Onofaro starting alongside him.
Yeah, it is. I reckon I would be quite happy to put a bet on a blue car getting to the first corner first. Good to see that we've got Bill Shipper with the camera in the car as well. That's car 30 just coming onto the straight now, and it's the Datsun 1600 towards the rear of the field, but Bill will be doing a great job trying to make his way further forward. Looks like we don't have Paul Onofaro out there again. Do you know the story behind that one, Mum?
No, I've obviously only just got here.
Oh, okay.
And haven't actually spoken to anybody.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a shame that Paul managed not to get out there for the races. He did a good job in practice. He managed to put that car on 4th row of the grid, but on the 4th position on the grid in row 2. But we've had the green flag wave at the back.
Look at the smoke coming out of Johnson's car.
Out of exhaust, yes.
Yeah, we saw that earlier on today as well. It disappeared, but now it looks like it's back worse than ever. And looks like Onofaro got the best of the start, but here comes the horsepower of the Falcon. And again, on D-cell, there's a lot of smoke coming out of that.
Gee, I tell you what, that's much worse than it was in the first event.
That's not good.
I can see a meatball flag for that if that continues.
Yeah, out through the exhaust like that.
Yeah, he's actually slowed. He's got a problem. He's slowed.
He's backed it off.
Yeah, and that's very wise. It's got an engine that would be worth a fair bit of money to put back together again, and sometimes you'll find that discretion's much better part of valour. So he's decided to pull out of that, and he'll put that away at the back of the pits, and they'll sort out what's going on with that. So that's played into the hands of our Mini Cooper S driver, Conor Onofaro, who's taken the lead of the event, and he's only got to keep that big that big Ford Galaxy behind him now, and he'll be looking at getting a checkered flag in around about another 11 minute or so time.
So the aircraft landing carriers behind him.
Yep, absolutely it is. And this battle with the wedding car number 8, Laurie Lapsley, he had a good battle with the Mini Cooper S of
Bowden?
Yeah, 23 of Bowden in the first event, and those guys are sort of still together, but Bowden's managed to get a very early break on him.
There's a bit of a tip for Conno. Don't look in the rear vision mirror right now, because you've got 427 cubic inches of American muscle right in the boot lid of the little Mini as they go through turn number 1. Now's your chance to scoot away, because he will have the advantage up through these little S's. But look at the power.
No, he doesn't. The Galaxy's got some grunt, and it certainly it's held him at spot.
Let's see whether up and over the top of the hill here, Don Behetz is close enough to give him a run. But look at that. You can see the little nimble car get away from the big Ford Falcon uphill. But downhill, the momentum's going to push that Ford Falcon right into the boot lid again.
It'd be interesting to see as they come out of up over the hill.
Conno's really got away from him there on the downhill run.
Yeah, we were talking in the last event about strengths and weaknesses of different types of cars. I mean, this is...
Here we go.
We're working into the Galaxy territory now.
There we go, under brakes, the little Mini still hard on the gas and just drives around the outside of Don Behetz. But I don't think Don's done yet. Very unusual for him to hit the apex like that.
Yeah, and it's unsettled the car. He hasn't been able to get the boot into it as quickly as what he'd like to, and so therefore he's lost out on ground down that back straight.
Grant Johnson's got that thing back on tap again, and he's flying, trying to catch him back up again.
Oh.
Yeah, and all the smoke seems to have dissipated as well, so that's a really interesting thing. Hopefully it hasn't just run out of oil. But nonetheless, he's managing to get past the car, past Ken Waller as they head up through past the bus stop and into turn 4. But the battle at the front, look at Conno. He's managed to pull out probably another 5 or 6 car lengths, or 5 or 6 Galaxy car lengths anyway, not mini car lengths.
That's half a mile.
Yeah, exactly. It's totally different car lengths over the top, and he's managed to pull away as he goes down towards turn 6.
Johnson's already rounded up the GTR XU1, and it's Ken Waller who was in third. But there's that smoke again from Johnson's car. That is not a happy Falcon right now in the engine compartment. It seems to be coming out the...
Yeah, I would suggest that's probably valve stem seals.
Yeah, that's what I said in the first event, valve stem seals. There's something in the top end for sure.
As it's oiling up, the Fords are terrible for holding oil in the top.
Yep.
And it could easily just be a bit of oil getting around the valve going down.
Yeah, well, it seems to be when he's off throttle, so that would suggest that is exactly what it would be as he makes his way now into second place, past the big Galaxy down into turn 1, so it won't be long before the Mini sees a lot of bright blue in its rear vision mirror.
Yeah, fast lap 2 for Grant Johnson, a 67.9, so he's getting right back down into the pace where he should be.
So Connor will be looking at true blue shortly.
Yeah, he will be indeed, and nonetheless, Conno's done a brilliant job, and you know, with how far he's managed to pull away from Don Behetz in the Galaxy in car 222, and of course Kenny Waller's doing a good job and having a good run too, and that's desperately needed for Ken. He's had some ups and downs with this car over the last couple of race meetings. And it's good to see. It's good to see that he's out there still, though.
Yep.
Yeah, Ken Waller's got some smoke that's hanging around the back of that car. It has been all day.
I think it's got an oil leak of some sort. This is on exhaust.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be getting any worse. But maybe hopefully not getting any oil onto those back wheels as look at Grant Josie in on the back of the little yellow Mini, car number 22 of Conno Onofaro, as they straighten up, square it off down the main straight here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Third place, it's Ford Galaxy of Don Behetz, and that's another one that we're missing is right down the back of the field is Gary Croswell.
Gary slowed right down.
Yeah, he's allowed Bill Shipper to get through.
Yep, Bill Shipper, of course, in the car. We haven't seen that so far on the screen, I don't believe, during race conditions. So hopefully we get to have a look at the race conditions from outside of the windscreen of car 30 fairly shortly.
Yep, unfortunately Bill's back a little bit, so you're not going to see too far ahead as far as cars and stuff. We're concerned.
I think it's pretty much all over for Conno Onofaro because Johnson is closing time. There's another big lot of smoke out of the back of the Falcon. But it should be all over for Conno as he comes up and over the top of the hill this time. Although, saying that, under brakes, we've already seen him outbrake the Don Behetz Galaxy. And here comes Johnson.
He's not doing it this time. Johnson's got too much of a lead on him this time.
Got up over the hill, out of 6 and up over the top, and he just had the legs where it needed it.
You see that Grant Johnson 100% on the brakes, and at the same time, Conno's 100% into the throttle.
Yep, still. Yeah.
I don't think Conno's going to be able to come back from that one. As now we go on board with Bill Shipper as he crests the top of the hill. Let's do a lap here of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. On board the Datsun 1600 with Bill Shipper as he just hits into 4th gear, back up into 3rd gear now, and into the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. And now we're going to begin on... No, we're going back on board with Bill Shipper. And you see... Coming down the start-finish line into turn number 1. This will probably be a 3rd gear corner for Bill. He probably only uses 3rd and 4th around this whole entire racetrack.
Yep, that's what we use.
So 3rd gear up through the left-hander, flip it back to the right-hand side and just kiss the curb on driver's right. And he's going to go back to 3rd again for the big long left-hander, the pull up and over the top of the hill. He'll pull 4th gear as he crests the top of the hill here. He'll run out of revs about now and drives it out of turn number 5, up and over the hill, down towards turn number 6. And this is where you've got to get it all right to determine that maximum speed at the bottom of the hill. You've got to get turn 6 correct.
Yeah, it looks like the car's fairly well mannered too. He's not doing a hell of a lot of work on that wheel, generally speaking, and the car's pretty much pointing in the direction he wants it to do. So he's got a well balanced and well set up car under him by the looks.
It's well done. It's a pretty tidy car in that sense. Actually, it's pretty the screen view wasn't it better. I want to see how many revs he's pulling.
Yeah, you'd be able to get some clues, you reckon?
No, just
I think that you're doing well enough as it is.
It's more about actually talking to him and getting the car faster.
Yep.
I've done a lot with Bill over the last few years, of course, and trying to make him go faster.
Yeah, no, he's doing a good job out there. He's managing to keep that Impala behind him at the moment, although I believe I would suspect the Impala's probably not all that very well at the moment. But nonetheless, that was very fascinating being in that car, and I was very surprised being an ex-Datsun 1600 racer myself at how well balanced that car looked, because mine certainly was never like that.
Yeah, he's certainly not working very hard. And if he comes in with a sweat on, I will know why.
There's a good little battle here between Kenny Waller in GTR XU1 and Mel Bowden, and Mel looks like he's going to run side by side on the exit out of turn number 6 with the horsepower of the Tirana. He's still got that little puff of smoke as it comes up and over the top of the hill, but you would expect Mel Bowden to be able to drop down the inside. No, he hasn't been able to.
Not there. Maybe the Bond screen coming out the back is keeping Mel at bay.
There's a little smoke screen out the front.
Yeah, the Bond screen.
There it comes.
Yep.
Mel trying to give a run around the outside, making life pretty hard for himself. How's the negative camber on the front of Ken Waller's car?
Yep.
Must be running about 5 degrees.
Yeah, well, that's maximum you can run, actually. It's 5 degrees, and that'd be pretty close to it.
He's done a great job, and he's been pushed off into the dirt on the across the first S there. But he did a magnificent job to get beside him in the first place and get around the outside there. That was a very, very good bit of driving then by Mel Bowden.
Yeah, that was keen, to say the least, to slide up there. Like any of this, you're relying on who you're passing to know you're there. And if you catch someone out by surprise, and then it can get awful ugly.
And generally, you pick your battles too with who's behind the wheel and who you can trust and who you can't trust as well. And particularly in these cars, panels are not starting to, but have for a long time become quite difficult to get for these cars.
Yeah.
And and so you'd want to be trusting the person that's next to you when you're going around the outside of them.
Absolutely. And you just don't want to be panel beating and fixing and replacing things.
No, absolutely not.
I've always got a philosophy from my point within the club is, the paint that's on your car belongs on your car.
Yeah.
And the only place it belongs.
And everyone wants to take their car home on the trailer with as minimal amount of work to do before the next meeting as they can.
Well, particularly if you're Laurie Lapsley, who drives the car to the circuits and then drives them home at the end of the day.
Yes. He's absolutely chucking that car at the scenery there on the outside.
Yes. I wonder if he's not getting a little bit of lubricant on the tyres.
Yeah.
The way that's sliding around, whether he's just catching a little bit of that mist.
Yeah, I think it definitely got wider than what he had planned for it to get on the exit of turn 1 that time.
Watch him here and see whether he can hold the back end of this GTR Tirana of Ken Waller as they go down into turn number 6, the bowl, so the Mini should have a bit of an advantage here, and we can see him starting to close up down the inside. Now Mel's been staying to driver's right here. This time he's allowed the car to float out to the driver's left on the exit of turn 6, and it didn't help him. I think he actually gets more benefit from keeping to driver's right on the exit.
So the Minis, because of engine capacity wise and the amount of power they produce and where they produce it, they actually need to drive the high line, the wide corner. If you want to slow a Mini down, let him come up the inside of you and squeeze them down to the curb where they lose the momentum.
Yeah.
So they do need to keep the momentum going,
yeah, exactly. And the way to drive them, they'd be absolutely committed to the corner.
Committed to drive a Mini.
Yeah, exactly. you got to virtually chuck them and slide and then just boot them and keep the foot into it the whole way around the corner. And of course, if you can prevent them from doing that, you're dead right. You're going to completely kill their momentum.
But being front wheel drive as well, you can afford to have a little bit of front end movement. Try and drive it out right on the front wheels as Waller runs wide and open the door now for Mel Bowden down the inside into turn number 6, but the Tirana just got a little bit too much. Still 2 car lengths and now under brakes and through the apex of the corner. Mel's going to come out by slide, but here comes the power of the Tirana again up and over the top of the hill, and Ken Waller goes back out to 2 or 3 car lengths and stretched it now right out to about 10 car lengths.
It's a brand new engine in Kenny's car. They've only built that in the off season.
Yep.
After a major.
I was going to say they would have had to have after what happened the last time that we saw the car on the track.
Yeah, after the ventilation it had last year.
Unfortunately, most of the car was on the track. But yeah, like going to the front of the field once more, we've still got Grant Johnson out the front of Connor Wanafaro. It's about a 5-second gap, and they'll get the last lap board this next time that they go past the start-finish stripe. So we're coming down to the closure of the second of the HTC races for this weekend. And it's been a pretty strong performance by Grant Johnson after a little bit of a hiccup in the first few moments of the event when we saw a lot of smoke issuing from the back of that car, but it seems to have more or less cleared up. And although it's still there, but it's not
a bit there. Yeah.
67.9. It was his fastest setback on lap 3. We're on to the 11th lap now, and is that
That's
last lap
board?
board?
Yep. But this is a good showing from Conor. This is going to be 2 second places from 2 starts, so that's not bad for Conor, considering he started in 3rd position, so he's managed to move 1 position forward from his qualifying efforts.
We've got 50 points for Grant Johnson, 40 points for Conor Wanneroo, 36 for Don Behetz, and then it starts to get interesting. Bowden on 33, Waller on 32, Lapsley on 31, and
awesome.
then Shipper and Croswell on 27. So this is going to go right down to the wire to decide 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yep, that's good.
And Behetz has really dropped off the leaders in this one. He was a lot closer that time. In fact, if it had been a couple more laps, I reckon he may have come under some fire from Waller and Bowden and that battle that's behind him, because he's really dropped off the pace throughout the event, and it's quite surprising. But just waiting now as we watch the big Falcon start to draw its way up over the top of the hill once more and down to turn 7 for the final time. And this is going to be 2 wins from 2 starts for Grant Johnson in the beautiful XY GTHO Falcon.
Yeah, of course, owned by the Dinnis family. Peter Dinnis has put this car together, and Craig Bradkey's thrown his knowledge in behind this car as well. And there it is, checkered flag for Grant Johnson, 2 from 2 on your Super Saturday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. 2nd place, number 22, the Mini of Conor Wanneroo. We wait for the Ford Galaxy as it comes down in towards turn number 7 with a hard charging Kenny Waller and Mel Bowden, but I don't think they're going to be able to close the gap on him. It'll go to car triple Ford Galaxy. That's for 3rd place from Ken Waller and Mel Bowden.
I actually think probably picking his battle.
Yeah, most likely he probably decided that was where he was going to finish, just back it down. Save it all for another day.
Yeah.
So next across the line will be the Mark II Jaguar of a lap.
Yep, and that's good to see our wedding car, our Jag Mark II, finishing position. As I mentioned, like a car, still I believe on.
Oh, there's a slide from Croswell. Oh, that could have been a tank slapper if he kept his foot into the... But that was very reminiscent of Cole Wilkinson.
Yes. Yes, the legend Cole Wilkinson. His big Chevy. Put your hands together for Grant Johnson, though, as he comes past you if you're here at the circuit this weekend, and it's good to many people here at the circuit this weekend. And just to remind you once more that it is a fairly high UV day, so if you're out watching the racing near the side of your car, make sure you slap and look after yourself. We'd hate for you to go home feeling unwell tonight from having gotten too much rain sun.
Thanks to Rob and Martin, and we're going to throw down to Jamie and Demelza for a chat down in pit lane.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yeah, we're here with Walter Heppel, who came 2nd in the combined category in the final. The race that just went past just a few minutes ago. Walter, congratulations. Now, you're one of the only people on track in the combined category or anywhere else who's actually driving a Porsche. And it's been part of your game plan of driving Porsches now for a number of years.
Yeah, I've been racing Porsche since 1994, and I love Porsches. They just drive like no other car.
I was going to say, because you're in a mixed category. I mean, your car's obviously more aerodynamically adjusted, more so than other cars in the same category. Is that the reason why you're holding so well when it comes to placings?
No, I think it's just a Porsche thing. You know, rear engine, lots of grip, and then the whole combination of the whole car just makes it unbelievable. Yeah.
Do you think that when it comes to racing Porsches against other categories, though, obviously you've got the speed, but have you got the sort of the horsepower that some of those larger cars have got?
No, I don't, and I would love to have another 100 horsepower, and it would be really helpful today. But look, those cars don't have it, and I've just got to do with what I have.
And for today, what support? Who have you had to help you through today's round?
I've got Glenn, my pit crew guy. He's a friend. He's there when I need him, and he's helping in other situations too. I moved workshop recently, and he was there. But he took a week off work, and it's great having him here. Beside him, I'm probably struggling doing this.
Have you had much practice and preparing leading into the race for this year?
Not particularly, because I had problems with the engine last year, so I'll rebuild the engine over the summer break, and I'll just test run the car, run the engine in last weekend, and today's the first race. So I haven't really had a lot of preparation for it, just rebuilding the engine basically.
Doing well, given what you've done.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Good luck, Walter. We will be right back with more racing to come from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway right after this break.
FSR Racing is brought to you by Arise Racing, Radical Australia West, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
FSR out on the circuit for race number 2 on your Super Saturday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and a great win in race number 1. Bryce Moore in car number 8 got away from the field in the first 2 laps, built up a 3-second gap, and was able to manage that from his best mate, Chris Reindler, in car number 28, who will start on the front row alongside Bryce Moore. In third place is Hancock, a newcomer to FSR Racing, and very impressive first debut, and he finds himself out of the second row in P3. Troy Mercer in car number 6 will be alongside him. Then Stuart Burns, the only privateer out there this weekend, in car number 3, and he'll start on the Repco V8 supercar of Andre Heimgartner in car number 7. Jesse James Samuels will start in the next row on car number 31 alongside Garrett Piper. John Giovanni in car number 92. Then we have Sinclair and Baxter, 2 more new people to this category, and the same with young Samuels as well. All newcomers, and doing a very impressive debut so far for all of our FSR drivers. But can Chris Reindler run with Bryce Moore? We're about to find out, Rob Haggerty.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it'd be great if he can, because that'll make it all pretty much more exciting from us. I'm really impressed with Hancock and Mercer. I think they've done a brilliant job this weekend. I think they're pretty much stands out, and they're certainly in the frame for the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day award that we'll be putting our heads together and working out the answer to later on in the day. But yeah, they've been very impressive in this category today. They're not easy cars to drive and set up, and even though they do have the driving school up there and they get a lot of tutorage from some very, very good drivers around this circuit, it's still something that would be difficult to get your head around, and they've done a great job.
This wind would be knocking them around as well today. You can see the trees down there in turn number 7. They're just about turning themselves inside out down there.
There certainly are. There's a lot of wind out there, and as I've said, you know, it's changing. It changes the circuit every lap, because you look up there in turn 4, you see the sand moving across the track, but there's different quantities on it on different laps.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get different grip levels for just about lap after lap.
All right, who can run with Bryce Moore? We know he's fantastic on cold tyres. Let's see what happens. And down into turn number 1 for the first time. Reindler got the better of the start, but here comes Bryce Moore. Just drives straight underneath car number 28 and takes the lead, and they drive away. Hancock and Mercer.
Yeah, they certainly do, and in there I can't quite make out the car numbers, but we almost had a nose to tail in the middle of the corner at turn 1 there. But these guys not so willing to go side by side through turn 1 on lap 1 or on any laps really, like what some of the other categories are. They all tend to go line astern through there once they get themselves sorted out on the entry. So Reindler slipping into second position, Hancock in third, Mercer in fourth, and then back to Burns. So it's going to be interesting also to see what our Repco supercar driver in Andre Heimgartner can do as well in car number 7 as they all approach the top of the hill and over the top of the hill once more. And it's quite a big gap already by Bryce Moore.
He's certainly brilliant on cold tyres. You can see that's probably out to near on a second at the moment. And we'll see as he crosses the line how much that gap is. And it is out to 0.69, so 0.7 of a second difference in the first lap. But Chris Reindler trying to do his best to hang with Bryce Moore at the moment, driver of car number 28. Chris Reindler chasing down car number 8 of Bryce Moore.
Yes.
And there's a move on there from Andre
Heimgartner
Heimgartner.
into third place. Yeah, Heimgartner side by side across
with
the
Hancock.
S there.
Yep.
With Hancock, absolutely, and he's managed to make that move stick. So he's up into third position. So he'll be now chasing after Reindler. He's got around about 1.3 seconds to find to be able to get onto the tail of Reindler, and who's just done the fastest first sector of the entire first 2 laps at the moment. So he's the quickest man in the first sector of this lap, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can close a little bit on that 0.69 second gap that they had past the stripe on that.
There was an 80, that'd be Baxter in 8. He's having locked in a battle there with Garrett Piper as they come side by side down into turn number 7. That's car number 31 of Jesse James Samuels. And he's got 3 cars bearing down on him as they flare out, nearly 3 wide down the main straight here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And they hold that line. Mercer trying to go under the inside of Jesse James Samuels.
He's opened the door for Burns as well.
He has, and here comes Burns.
Yeah, so Burns has moved past Mercer there. I was going to say that was a gun move that was made down in the turn 7 by Samuels on Mercer there as well. So that was a good bit of movement, and we've got one around up there as well. I think that might be, is that Piper?
Burns? 3, I think that was Burns. Yes, it is. Now, car number 3, that's Stewie Burns. And there was another car on the inside of that corner as well.
That was car 10 by the looks, or Sinclair. That they've just picked up on. But it's good to see that Burns got out of there anyway, so it's not going to cause a problem for the leaders as they come around once again into turn 7. This time the gap's opened up once more to close down on that last lap to 0.38 of a second after Reindler had done the fastest lap. But Moore's put his boot into it and just done a new fastest lap of 58.4 and opened that gap once more to 0.65 of a second.
So Heimgartner now up into third place, 59.2, so he's about 0.8 of a second away from the speed that Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler are doing. And then a long way back to him now is Hancock in car number 85. Jesse James Samuels moved up into 5, Baxter into 6, Mercer into 7, John Giovanni in 8th, Garrett Piper in 9th, and Sinclair, and of course Stewie Burns back there rounding out our 11 drivers on the circuit at the moment.
That was a big shame for Stewie Burns. He was doing a great job, and as you mentioned earlier today, he's the only real privateer that's out the category. Most of the other guys have all got some sort of affiliation with Arise Racing, whereas this guy is one of the guys who stands out and does it all on his own. So it's a bit of a shame for him that he had that off. Gap's about the same for the first and second, and it's starting to really open up now between first, second and third. It was out at 3.8 seconds, but I think it might be a little bit more than that across this lap from between Heimgartner. It's gone out to 4.5 seconds. So that gap opening up between second and third place, staying around about the same, back to Hancock and Samuels, back to Baxter in 6th place. Then we've got Mercer in 78 in 7th position. Di Giovanni coming across the line now in car 92. He's starting to come under fire a little bit by car 6 of Piper. Then back to Sinclair, who is just in front of our recovering Burns in car number 3.
Well, by this in race number 1, Bryce Moore was 3 seconds up the road from Chris Reindler. We are down about halfway through this race at the moment, and there is half a second difference between Moore and Reindler. So Chris trying to do, actually I think he's improved his distance between himself and Bryce Moore. He gathers in some more, so it's down to 2 car lengths, and I think Reindler got the better exit out of turn number 7. This is going to close right up.
Well, Reindler was up until now. I'm just checking it. Yeah, Reindler's the fastest man on the track. He's around about 500ths of a second faster on that last lap than Reindler. The gap is 0.52 of a second, or 5200ths of a second, but Reindler seems to be quicker in the first sector. That's where he seems to be picking up a little bit of room on, or a little bit of ground on the back of Moore's car. So let's have a look at the time as he goes past the sector stripe this time and see whether or not Reindler has once again put in a fastest time. No, he hasn't. This time, 1/10 quicker for Bryce Moore across the top of the hill. So Bryce Moore's looking in his rear vision mirror. You can see that car number 28 getting a little bit closer. He's probably starting to respond a little bit.
Yeah, you could be right there, mate. He's really starting to move away. He's gapped Chris Reindler on the exit of turn number 6. Reindler back again, and under brakes, Chris really reels him back into 2 or 3 car lengths. Who gets the better exit? This time they both hit the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7. So across the line they go. Fast one across the line. This time was a 58.00 for Moore and a 58.1. 1/100th of a second difference between first and second drivers.
Yeah, it's gone out from being 52 hundredths of a second to 53 hundredths of a second across time. You can't get any closer lap times than that. So absolutely brilliant job being done by both of these guys. The concentration involved and the precise driving that's involved in keeping these cars going as quickly as what they are and consistently as quick as what they are is magnificent. This time across the top, it's Reindler once again a tenth faster than Moore. So it's going to be, they might just be coming down to 52 hundredths again this time when they come across the line.
But look at Heimgartner. He was only 0.3 of a second slower than Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler. So Heimgartner really starting to get his head around this FSR car, and he's a long way back in third place, but still doing impressive lap times.
Look at how much closer it is this time between the first and second. I think that's less than 52 hundredths of a second. So across, yeah, I think that's, yeah, you're pretty much right, 0.45. So fastest lap of the race, 57.97 to Reindler on that last lap. He's closed that down by around about a tenth of a second. He needs to do that another couple of times to be able to really get on the back of Moore and put some pressure on him, see how he performs under the pressure.
So not only could this be Chris Reindler just getting his head around what's happening underneath him, but it's also maybe his car starting to come on too. A half a pound difference in the tyre pressure makes it come on a little bit later on in the race.
Yeah, you look at that and then you see Bryce Moore go 0.3 of a second through the vector faster. The matter is, I think it's just a case of just who's getting it right and who's being the most precise.
Well, then we start looking at wing angles. Maybe Chris has got a slightly flatter wing, which is allowing him the faster sector time in turn 2, where Bryce is looking for a little bit more positive traction through the first sector, and a little bit of more of a tilt on the rear wing.
Yeah, well, it's out to 6/10 of a second now between them, and the fastest lap's now held by Moore on that last lap of 57.81. So yeah, it's a bit like swings and roundabouts between these two guys. They seem to be Moore pulling away and then Reindler catching back up again, and then Moore pulling away and Reindler catching up again. So whether they're just playing it with their tyres and giving their tyres a break at different times of the event, and then one of them's pushing and then the other one's just backing off a bit.
Backing off, yeah.
So who knows what it is, but at this stage it's definitely under the control of Bryce Moore. He's looking very strongly like he's going to get 2 from 2 here with around about 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in this event, plus 1 lap.
There's Stuart Burns, car number 3, trying to recover from that spin up there in turn 4. As he turns into turn number 1 and accelerates out towards driver's left, hugs the curb through turn number 2.
He's got Di Giovanni behind him, and he was a little slow in a straight line coming past the finish straight that time, and I thought he had a problem, but he looks like he may have picked that up just a little bit more. Now the fastest lap to Bryce Moore, 57.7, takes the gap out now to 68 hundredths of a second. So Bryce Moore's definitely on the button.
He's starting to drive away, and now start to come into some lap traffic as well. The first one will be Sinclair, car number 10, the yellow and black FSR, as they will counter him on the way down into turn number 6. So hopefully they can get that job done before they get down to turn number 6. Otherwise that's going to hold possibly Chris Reindler up. If Bryce Moore gets through, that'll be game over, I would say.
Good battle back for 5th, 6th and 7th between Samuels, Baxter and Mercer as well. That's worth keeping an eye on. Those guys have been connected almost with a little elastic band as well in this event. So they're
slow car. That's Sinclair, I think.
I think that may be Sinclair, yeah.
Car number 10. I don't know whether there's an issue. These cars are normally very reliable. They don't fail that often. And he's coming into the paddock area.
So that gap now between first and second's out to more than a second. So so it's definitely falling in favour of Moore now.
Yeah, so as we were saying, the different tyre pressures, the starting pressures, can determine how your car behaves towards the back end of the race. If you go out on a slightly higher pressure, your car will be good early but start to fade off towards the end of the race, and vice versa. And it looks like maybe Bryce Moore has got his car switched on to come on in the last of this race, and he's now starting to dominate now, 1 full second in front of Chris Reindler, who has set a 24.8 across the top of the hill, who was fastest for that lap across the top of the hill.
If that is the case, then that would make sense for Bryce Moore because he's very good on cold tyres, and so therefore he can have an advantage at the beginning of the race on his cold tyres and then have an advantage later in the race when the tyres come into play with the slightly different pressures, if that isn't he has done. But nonetheless, he has definitely been the quicker of the two for most of the event. But having said that, on that last lap, Chris Reindler got the fastest lap of the race with the 57.5 and brought that gap back
and
down.
they've been balked, and Reindler's driven straight underneath Bryce Moore, who had to go around the outside in the sandy stuff through turn number 4. So how quickly things can change. Chris Reindler now goes to the lead with 20 seconds remaining, so only one more lap.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a brilliant move from Reindler, and very much a move that he saw an advantage and he absolutely took it. He had to grab that with both hands, and as I said, he had brought that gap back down to under a second anyway with the fastest lap of the race on the last event, and now he's driving away from Moore.
Yeah, what a turn up for the books this is. So it's never over until that lady sings. And across the start-finish line, it's now Chris Reindler in car number 28, accepts the last lap board. And he is 1.3 seconds in front of Chris Reindler.
And this makes it a very tasty situation for the final race of the final lap of the final race of the day for these guys as well, because that's going to be one apiece. If they finish in this order, they'll both be on the same points.
50 points.
Yeah, absolutely. So Reindler at the moment maintaining that gap over the top of the hill for the final time. And that was 1.3 seconds. So he turned that around from a deficit of 0.8 of a second to a benefit of 1.3 seconds, all in the space of a lap.
Well, it's not very often you see cars 3 wide in turn number 4, but unfortunately for Moore, who tried the outside run, a lot of sand and debris out there. All the marbles will be gathered out there by now. And it certainly worked to Chris Reindler's advantage as he stayed on the curb and drove up the inside of the car that was in the middle. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. A great race for Chris Reindler in car number 28. Takes the win from his best mate, Bryce Moore, in car number 8 for second place. Andre Heimgartner, a great fast finishing third place in car number 7. Hancock, really impressive. This guy in car number 85 will finish in 4th place. Jesse James Samuels goes across the line from Baxter, 5th and 6th. Troy Mercer will take out 7th place, and we wait for Garrett Piper and Stearns. And of course, Sinclair has retired up to the paddock area. Wow, it never fails to amaze the how things can change and how quickly things can change out there on the racetrack.
Yep, you just need one person to follow up your entry to make you run wide while your opposition's able to go under them, as we just saw, and that's all it takes. Because so closely matched in the event like what those two SFR cars were. Absolutely splendid race. Forward to race 3 of this category now.
Yep, it's going to be great. A drag race between Reindler and Moore. Coming up from this afternoon. Now let's head to Demelza and Slim Jim.
Cars Racing is brought to you by Rightway Industrial, Bailey Brewing Co., Fox Roofing WA, and Word of Mouth Signs.
And back to our live stream, thanks to Turn 7 Media. A big field of saloon cars out there, and a great run so far today. 2 from 2 for Gary Hills in car number 93 from Jackson Callow, Robbie Marcon. They are both on 38 points. Then we have Michael Bond on 34 points. Michael Koberstein on 32. Clint Harvey on 28 with Koberstein. His driver is now moved up into the pro category. He is car number 51 on 20 points. Mark Watkins looked like he's doing the best of the second or the earlier models, the Pro-Am category. It's on 45 from Reg Ralph on 43. So this is all mixed up. There's a few guys that are a long way up the... it wasn't that long ago that we had the pro guys take off, and then a couple of seconds later we'd let the pro-am guys go.
Yeah, I'll be perfectly honest, I actually preferred that because as a commentator it was easier to work out who was who. But nonetheless, it's a great race with them all together. And you look back at the Pro-Am guys, they're being led by Mark Watkins, who's making a return to the Pro-Am this year. He was running in the pros last year, and he's on 45 points from Chafee on 38. From Reg Ralph, on 43, and then back to Chafee on 38. So pretty open down back there in the Pro-Ams as well. So a couple of guys who have been absolute standout today. I've been very impressed with Michael Bond, qualified well and has raced well as well. Michael Koberstein, very, very good as well. Clint Harvey on return, very, very good as well. But you'd expect that from a former national champion. But also Adam Koberstein. I was very impressed with him in that last race. He mucked up the start, ended up sitting on the grid for a good 5 to 6 seconds before he got going, and yet he still made his way up into the top 10 well and truly. And he's really grasped this pro car this year and is doing a magnificent job. He's another one of my guys that I've got my eye on in this race because I think that he'd look good for the Competition Drivers Club award as well. But most importantly is we're missing Jackson Callow.
Yes, we are. Car number 225 missing off the front row. So a hole in the grid there. Cannot discount car number 27 of Grant Johnson either. No front windscreen or rear windscreen. The back of the orange Commodore back there on the 4th row. And a former national and state champion, multiple state champion, back there in Grant Johnson. I think he can do this from there.
Yeah, I think he can too. But for those people who weren't here earlier in the day, that's as a result of his bonnet going over the top of the car on the Exeter Turn 1 in the first event today. But we're underway. Michael Bond, a very good start off the second row, but Rick Marcon looking like he's just going to recover from that. Everyone else a pretty good start. It's going to be Gary Hills into turn 1 first, and it's going to be Marcon slipping into second place from Bond, and then it looks like it might be back to Michael Koberstein, car 46, and then we've got the car of Clinton Harvey. We've got Koberstein on the inside there of Grant Johnson. Grant Johnson. Johnson looks like he's going to get that job done around turn 4. Perhaps.
Nope.
No, I'll take that back. I'll rewind and say that Koberstein's going to hold on to that position, and that's exactly what I was talking about with Adam Koberstein. He's been doing a brilliant job today at defending his position and making every move a winner.
As they go side by side down into turn number 6, Johnson looking for a run up to Koberstein and gets the job done. So it's another position forward for car number 27 of Grant Johnson. Now he's lining up the second of the Koberstein brothers as they coming up and over the top of the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, is that Clinton?
No, it's Clint Harvey.
Yeah, that's Clint Harvey. But look at Carver Koberstein. Adam looking once again down the inside. He's not going to be able to make that stick, but he's certainly letting his intentions be known. Very wide on the exit there by Clint Harvey, and but he's not going to suffer because of that, because it just moved to the back of him as they cross the line. It's Hills from Marcon, back to Bond and Michael Koberstein, Clint Harvey, Grant Johnson, Adam Koberstein, Brock Ralph, and then back to Gill, Panizza, Yakapiti, Watkins, Chafee, Reg Ralph. So Watkins at the moment still out the front of the Pro-Ams.
Car 23 of Kingsley's had a spin as well, so he's recovering. This is the white Commodore just coming out onto the main straight now. So he's got a lot of work to do. You can see him trying to get rid of some of that sand over on the driver's right-hand side.
Yep, and we've got a car coming into the pits here as well.
Oh,
and,
there's Callows.
Yeah, we can see Callows down there. He pulled out up at the end of the first end of the warm-up lap, but this is car number 36, so that's going to be
Tyson Sadler.
Tyson Sadler. He's had a really tough day with this car this weekend.
Yeah, he's been off the pace all day compared to where he normally is.
He has indeed, as the cars are back into sight. Have a look over the top of the hill. This is Koberstein down the inside. Who is that in the outside of there? I can't quite make out.
Harvey?
I think no, it's not. It's Michael Bond. Yeah, it's Michael Bond. So Koberstein into third place in front of Bond, and then we're back to Clint Harvey, and then we've got Grant Johnson, who is still maintaining that position in front of Adam Koberstein.
There's Rick Gill getting all racy too up the inside of Brock Ralph down there on the entry into turn number 1. Clint Harvey managing to hold off Grant Johnson for the time being. Ford versus Holden battles out there. The 6-cylinder, the V6 Commodore versus the straight 6 Ford Falcon. And Clint Harvey for holding off Grant Johnson by only 1 car length now. We go back 2 car lengths to Adam Koberstein behind him, and then a long way back now to, I think that would be Brock Ralph, yes, and Rick Gill and Bill Panizza, Jacopetti in car number 57, and Mark Walker-Watkins now up onto 70 points if he can come across the line.
Yeah, he's doing a great job out the front of the Pro-Ams, and Jacopetti's doing a good job too in that ex-Grant Johnson Purple People Eater as well. He's doing a great job on debut in that car, and he's up there at the moment in 11th position, just outside the top 10. So leaders back into sight once more. I don't think anyone's going to hunt down Hills, and Marcon's looking pretty secure in second place too. And now that he's managing to get past Michael Bond, also it looks like Michael Koberstein is doing a great job and pretty secure in third place as well. So that's the way they stand at the moment. They've still got about 5 minutes left in this event, and at this stage it's all settled quite a lot.
There's Brock Ralph. He's just retired from the pits too. He's come around the corner and seen Jackson Callow's car stationary there on the pit exit. So, yeah, a few things going wrong with a couple of these cars late in the day, and unfortunately for Brock Ralph, car number 13, it's game over for him.
Yeah, a real big shame for Brock. He's had a fairly good day up until then. So
Vince Chiela's not out there either, so he's had troubles all day.
And Craig James as well. He's not managed to make the start either, so it's a shame for Craig as well. He's a very competitive guy, and he'll be very upset about that. Very impressed with Mark Watkins out the front of the Pro-Ams. Justin Chafee having a great day out as well in car 15. The Gibson Motorsport look-like car, and they've both managed to keep Reg Ralph, who had a really good run in the first couple of events, behind them. So that's as they are in first, second and third at the moment in the Pro-Ams.
Here comes Rick Gill down the inside of Panizza and Jacopetti, and down into turn number 7. And around the outside goes Panizza, just about contact there on the front end of Rick Gill's Ford Falcon as he comes back out onto the circuit proper, and that will keep Rick Gill right behind him there as they hard on the brakes again and throw it into the right-hander at the end of the main straight, and Rick Gill's run it wide, and that's allowed Jacopetti to get through in car number 57 and drive away from Rick Gill.
And while all that was happening, Adam Koberstein's managed to get back down the inside of Grant Johnson into turn 1, and he's stolen that position for 6th position back away from Johnson. So as it stands at the moment, Hills, Marcon, Michael Koberstein, Bond, Harvey, Adam Koberstein, and then Grant Johnson's your top 7.
They're all pretty much single file at the head of the field, but there's some good mid-pack battles happening at the moment. As again, side by side, Grant Johnson on driver's right, Adam Koberstein, car number 51 on his outside, the yellow, black and white car.
Got some grunt, that car, hasn't it? But have a look at Grant Johnson under brakes. Just absolutely dives down the inside and makes every post a winner. It's not done yet, though. They're side by side down past the stripe. That's got some grunt, that car of Koberstein's, as he just pulls away, and then he goes very defensive on the inside of turn 1, and he's taken that position back away from Grant Johnson. I tell you what, this is a brilliant debut for this guy in this particular car, doing this against a former national and state champion.
Yes, certainly, as they head up through the bus stop section. Car number 51 of Adam Koberstein holding off as Rob multiple Australian and state title holder in Grant Johnston, driving with no front windscreen and no rear windscreen in the back of that car.
Just to jump in for a moment as well, we can see Justin Chafee's taken the lead in the Pro-Ams as well, so he's managed to get past Watkins. So at the moment it's Chafee, Watkins, and then back to Reg Ralph, and that's as they stand for those Pro-Am guys. So that's still moving around a little bit there. That hasn't been decided for today either.
Only 2 points difference between Mark Walker-Watkins and Justin Chafee. So 2 points separating those two.
Have a look at this for the lead too. Really closed up under brakes. Did Rob Marcon then down to turn 7 on Hills? I do think Hills has got it pretty much under control, but Marcon has actually got the fastest lap of the race at the moment with a 66.8.
As they are making their way through turn number 1, and car number 93, the black Holden Commodore of Gary Hill. Then Rob Marcon, and then we have Michael Koberstein in third, and Michael just can't get onto the back of Rob Marcon, and neither can Bond get onto the back of Michael Koberstein. There's too much gap between them.
Yeah, but having said that, I would suggest that Adam Koberstein, is starting to close in on the back of Clint Harvey as well. So he's starting to take a tenth out here and there. He's perhaps going to run out of time. There's only about 1 minute and 16 seconds left in this event now, plus 1 lap. But at this stage, Adam Koberstein starting to close in on Harvey, and he's dragging Johnson along with him.
It looks like that's car number 97 that we're on board with. And bad sportsmanship flag just been shown to car 777, and that'll be young Kaiulo, running in 11th position at the moment. So bad sportsmanship for exceeding track limits.
And he's another refugee from the XLs, I believe.
Yes, he is.
He absolutely. So they've been using the XLs to come up into Saloon Cars. Our current state champion for the XLs, who is...
Yeah. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, well, he was going to run in Saloon Cars this year, but he's decided to put that on hold. He's put that on ice, and he's not going to be showing until later on in the year, and that's a bit of a shame for us. But XL drivers generally do make their saloons up. They've done a few seasons XLs.
So Reg Ralph all over the back of Mark Watkins at the moment in car number 21 versus car number 41. A Falcon versus Commodore as they head up through the bus stop section of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Ralph.
Carlos Ambrosio. He killed me for getting his name.
Yeah, of course it was Carlos.
He's been an out driver for years up here. But anyway, he was going to make a saloon car transition, but he's put that off for later.
Somebody's off, and that looked like Clint Harvey. He's off down at turn 6, so that's opened up the door now for Adam Koberstein to go up into 5, and unfortunately for Clint Harvey, he's going to drop a long way down. He's got to take the long way around those haulback tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. Just great to see that he managed to get out of this. Have a look at this side-by-side action over the top of the hill for Stace in the Pro-Ams as well, as Reggie Ralph gets down the outside, but once again Watkins gets down the inside of him and pushes him out wide, and that's the battle for second place in the Pro-Am Championship.
Very, very close, as we can see the infill on our live stream, and it looks like there must be an issue with Clint Harvey's car because he's staying on the grass all the way up and over the top of the hill, so maybe he's dropping some oil or something down there. But you can see him now just cresting the top of the hill. And meantime, it's still Gary Hills from Rob Marcon. And that looked like Koberstein really sideways on the exit of turn number 6. I'm wondering if there's oil down there in turn number 6.
I wonder whether or not that's venting some oil or some fluids of some kind out of Harvey's car as he makes his way down on the outside of the circuit down towards turn 7.
Here comes Marcon on Gary Hills, looking for a run up the inside. Ford Falcon versus a Holden Commodore, and it looks like Marcon is going to get it. No, he's not. That's the checkered flag. He's missed out by 1/10 of a second across the line. So Gary Hills takes it out from Robbie Marcon and Michael Koberstein.
Harvey, looks like tyre Harvey or something that's down on the front of that car. It suggests that there's something down the suspension or it's got a flat tyre. Yeah, but it's Gary Hills from Marcon, back to Michael Koberstein, Michael Bond, Adam Koberstein, Grant Johnson, and then we're back to Panizza, Jacopetti, Brett Sheriff, Kaiulo, Justin Chafee, who I'm very impressed with the way that he's taken that Pro-Am for that particular event, Mark Watkins, Reg Ralph, and then back to Parnham, Cooper, Carroll, Dybell about to come across the line fairly shortly. He's just coming over the top of the hill now, and Isle's Kingsley, who's looking pretty much like he wants to take that position back again after a little bit of an issue in the first part of the race, but I think Dybell will probably hold that, will he? Oh, I don't know.
He's coming across to driver's right. But
no, he's going to do it. So it'll be Dybell then back to Kingsley. And where are we then? We've already been lapped for Clinton Harvey. And so De Silva pulled out of the event, as did Rick Gill, as did Brock, as did Tyson Sadler. Unfortunately, Callow and Chichala and Craig James didn't start the race. So put your hands together for these guys.
Contact between Reg Ralph and Mark Watkins to be subject to a post-race investigation. So we must have missed that, but there's been some contact occur out there on the circuit during race number 3.
Yeah, well, they were side by side at one stage, coming over the top of the hill and down towards turn 7, and pretty close company with each other. So, yeah, there's been a coming together there. But no taking it away from two guys, Gary Hills in car number 93, who wins overall for the day for the Saloon Cars and certainly for the Pro Cars, and for Justin Chafee, who just loses out to Mark Watkins in points, but took out the event for the Pro-Am in that one. But Mark Watkins is going to take the day overall from Justin Chafee and back to Reg Ralph for the Pro-Ams.
And Justin Chafee also under investigation for exceeding track limits in that one as well.
No, so I'll take back all of those points for the Pro-Ams because it could end up anywhere.
It could do.
It could end up being Parham who takes the day for that, the way they're going.
It might be.
Yeah, so we'll leave it there. But yeah, another great race for the Saloon Cars. I hope that you all gave them a good clap and a good razor as they came past you, because they've put on good racing all day.
And don't forget Bruce Welsh, one of our drivers from the Formula V category. He's participating this week in the Variety Creative Car Cruise for 2026. The cruise is going to start on Thursday from Vass and visits schools and community groups throughout Walpole, Bremer Bay, Katanning and Quindenning, explaining the services that are provided by Variety Club Western Australia. Bruce is doing this with the support of 6PR and Channel 9 and his VW Combi called Vanessa. That is up here today. You'll find that out the back here in the grassed area behind the administration building. So if you do have some spare coins, please pass by Vanessa and drop in your donation to Variety WA. Your help will make a huge difference for children in need. So a good effort, or great effort, for Bruce Welsh this weekend. Pretty exciting adventure around the southwest of and Western Australia, around our southwest section, not only along the coast but also slightly inland around the bottom end, down past Bunbury and that general area of Western Australia. We're going to take a very short break. We've got our Holden HQs ready to go. They are down here in the dummy grid. It'll be a very short break and we'll be back with Holden HQs, brought to you by Electrical Group Training.
We believe driving should be more than just getting from A to B. It should excite you, reflect you, move you. From world-class supercars that stir the soul to everyday vehicles designed for comfort, reliability, and value. We bring you the best of both worlds, whether it's your first car, your dream car, or something in between. Our expert team is here to make the experience effortless and unforgettable. MotorMall, where performance meets possibility.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications. HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
For electrical group training, our Holden HQs will be next out on the circuit for their last race of day number 1 of round 1 for 2026 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And joining us up in the commentary box, I've got Rob Haggerty and also Howard Crump to talk us through this one. Howard, what's been happening between race 2, which was an absolute cracker, and this one that we're about to watch?
Oh, look, everyone's been sharpening up their game down a little bit. I had a chat to just about everybody. The first 4 guys were all very happy with how things went, and I don't think there's a lot they can do other than just try a little bit harder. The off that we saw, or when Ryan was a little bit wide before, it was just a little touch between the 2 cars. Ryan dropped a wheel in the dirt, and then Mr. O'Keefe behind him saw everyone getting a bit untidy and got all excited and ended up off the outside of the track. Mick came across in a big cloud of dust, went through the cloud of dust and found Mr. O'Keefe coming back onto the track. So yeah, all on for young and old there.
It sounds like HQ racing.
It does. But yeah, I think you're going to see more of that from the first 4. Had a chat with Stewie Kenny. He did a head gasket back in Collie last year, and then when they tightened the head down, a couple of the bolts didn't quite come up as the way they should. So he's got to do some major work on that and put some really strong threads back into that block, which is an expensive operation and a timely operation. So hopefully see him back with a very much faster car for the Nationals. Grant Ord, having some fun out there with Todd. Dave Kent's very, very happy. He's pushed up a lot from where he was last year. Obviously rookie of the year last year, and put a lot of time and effort into getting himself consistent on the track. And then he went across to Sydney for the Nationals, and we all know that if you go to one of these Nationals you can learn a hell of a lot, because you've got no choice but to go fast, because everyone around you is. They'll drag you along, and you bring back some really good habits, and he's carried that on to this year. Phil Breen, again, I was 100% right, done nothing on his car since last year. Totally lost to even get motivated, but he will, and he'll wind up a little bit as we go. Brad Butler, nothing to report other than he's having a ball. Peter Marsh went well, and Mark Alfonsi was happy. I did find out that Laurie Marsh's car, we think it was a Dizzy, so they've put a new one in. And Mr. Bradshaw, they think it had a Dizzy problem, but also he saw, being his first race meeting, he's leasing that car for the year, by the way, guys, and it being his first race meeting, he saw someone down on the fence as he came past the ripple strip who thought he was waving to him for something, so he came in thinking there was something wrong with his car.
It's not the first person to have done something like that.
No, we've all done that. We've all done weird things. I remember my first on the grid, and I'd been driving a WRX as a road car and put the thing into what I thought was first gear, and it was reverse. So when the lights went out, I went backwards a little bit, and when the car moved, and then I put it into first gear and rolled forward and went forward, and I got pinged for moving at the start.
But backwards.
Even though I'd gone backwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was mine. So at least he hasn't copped anything for it. But they'll have a ball.
Well, starting on pole position will be the man of the hour, and that is Troy Kent, car number 3, who had a great battle with car 49 of Ryan Davis. Then we have Brett O'Keefe in car number 21. Alongside him will be Mick Woodbridge in 74. And we have Rory Sharp, who was involved in a great battle with Kenny Ord, and towards the end of it, Todd Faulknell. And then Dave Kent, Phil Breen, Brad Butler, Peter Marsh, Mark Alfonsi, Bradshaw and Laurie Marsh will round out the end of our field. So at the moment it is tied on points between Troy Kent and Ryan Davis, our front row starters, both locked on 45. Then we go back to 36 for Brett O'Keefe, 34 for Woodbridge, 32 for Sharp and 30 for Kenny. So our top 15 points covering our top 6. So this will depend on what happens during this race as to who gets what up there at McCracken House later on this afternoon.
And just a reminder, these guys are forming up, coming out down the bottom there, because this is a rolling start for this last race for the HQs. There'll be the pace car will take off shortly, and these guys will be nice and close because rubber and racing, and it'll be a rolling start, and they'll all be at it from the time they come around that last turn.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a change. We haven't seen a rolling start for an HQ event for some time, so that'll be good to see.
Coming down nice and slow too.
Yeah, nicely bunched up. Yeah, nicely bunched up. They're doing a good. Mind you, they're used to coming down in this double Indian file because they do that quite often at the end of their events anyway, to show appreciation for their fellow HQ drivers and for the association.
So here we go. And car number 3 on pole position. Ryan Davis to his outside, Brett O'Keefe and Mick Woodbridge. They're your top 4 as the red light goes out and away we go, and it's Troy Kent that gets the best of the start. Look at Mick Wood ranging up alongside Brett O'Keefe, trying to push Ryan Davis down into second. And lots drops in Brett O'Keefe, and Mick Woodbridge hung out to dry here, and that's going to allow Rory Sharp to go side by side with Mick Woodbridge as they head up through turn 3 for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start by Troy, and good start also by Davis, who have slipped into their first and second position straight away. O'Keefe left out a little bit. He had a big opening there going into turn 1, but wasn't able to get his car down the inside, slipped into third position, and Woodbridge, of course, back there in fourth as they all disappear over the top of turn 5 and out in the old pit straight towards turn 6.
Can't actually see who we're on board with. It starts with a 6. It could be one of Laurie Marsh or Peter Marsh.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, you're right. I think it probably is Peter Marsh.
Behind Alfonsi, so I think it might be Laurie Marsh actually. I can see Alfonsi's car just in front, and there it is. There it is, Laurie Marsh's car. As we head up and over the hill for the first time, Davis hung out wide, Troy Kent to the inside in car number 3, and they go side by side through turn number 7 for the first time, and Brett O'Keefe has been able to get right involved with this as they fan out wide across the start finish line here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, absolutely, and side by side still around the outside is Ryan Davis. He's not going to be able to make that move, but he may be able to keep his nose in just far enough to go side by side across turn 1 and 2, and he does exactly that. So that gives him the line to turn 4. He wants to make a pretty good move down here, or he'll be on the outside for turn 5. And at this stage that he hasn't really done quite enough there. It's going to still be on the outside of turn 5, so that's going to allow Kent to maintain that position on the inside all the way down to turn 6 as well.
Troy would have to be happy with his new motor. It seems to be performing very well.
Very much so, and his new motor is his dad's old motor apparently. That's the motor that was in car 6 that they built last year, and he's moved that across to Troy's car, and Dad's got another new engine back further in the field and still going quick. So yeah, very, very happy with what he's got underneath him, as are all the guys around him.
Look at these 5 cars all over each other as they come down to turn 7, and at one stage there it looked like O'Keefe was going to get the better of Davis, who's got a little bit sideways there in turn 7, but as it is, they're all just decided to go nose to tail.
Rory Sharp's been able to join onto the back of this leading group. But, geez, there's about 8 cars within shot here at the moment.
I was about to say, the battle that's a little bit further back for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and possibly 10th is probably going to be on the end of this queue fairly shortly as well, because it looks to me like Grant Order's starting to get onto the back of that, dragging Stewie Kenny and Faulkner on as well.
Well, you can see that Troy Kent and Davis, they have been fighting amongst themselves here, and it's brought the field close together. We've got about 8 or 9 cars there. We're all running nose to tail as they disappear over the top of the hill, and we've got 6 minutes 17 remaining on this one.
And the fastest laps right the way down in 8th place. Yeah, Faulkner with an 18.0, so that's a fair bit off the pace to what we were seeing earlier when we were seeing consistent
2 second pace.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a long way down the field, but as I said, those guys are all line astern as they come over the top of the hill.
Troy Kent, car number 3, he's moved out 2 or 3 car lengths now over Ryan Davis in 49. Then we have Brett O'Keefe in 3rd place. 4th is Mick Woodbridge, and Rory Sharp. He'll be looking to try and get around Mick Woodbridge if he can, as he tries to pull out of the slipstream. He's not going to be able to do it. How does the wind, we've been saying how strong the wind is over there. We can see the trees over there in turn 7. Is that going to have much when the guys come up and over the top of the hill?
Yeah, probably, because the HQ's got the aerodynamics of a large house brick and everything affects it. For a track like Bathurst, for instance, because of the shape of the car and the gearing, you can't do more than 212 kilometres an hour down Conrod. They just won't go any faster than that. But the wind gets them from the side, and even bump drafting is good to push you along, but side drafting works with this as well. Troy was telling me before that Brett O'Keefe and Ryan Davis were running nose to tail, and he jumped on the side of him and took their draft away, and that slingshot him a little bit further up the field. So aerodynamics with these, because they're so unaerodynamic, is a very important thing.
Laurie Marsh putting his car behind the paddock area once more, so that's a shame for Laurie to be out of this one again.
Here comes Davis.
Yeah, watch them side by side down to turn 7. Davis down the inside, Kent on the outside, and Kent's going to give that up and try the over and under. Doesn't quite get the car tucked in, so he's just decided to get behind car number 49 and just see if he can't get a toe down the straight.
See Ryan try and stall the car right in the middle of the apex there in turn number 7, so that Troy Kent would have to back off. And it doesn't really work for him because Troy Kent hasn't backed off.
No, he certainly hasn't, and none of them have given up, although the first 3, and that would be Kent and O'Keefe, have all pulled away once more from car 74 of Mick Woodbridge, who's still got Rory Sharp on his tail, and Grant Ord has pulled well and truly away now from Stewie Kenny, and Todd Faulkner's also losing out on that battle, and then there's a big gap back behind them to Dave Kent, and then another very big gap back to car 68, and that would be Peter Marsh in front of Marco Fonsi, and then we've got Bradshaw as the last runner in the event.
Just had word from our producers at Turn 7 Media, and they had the onboard camera on Laurie Marsh's car before he retired just a moment ago. There was a loud or big puff of smoke from the gearbox area of that car.
Oh, okay.
So it's probably done a gearbox and is headed back into the paddock area.
Oh, it's a big shame for Laurie. He hasn't really had much of a day out today, has he?
Not really, but we've got a 3-car battle coming down into turn number 7 and positions changed again now with Davis in the front, Troy Kent in second, but here comes Brett O'Keefe around the outside, too wide as they cross over the stripe. Car number 21 doing his best to try and get into second place.
Yeah, he's got a big battle on his hands down there, though. He's not going to go around the outside of Kent down there, and he's just going to have to tuck him behind him and try to stay with him all the way up through to turn 4 and give it another good go, perhaps down into turn 6.
I wonder what's happened with Woodbridge, because he's really fallen off these front 3. They're back into the 16 4s now, so yeah, it's funny. They're out to 18s and then they go up to 16s. So I suppose if you're locked in a battle, you'd probably expect a 118. But then when you've got a little bit of free air and you're able to do your own thing, it's a 116.4 is the fastest.
As we did mention earlier, though, you remember there was a fair bit of sand that was sweeping across the track at turn 6 as well as over there at turn 4, and that can be changeable conditions lap to lap as well, so that might be affecting some of the lap times as well.
Howard, did the guys say anything about track conditions?
Yeah, atrocious.
Yep.
There's stuff everywhere, sand everywhere. And that's causing them all sorts of grief fires. It takes 3 or 4 laps for the tyre pressures to come up until you find out exactly where you are, but yeah, there's not a lot of grip out there, that's for sure.
Side by side once more down in turn 7, and Kent being pushed out to the outside of the circuit once more, and they're side by side. Have a look at O'Keefe there. He's wanting to get down the inside too. We've got one off, that's car 68, so that will be
Peter Marsh. And that looks like it's down on the exit of turn number 6.
Yeah, and that's a potential safety car.
Yeah, he's bogged.
And that's going to be a big shame because look at this. O'Keefe's just gotten side by side with Kent. They're probably about to go safety car. He's on the right side there if he could just hang on, and he's going to do that by the looks.
Where's the yellow flags? Because that will determine if he hangs on to second.
No yellows yet, so he's got his nose in front. So if they come out now, he's in second position. Still no yellow flags. And he's got to hang on the inside of there a whole way down the straight here because there will be yellow flags down into turn 6.
Side by side, Brett O'Keefe and Troy Kent. He's still on the inside. Kent to driver's left. Brent O'Keefe right into the apex of turn number 6.
Yeah, if there is a yellow down there, these guys want to be very careful.
Yeah, they're running side by side on the exit of turn number 6 as they crest the top of the hill. So it looks like Motorsport Australia are going to let this one go with just a local yellow down there at turn 6.
38 seconds left in the event, so this lap and another couple most likely, but they've been side by side since turn 4, these guys. This is a great driving performance by both of these, and gee, that car of Kent's has got some grunt.
It sure has, and this has allowed Mick Woodbridge to join that battle as well. Was Mick having an off day today, Howard?
No, he's just a bit cruisy today. I don't know that Mick's planning on running the whole year or looking to win the championship this year. He's out there to have some fun, and he's doing that. He was taking young kiddies around the garage on a tour before and gave one of them a lap of the pits. So that's Mick's attitude at the moment, is get out there, enjoy it, and promote the category.
No, good on him.
And again, Mick is the sponsor for today, Jack's Garage, our plate sponsor for this event. So get on down to Jack's Garage if you need some mechanical work.
You get the impression that he likes a little bit of Jack Daniels.
I don't know where you get that from.
No, it wouldn't be the font of the Jack's Garage. Would it?
I don't know of any of us that go down to Mix regularly and consume any of it that we're fond of Jack Daniels.
No, of course not.
I prefer ice. Mick prefers lemonade. But apart from that, yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, Ryan Davis must be rubbing his hands together with this battle that was behind him for the last couple of laps, because he's managed to pull, probably the better part of an 8 to 10 car gap
Is this
between
checkered
himself.
flag or 1 lap to go?
I think this might be 1 lap to go.
Yep, and he's going to win the day if he can 2.41 kilometres more. But look at O'Keefe getting very, very racy on the back of Troy Kent down into turn number 1. He gets a bit on the brakes earlier than Troy Kent, but now starts to get the drive out of turn number 1, through the left-hander at 2, back towards the right-hand side at the bus stop area, and he can't get up the inside of Troy Kent, so he's going to have to settle for maybe another lunge at 6, although Kent's driven wide, and that'll be all of that sand and debris at mid-track.
Yeah, possibly he is, but on the wrong side of the track for O'Keefe now, so he's probably better off tucking in behind the back of him and seeing if he can dive down the inside into turn 6. How many events has O'Keefe done? I haven't seen him up here a great deal in HQs.
He started last year.
Started last year, but he's raced before in other categories and different types of racing, speedway, etc.
Okay.
So he's certainly new to our category, but he's certainly not new to the sport of motor racing.
I think he's from New Zealand originally.
That makes sense.
Yeah, when it rains, look out.
Yeah, because he's doing a great job out there, and he's really applied himself very, very well. So he's got Mick Woodbridge right on his bumper bar at the moment, but nobody's going to do anything about car number 49, and that's the car of Ryan Davis as he comes down across the line to finish the day first in this event, and first for the day from Kent, and then back to O'Keefe and Woodbridge, and that's the way they finish. Only 1.8 seconds between first and fourth. Back to Grant Ord, who finishes just in front of Rory Sharp. Back to Stewie Kenny and Todd Faulkner in 8th, and then we've got Dave Kent in 9th, and our 10th will be wrapped up by who knows who yet, because we've got Breen and Alfonsi side by side. Alfonsi sideways, it's going to be Breen that gets it by the looks.
Yep. All because of that sideways from Mark there on the exit of turn number 7.
That's what happens when you wash all your speed off in a car that doesn't have a huge amount of horsepower. So, unfortunately for Alfonsi, that was Breen who got over the top of him, and just waiting for car 34 of Bradshaw, who's out on the circuit somewhere at the moment. He'll be our final finisher, having Peter Marsh, and in fact Peter Marsh did end up in the sand, so he won't be finishing the event, and Lawrence Marsh at the back of the pits, and Butler out of the race as well.
And mate, you reckon there's going to be a bit of a celebration at Ryan Davis afterwards at the trophy presentation?
I'm sure there will be. I don't know of any HQ meeting where we haven't had a celebration of some sort, but we'll be up at the clubhouse celebrating afterwards with the barbecue that's been put on, so that's always a great innovation, and the guys will be forming up now as they come out of the hill, and there'll be 2x2 coming over the hill, so we'll give them all a big round of applause. I'm looking on the Nationals as well. We've got that coming up in September over 2 days, as you know. On the Friday night we've got a meet and eat so that everyone can come down cars and to have a bit of a and then Saturday, Sunday racing, and then Monday we've got sponsor passenger rides on the Monday, so and then a weekend down at Collie. So if we've got any sponsors that think the queues might be something they can get behind, get in touch with us.
Thank you very much, Howard, for your thoughtful insights into HQ racing here today. Brought to you by Electrical Group Training and Jack Arch. We're going to take a shake, but before we do, let's throw down to Demelza and Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. Yes, I'm joined by Jack Parham. 17-year-old Jack Parham has been competing in the Saloons. How'd you go today, Jack? You tell me you had a few bothers, especially after doing some work on the car in the pre-season.
Yeah, well, last year didn't end very well. Ended up with car being written off, so we had to find a new car over the off-season, get some work done to it, new motor and all that. Just trying to get everything sorted. Had a few issues started this year with oil leaks and all that, so we're just getting them sorted, slowly getting there, but we need to chuck a new motor in the car. And then today it's just been finding out the issues that we haven't found out throughout practice, and also a bit of push and shove from everyone, being first race of the year and everyone wants to show what they're made of.
they're certainly running red hot today, being the first day and the first round of the championships. Bit of a bingle on the front. I'll get the camera to have a look at that. So was that your fault or was that somebody else's fault, braking too hard in front of you?
I'm going to say racing incident, like not to point fingers, but it was involved with the Silvia. We got together out of 4. We were side by side from 1, 2, 4, and then he shut the door on me, but I was up the inside on overlap. But racing's racing, it's going to happen, and we're all just trying to have fun.
Now, you have been racing go-karts previously. What made you decide to take the jump into the saloon car category?
Just really getting bored of go-karts and also a bunch of drama that's happening throughout karts. So I had a mate Tyson, who races in Saloons as well, jump in. XL is now Saloons, and I was like, yeah, I'll go for a drive, and liked it. So now I'm in Saloons and enjoying myself, trying to not get everyone mad at me, but trying to have fun.
And what's the goal for 2026 in regards to this championship? Obviously winning, but what else?
Trying not to make too many bad friends, like the enemies, and also have fun throughout the year, and also heading over to Bathurst for our national round, so that's going to be heaps of fun, and just try and keep the car straight is the main thing, and end the year with a straight car.
Fantastic. And just finally, in terms of your support group, do you have anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad for paying all the bills, my mum, all my mates, so Tyson, Jeff, Tristan, Sean, all the people from work. It's all been very, very nice having everyone's support.
Fantastic. Well, good luck, Jack, for the remainder of today and for the rest of the season.
Thanks for your time, Jack. Well done.
That's it from us here at Pit Lane for now. We will be back after this short break.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
One of our favourite categories up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway are the Formula Vs, and they are down in the dummy grid, just about ready to take off the last round of their racing for the day. Of course, they are racing for the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate this weekend, and it's looking very good. Listen, at the moment, car number 71 has had 2 from 2, starting from the front row. He qualified in P1 earlier on this morning and has had 2 wins so far. Jonathan Scary's moved his way up through the field through the day, and he will start on the front row alongside Rod Lisson. Ken Giant in the beautiful blue car number 55. He'll start out of 3 with Kathy Lisson in the silver 11 on the second row. Then we have Block and Lloyd. Andrew Lockett is running the best of the silver category cars at the moment from Isaac Scarey and Bruce Welsh. Mackenzie Gow having a cracker of a day in car number 18, already eclipsed her personal best by well over 1 second. And she is doing great things in car number 18, so she'll be worth keeping on this last race of the day for our Formula Vs. Then we have Wilkins, Campbell, Gow in car number 32, Ross Campbell in 86, Vinnie Panuanu in car number 69. Then we have Quinn, David Stuckenberg in 66, and our newcomer, one of our females to the Formula V category here in car number 22. She will start off the back of the field. So a big field, and this one is it. Whoever takes this one out, hopefully it will be Rod Lisson. He will walk away with the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate, as we've just been informed by Race Control that we have a 2-minute delay for some reason. So we will just have a bit of a chat about our Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day. Now, you've got a couple of nominations there, mate, and they are from 3 different categories.
Yeah, I certainly have. I like Hancock from the SFRs. I think he's done a brilliant job this weekend so far, so he's on my list. Adam Koberstein, I think that he's done brilliantly too. He had a really good recovery from that stall on the grid in the second race, and in that last we saw him in as well. He did a very, very good job as well, and he's only new to that category as well.
Yeah.
He came out of the with our Commodore. In the HQ, very impressed with today. He's the newer guys. You know, he's been in motorsport for quite a while, but he's one of the newer guys in the HQs, and he's really taken it up to a couple of really experienced people in the HQ racing this weekend. So pretty impressed with those guys. So is anyone that you can think of other than that?
No, I kind of confer with all 3. As you said, first time and is in the top 5 in FSR category, which is so close. The racing close between those. Adam, like you said, a great there in number 2. Come back from, to 3, sorry, to come back from that just about a stall on the start. And the last one, Brett O'Keefe. And as Howard said, you wait till it rains. This guy's from New Zealand, where it rains every day of the year over there, pretty much. And yeah, he's going to do great come the winter months up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Particularly if it was like what last time was, where we saw 3 or 4 meetings in a row where it was wet. So he'd probably be out there doing the rain dance on any day where it looks like it's got some dark clouds coming across. Hancock is particularly well because, I mean, look at these up against Chris Romer, supercar driver of some repute. Andre Heimgartner, current supercar driver of some repute. You know, some of those guys, current state champion, you know, in as well as state champion previously in Formula Ford. You know, he's really done some really good job rubbing shoulders with those guys out there in one of his first efforts. He's on the top of my list at the moment. We've already seen all of the SFR today, but in all the categories, the V's to finish, we've still got the street cars and saloon car, street cars. Sorry, I was going to say WA muscle cars, but there's sports sedans and sports cars, and we've still got the historic touring cars to go as well. So we'll wait until that's all washed up. But certainly they're the 3 that are at the top of my list.
I would actually put down Mackenzie Gow for the V's.
Yep.
She's done an outstanding job by beating her personal best by over a second today, and she's beat her dad twice. So Campbell had a really good run towards the end of 2005, and for Mackenzie to step up with a new set of tyres on today, as we've been told, she's doing things.
Again, it's experience.
Yeah.
So that's outstanding as well. So all right, so we'll call it Hancock and Coast and Mackenzie. And their main runners at the moment. We'll wait until the end of the day to get the race meeting finalised, and we'll make an announcement then as to who will win the Competition Drivers Club trophy for the driver of the day.
And all of our trophy presentations will take place around about 30 minutes after the last event. McCracken House, you can. It's up there. We've got a Saloon Cars soon. So come up and have a drink and say hello to your fellow drivers and competitors, officials. A big thank you to all officials again for this weekend. Possible without you guys, we're racing. Of course, extends everywhere. Flag people walk to MotorSPORT up here in the administration building. But our recovery guys too. A big shout out to Shane Carlin this weekend, who unfortunately can't be with us. He's got health issues at the moment, but he's a long-time driver of our flatbed truck for Triple AC Towing. And yeah, Shane, we miss you, mate. I know you're watching the coverage this afternoon. So yeah, take it easy, and hopefully we'll see you back up here at MotorMall Raceway very miles. Commentary box, what's quickly been happening?
Not a great deal, actually. Not really a lot between races 1 and 2 and 3, which is good. So everybody, the only thing is probably just reattaching Isaac Skerry's nose cone, which has been done, and he's put a funny little message on there, sort of saying, "Please don't fall off," which is to Isaac is a humour. But no, apart from that, not really a lot happened, so which is a good thing. So all you really want to do is adjust tyre pressures, add some fuel, and away you go. So Amanda Hollis just pulling up now to the final grid spot, P17. The green flag about to wave, and we'll get the red lights on, and we'll be underway.
So this will be it. It's Isaac Scary, car number 23 versus Rod Lisson down there. We see the traditional puff of smoke out of some of them, and what a start from Rod Lisson as he whacks second gear and drives away even further from Jonathan Scary. A very even start from the second row with Ken Wyatt and Kathy, and Ken Wyatt will win that down into one this time. So Lisson into fourth, and then we'll have Block, Lloyd and Andrew Lockett coming under attack now from Isaac.
Around the outside from Isaac. He's gaining as they head into turn number 4 for the first time. They've got Michael Lloyd and Renan Block in front of them in this. And Bruce Walsh is starting to get a bit racy too. He's now on the back of Andrew Lockett too as they head through turn number 5, as we see out on the monitors here. Mackenzie Gow got a good shape. Vinny Padawanu, actually, he had a 30-second penalty from overtaking cars under safety car, so he's had to start a few positions down the grid.
It'll be 10 seconds for every car, I think. Went through.
Expect to see car number 69 coming seeding through the field, and he's already done that so far.
Because that's a 1600 buried back there in amongst the 1200s, and so we should be able to get past pretty quickly. And as we say that, there he goes down the inside.
Down, about to try and get underneath it, but just better of it. As Andrew the corner, the racing line, and he's got the power to just breeze past them, to be honest, in a straight line. He doesn't really need to come and dive bomb people into the corners. He can just use the power and the torque of the 1600 to get past quite rapidly. But Isaac Scary really got some pace on in the AJ. He's clinging on to the back of Michael Lloyd and managing to get probably about a 6 or 7 car lead over Andrew Lockett in the 1200s. Jonathan Scary doing a ripper job in the AJ. As we mentioned, that engine is so old, and to be sort of hanging on the back of Rod Lisson is a very, very good effort. It's his first race in this car.
Just having a look at that silver category, it's Isaac Scary from Andrew Lockett and back to Bruce Mackenzie. Yeah, just having a talk. She's done some great things today, and hopefully she can add 3 from 3.
It'd be great, and you're right, she's driving super well today. She's just got so much more confidence in the car. It's amazing, obviously, what a nice new set of tyres does for confidence. But she's driving very clean, very smart. And we had a discussion during race 2 and 3, and the way she was sort of starting to get monstered, to be honest, by the other 1200, got her elbows. It was really, really good to see that she wasn't afraid to mix it with guys who've been around this category for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So really, she's actually now got that ranging up on the back for Campbell's going for a move. They've got Ben Wilkin in the Polar just in front of Brucey. All big probably locked rear brake and see tip.
Bruce driving his daughter April. Yeah. Is there any news on April back on the track and Johnny Rudek?
Look, not sure yet. Obviously, they've just finished building a house and still a lot to do there. So she might be up for one meetings this year. I'll see how it goes, but it's a massive step for them. A brand new house in Padbury and lots of things to do. Still backyards to lift down and make it a paradise. Which I know, being Johnny, I know he'll make it look at apps and bucks as he does. He's sort of like me and likes things to look absolutely spotty. Just looking at the TV monitors here, Andrew Lockett on screen now. He's trying to still chase down Isaac Scary, but Isaac's on the back of, he tried to get on the back of Vinny Padawanu. Now, absolutely, he's now in front of Michael Lloyd, so he's up to about P6, and the battle P3, and that's the white, well and truly under attack from Kathy Lisson as they head down into turn number 1. And she pulls out of the draft. Kenny sees a plenty of race, and another gain by Kathy. Super drive here from Kathy. And up to P3, so not sure where that sort of makes her sit in terms of the overall points for the day. This might be actually the battle for P3, sorry, on the podium.
Then we go a long way back to Block and Padawanu, and behind them we have Lloyd, Isaac Scary, Andrew Lockett and Bruce, the first, second and third of our silver category cars. As on our screens we pick blue and yellow cars heading up into turn number 4 at the moment.
Ross Campbell and the good Dave Mako. looks happened to Ben Wilkins on that last circuit, because he's now fallen behind Mark Quinn in the AJ, so he may have had a bit of an off for a slide that we didn't quite see. But again, we're still looking at the lap times 10.4. The track, the biggest complaint is just very, very slow today. There's a lot of sand being blown over the circuit from this, howling sort of south-westerly wind, and also the crosswind out of coming up over the hill is quite substantial too. So the drivers, I think, there's only 500 of the car drive. There's not weight there for them to get bound and affect their rhythm. So that's really affecting the lap times in today's race.
Yeah, there's been 17.07 by Dave back in 20 long time, 5-6 years ago.
Really, yeah. Now something's happened to Vinny Paduano. His massive progress has now been halted. He's about to get rounded up by Andrew Lockett and Isaac Scarey as they go through turn number 4 and through turn number 5 as they head over the hill. As currently we're focusing on my old car, the AJ of Mark Quinn, and Ben's in the Polar recovering after his possible spin the previous lap.
Didn't see what happened to Wilkins when he spun down in 6?
Yeah, actually what happened on the previous race, yes. So again, it was an issue with the ignition coil, fuel and all that sort of stuff. So now Dave Casely and Anthony Lees have worked their backsides off to get that car out there and circulating. So yeah, he's obviously, as I say, had a bit of an issue in this one, and that's what further down. Just looking out the window, Isaac Scarey and Andrew Lockett are basically trading places. Every super to watch. A couple of young fellas, and they don't me crack. Now back, we've got Bruce Welsh in P3, and he's now starting to come under attack from Mackenzie Gow. And this again, I think, is a battle for third position on for the day.
Yeah, because Bruce is very well when he's to racing after a 12-month holiday. We won't call it a time, or it was just a vehicle. And Mackenzie Gow, who we've just nominated as one of the likely candidates for our competition driver of the year driver of the board. You don't have a race to be running award. Do something and you can scrutiny.
Certainly, Campbell Gow on screen, car number 32 for Lux Performance, heading down into turn number 6. She's we got his for today, that's for sure.
Here's the battle between Mackenzie Gow and Bruce Welsh, driving his daughter's car in April Welsh. And oh, look, we're going to get the run up and over the top of the hill here. She got a great exit out of turn number 6, and she's on side by side with Bruce Welsh. She's now pulled out in front. So, well done to Mackenzie Gow, driver of car number 8, little 1200cc, and she went past him like she was in a number.
It's a fairly most built last year by Dave Casely. It did a big end bearing early in the season in 2025, and so the combination of that and the engine now starting to bed in quite nicely is really making that car has always been fast, whether it be Kathy Lisson behind the wheel or whatever. It's always in a straight line. Everybody's saying this thing is just weapon fast and very, very difficult to try and pull out on the draft. On the screen now, we've got this absolutely scintillating battle between Andrew Lockett and Isaac Scarey going into turn 6. They're side by side once again. Andrew's going to try the long way around. I don't think that's going to work.
A lot of sand and debris out there.
Yeah, but that's all right. He'll hook into, as you see, straight into the exhaust pipe of Isaac Scarey. Now he pulls out with the side. It's actually better not to be hard up behind the car in front. You're best to actually come out of car width, because the car in front is actually taking away the wind buffer coming over the hill. So we were discussing that between races 2 and 3, and I said just pull out to the side, because you'll find you'll have a little bit more pace, because Isaac is actually disturbing or taking away the wind that's affecting you. But back into turn 1, it's Isaac again in front from Andrew. Andrew, massive push on the front end there as he tipped it into turn 1. We're now down to minus 5 seconds, so I reckon there's going to be it's last lap order's about to come out now for the leaders, so the people towards the back of the field are on their second to last lap.
Bruce.
Yeah, he's got past Mackenzie again, and again this is great for Mackenzie too, because she's now competing against somebody who's been around this track for the last 30 years, probably plus. us, and to learn from Bruce on how he drives the car, the lines, etc. This is going to be an invaluable experience for Mackenzie for the rest of the season.
It's still Isaac Scary in front of Andrew Lockett, and Andrew's dropped off the back here thanks to that bit of a push.
Yeah, Isaac's actually starting to weave to try and break the toe, but unfortunately to no avail, as our race leader on screen comes out of turn number 1 for the final time up through 2 and 3, and heads off towards hopefully a perfect day for Team Lytec. And Kathy Lisson still in the battle with Kenny White for 3rd and 4th. So great scrap. Bruce Welsh and Mackenzie Gow. Wow, they are absolutely driving the wheels off these cars through turn number 7. Terrific stuff to see. As we see Kenny White on screen just going past and Giant Mandra, car number 55, the Jacer. And he's still got Kathy Lisson. Now, Kathy's probably in a good spot here. She would have seen the last up and gone, right, okay, I'm going to get behind you. I'm going to use the toe across the top of the hill. And I'll see if I can out-drag you as we see our 3rd and 4th place on the TV screen. But we're now focusing on our race leader and possible winner of the 1600 Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate. And that's going to be Rod Lisson coming into turn number 7 now for the final time. And he's going to greet the checkered flag and take out the plate for 2026. Back to Jonathan Scary. Great drive from Jonathan in the BM Graphics car. And Kenny White in P3. So I reckon Kenny White's probably taken position for P3 on the podium for the day. The battle for the 1200's into the final corner for the final time, and it's Andrew Lockett looks like he's got in front of Isaac Scary. Isaac's got a great run out of turn number 7. They're going to go side by side, drag race to the line, and it's going to be Andrew Lockett by a nose cone in the 1200 battle. So that'll be the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate for the 1200 going to Andrew Lockett.
2/100ths of a second.
Oh, wow.
Which equates to less than 30 centimetres across the line.
Yeah, well, Ben Wilkins has had a bit of a loop down at turn number 7 for the final time, unfortunately. But, yeah, I mean, look, that's the standard of racing that Isaac and Andrew have put on all day, to be honest. It was a shame that Isaac had that spin in race number 2, because these guys have just been glued together all day. It's been really, really great to see them battling hard all day. So the rest of the field has come across. So it's Lisson taking out the Jerry Prosser for the 1600, Andrew Lockett for the 1200 Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate. And I'd say probably second for 1200s be Isaac Scary. Bruce Welsh should be 3rd for the day. And in the 1600s, I reckon Rod Lisson for the day, Jonathan Scary in second, probably Kenny White, I reckon, may have just snuck across the line in P3. But we'll wait for the race office to tally all the points for the 3 races, and we'll see everybody up in McCracken House for a cheeky ale and tell a few lies.
We sure do, and thanks to Home Chef for coming on board again in 2026 and sponsoring the Formula V Association of Western Australia. Thanks very much, mate. We will catch up for a beer very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely, mate.
About 30 minutes after the conclusion of the last race, we will have our trophy presentation up at McCracken House. Everybody is welcome to join us up there, including the public. So if you'd like to come up and have a drink and watch the trophy presentations take place, McCracken House is building the 2-storey building down there in turn number 7. We will be located on the ground floor. We are going to go to a very quick break now before our sports sedans, sports cars and street cars hit the track for their last event here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Stick around, still got some more to go.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications. Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
For Pool Edge Systems, this is the Street Cars, Sports Sedans, and well, unfortunately we don't have any muscle cars present today, but it's going to be a great race. Back to 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and we still have historic touring cars to come after this one. And it's been a Ryan Humphrey benefit day and a Walter benefit day as at the same time. They've had 2 wins apiece in their own separate categories.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and they're both on 50 points, which is maximum points for the day so far for both of their categories. And Mullet's had a good day as well. A fairly lonely day. He's had no one really to race against in car number 40, which is the red Nissan Silvia that's out there with the V8 engine. And it's been a little bit of a shame for him that he hasn't had anyone to run against. But having said that, Robin Mullet's done a great job all day keeping that car on the track and reliable. Peter Callo's had a good day as well. He managed to get over the top of Peter McKenzie in that last event. And Peter McKenzie in the Porsche, still coming to terms with that car. Chris Chevrolet in the M3 E36 BMW has had a good day as well. Zaccoli has been at the back of the field, but he's just been reliable and going around in circles. And of course, Pavey hasn't had such a good day.
But he is out there.
He'll give it another go in this one. Yep, absolutely. But he hasn't had a particularly good day. Let's see if he can get through this entire 12 minutes and finish the event. And I hope for his sake that he does.
Yeah, the popularity of the BMWs is starting to come to the fore, isn't there? They're starting to pop up everywhere.
Yeah, there's a couple of them out there in this category. Of course, we have a fair few of them in pre-production as well, and they've been quite successful in pre-production. But yeah, we've got 2 E36 two-door BMWs out there. Chris Chevrolet's is an E36 M3, whereas the one that Pavey's in is an E36 325. That's the cars they were based on. I don't know how much of that original running gear is in them. Particularly
probably just the badge.
Yeah, well, the M3 may still have the M3 engine, but I don't know that the 325 still got the 325 engine. But again, it could do. I don't really know, but it's doubtful. But nonetheless, they're really good little cars, those BMWs, and lovely engines. Those 6-cylinder engines are just absolutely gorgeous engines. Owned a couple of them myself over the years, and they've been really, really good little cars. But,
they're fairly reliable too, aren't they? You can really push them.
Look, the only thing that ever goes wrong in that model BMW with the 6 cylinders is they don't like gaskets. They burn through gaskets and they leak oil. But I mean, other than that, they're pretty solid engines. But yeah, I don't know that they're the what engines are in these particular cars. But that's the road version anyway.
Well, they're lining up side now as they head down through turn number 7 and out onto the main straight here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and it is Ryan Humphrey in the XF Falcon alongside Walter Eppel in the Porsche 991, and a good getaway from everybody as they head down into turn number 1 for the first time. Bit of a puff of smoke there out of Ryan Humphrey's car, and car number 30 takes the lead from car 3 of Walter Eppel. We have Mullet in car number 40, 67 of Peter Callow. Then we go back to Pete McKenzie, and then side by side the 2 BMWs we were just talking about, Pavey and Chevrolet. They go side by side and up in towards turn number 4 for the first time.
Yeah, so it's business as usual at the front of the field with Ryan Humphrey and Walter Eppel skipping away from the car there of Mullet. But nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Pavey can get through past Chevrolet and get back onto the tail of the battle for fourth place, which is between Callow and McKenzie. And that's really where he's been generally throughout the most of the day. He has managed to get past Chevrolet, and he is starting to make a bit of a distance there. So I don't imagine that it's going to be long before he's on the tail of the car number 62 of Peter McKenzie.
Mate, I don't know whether you're just watching our screens then, but everybody that came out of turn 6 stayed to driver's right. So I'm wondering if there's a great deal of sand or something out there on the driver's left where you would normally go out over the concrete strip. These guys are choosing to go the other side of the racetrack.
The other thing is, of course, we had Clint Harvey's car off in a couple of races ago on that part of the track, and he stopped halfway down the hill, and maybe he has left some sort of trail of fluid or something down there. I mean, I'm guessing.
Brake lining or something?
Yeah, I'm guessing, but that's the only other thing that I can think of, and gee, he's very talented at the car, isn't he?
Certainly is. There's Peter Callow in the R32 Nissan Skyline, and he's in front of Peter McKenzie again. So can he drive away this time, or is McKenzie going to fight back in that Porsche?
Yeah, really interesting, because I'm just having a look at the moment, and we've got Pavey there in the BMW starting to close in on these 2 guys, as I suspected that he may do. And I think that that it's going to be a good battle, and I wouldn't be surprised that if Pavey catches these guys, he'll find a way past them as well and move up into into fourth place.
So Mackenzie's around the back end of the camouflaged car 67, the R32 Nissan Skyline. Don't know whether he's going to be able to get past at the moment. He's dropped off a fair bit there, going down the main straight and into turn number 1. That's allowed Callow to drive away by nearly 50 now as they turn left and head up the hill.
The other thing that's allowed is for Pavey to get right on the tail of Mackenzie as they disappear over turn 5 as well. Much bigger gap between our leader Ryan Humphrey and second place Walter Apple in this event as well. So Walter, I don't know if he's got just made a little bit of a mistake or what's happened, but there seems to be a gap between those two guys as there has been in the first of the day.
It's very easy to make a mistake when you're trying to catch, say, somebody right and trying to do your best and trying to keep onto the back end of that sports sedan. That's where a problem may occur, and there's been a brake lock there on the way into turn number 1 for Walter Apple in the Porsche.
And once that starts happening, you start getting a flat spot in the tyre, and it just keeps on finding it time and time again. And having said that, he's right up on the tail of Humphrey again. But you know, the sort of speeds that these guys are doing and the sort of concentration and precision that you need to keep driving the cars at that speed, it takes a very, very little mistake to lose a lot of ground. So it doesn't take very much to actually slip into a problem. So let's hope that's not going to happen, and it hasn't happened. But look at Pavey, he's all over the back of Peter Mackenzie again as they go over turn 5.
It's been a good battle today while Chris has been up and running in that car 2 Ford BMW. He's again, as we pick up with these two car battle down in turn number 6, and they are not too far off the back end of the 67 of Peter Callow either. So these three still getting involved. We've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this one, plus 1 lap. So can Pavey get past this Porsche?
I think that it's going to be tough, but they're very similar speeds in a straight line. But it's going to be very interesting to see. He pulls out onto the inside now. He's looking for an inside move down here. But Mackenzie's pretty experienced, and he leaves the gate open because he knows that he's got good brakes in that Porsche and that he's going to be able to brake as late as what Pavey is, so he won't be able to get down the inside.
Walter Apple's just put in the fastest lap, a 58.7 compared to Ryan Humphrey in a 58.9. So he has definitely decreased. He's only probably 4 or 5 car lengths behind the back of Humphrey, but under brakes, look how much he gains under brakes. Takes that right down to 2 car lengths. And then the lackey band effect happens again down the main stride. And then up the brakes again. Walter will catch right up and sit right under that wing as they go through turn number 1, through the apex, out to the left-hand side, now back across to the right-hand side, and then under brakes. Look at this from Walter Apple. Really close.
Well, certainly 0.5 of a second looks like a big distance between two cars when they're doing 220 to 240 kilometres an hour than it does when they get to a corner and they're only doing 90 kilometres an hour. So half a second closes up pretty quickly, and as you said, it's like that elastic band sort of effect. But at the moment, Pavey's sort of like starting to drop off the back of Peter Mackenzie again. He closes up under the around the corner here. But I think that Porsche might just have a little bit more grunt and straight line than what the BMW does.
Yeah, and of course they're trying to mow down Peter Callow, who's only just in front as we pick him up down into turn number 6. There goes Callow screaming past. There's a chance for Pavey as he has a look up the of Peter Mackenzie in the Porsche, and he's going to go side by side through the apex. Now Pavey to the driver's right, and that's pushed Mackenzie out to driver's left. So a good race up and over the top of the hill, and it looks like it may be Pavey that's got the job done.
I think so, and I think he's probably going to drive away from the Porsche now. I think he was being held up a little bit by him, and he'll go chasing after Peter Callow in the Nissan R32. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly he can get onto the back of the Nissan, because he's already pulled a car length, probably about 4 car lengths, even more probably between himself and the Porsche. So I would suspect that he's most likely going to get onto the back of Peter Callow pretty quickly, and he'll take that position too before the end of the race.
I think you were right, mate. He was getting held up by the Porsche of Peter Mackenzie. And now that he's been able to break those shackles, he looks like he's gaining hand over fist, actually, to Peter Callow.
Yeah, I think so. I think the car's going to end up 4th if he doesn't have an issue again towards the end of the event, as he has in the first 2 events today. just looking at this battle for the lead once more, and it closes down in the corners and widens out again in the straight. So I think it's exactly the same as what we've been seeing all day between these two guys.
I don't think he's got enough to get around him, and then if he'd around him, it'd only take a bit of a straightaway, and Ryan would just put the throttle down, and away he goes.
And look, he's a sensible driver, is Walter Epple, as we look at this car of Pavey looking like an inside line down into turn one, not quite able to make it, but he's a sensible driver, is Walter Epple. He knows he's going for a different championship, and the trophy for today for trying to get in front of Ryan Humphrey, he's not going to be able to do anything. He'll only have 1 win and 2 seconds, whereas Humphrey will have 2 wins and 1 second, so he's not going to take the day out anyway. So he's sensible enough to know he's going for a different championship, and he doesn't want to throw away all of those points he can get in the sports car championship just to see if he can get, maintain. He's never going to get a first place trophy overall for the event today.
$150,000, $200,000 worth of Porsche into the wall for what? No reason. For a piece of wood and plastic.
Exactly.
Yep.
So whilst he's going to put on a show for us, which he's doing, and try his hardest, he's certainly not going to chuck it at the wall to try to get in front of him.
God, Ryan Humphrey's up on 2 wheels through the bus stop section that time, and then hard on the brakes for turn number 4 through the left-hand sweeper, and then up and across the top of the hill at turn 5. Now they head east here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, heading east and dropping downhill rapidly into turn number 6. So back into third gear at the moment through the apex corner. And you can see Ryan again has held that line on the right-hand side. Now he allows the car to drift out to driver's left.
And did you see all the rubbish that was on the track down there at the apex of turn 6 as well? And that's mostly sand that's come across the track. Because we haven't had the sprinkler systems working up here, it's exacerbated the sand problem that we have here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
This has taken us back to the 70s, hasn't it, today? It's a bit barren out there.
Yeah, to a certain degree. It's sort of like reminiscent of the 70s and 80s here at Wanneroo Raceway. But Ryan Humphrey will have a different mindset here. He'll want to take 3 from 3 today, regardless of anything else that happens, and that's why he's probably trying a little bit harder to keep Walter behind than Walter is to try to get in front. And I suspect that the reason is because Ryan knows that there's been a lot of work that's been done by a lot of people who have given him volunteer labour and have looked after him to get this car back on the track after his big incident up here at the tuning day, and he wants to pay them back with 3 from 3 today.
Yep, for sure, and it's predominantly a family-run affair. Is the Frankenstein Falcon, powered by a Chev.
Yep, sponsored by his father's winery.
Down the hill they come again to reel off another lap. Now we're -1, so this should be checkered flag, and it is, and it goes 3 from 3. Car number 30 to Ryan Humphrey takes 3 from 3. The perfect score here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway from Walter Epple, who also takes 3 from 3 for the sports cars.
It'll be interesting to see what's happening with Pavey as here comes Mullet over the top of the hill. He's had a lonely run all day in third place. He's had no one to play with, but he's had a great day out nonetheless, and he'll take the second points for the sports sedans for this year. But have a look at this. Over the top of the hill for the final time come the R32 Nissan and the E36 BMW, and down into turn 7, and I think that it's going to be Peter Callow, although he runs very wide and he's opened the gap here. This is going to be side by side as they come across the line, but yeah, Callow just finishes in front of a fast finishing Pavey. Good on Chris Pavey for managing to get that car to the end of the race for the first time today. And Peter McKenzie back there in car 62 finishes 6th, and we're just waiting for Chevrolet to come across. Oh, he won't come across the line. Chevrolet and Zoccoli fell out of the event halfway through the event. So that's the way they finish for the sports sedans, sports cars and street cars today at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Put your hands together if you're at the circuit for these guys as they come down towards the McCracken House Clubhouse. They've done a great job all day, and that's going to bring us towards the very final event for today for our Super Saturday here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. That's going to be for Axis Hire. It's the historic touring cars, and it's their last run for this weekend.
It certainly is, and always look forward to the historic touring cars. We're going to take a quick break, go to a couple of adverts, pay some bills. We'll be back very shortly here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We believe driving should be more than just getting from A to B. It should excite you, reflect you, move you. From world-class supercars that stir the soul to everyday vehicles designed for comfort, reliability, and value. We bring you the best of both worlds, whether it's your first car, your dream car, or something in between. Our expert team is here to make the experience effortless and unforgettable. MotorMall, where performance meets possibility.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications. Historic Touring Car Racing is brought to you by Access Hire, I Write Signs, Moylan Grain Silos, and Perth Brake Parts.
Okay, back here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, we've got the historic touring cars lined up on the grid, ready to go out onto the circuit for their warm-up lap. And we welcome back Martin Dennis for the historic touring cars. Welcome back, Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
And going to get some good advice and what have you from Martin as the race goes on. Anything happening in the pits in between the events?
Oh, full leak fixing.
Okay, old cars, eh? Yeah. Yep. Did you manage to talk to anyone from the Grant Johnson pits and find out anything more about why it's issuing that smoke out the back of it?
It's a bit of oil carryover, and it's not hard to fix, but not easy to do at the track.
Yep, okay, so it's nothing that's going to be a big problem for that. That's good, because I really have enjoyed seeing a big Falcon out on the circuit once again, very reminiscent of the old days here in the 70s when we used to have improved production cars racing up here, or series production cars they used to be called, and used to see the big bangers, as they called them, with people like Bill Dixon and Rod Donovan all out on the circuit chasing things like Austin Healey Sprites and cars like that used to run up here. It was David and Goliath. Well, we're seeing a little bit of that again today, some 50 years later, 55 years later, with a David and Goliath, and that's in the hands of Grant Johnson and on a road.
Absolutely. Our on-screen camera for our live stream viewers is on board Grant Johnson's car, so hopefully we might see some overtaking towards the back race. But I don't expect to see much out the front window of this race cam.
No, it's exactly what I was going to suggest, is I don't think we'll be seeing too many cars in front of him.
Clear track.
Yeah, absolutely, but it should be really good to see the wheel work, because I know that towards the end of the race particularly, these cars do tend to get pretty loose in the rear end. Their tyres tend to turn a little bit to jelly, but of course Grant's very good at being able to nurse cars, and he won't be under too much pressure to keep lap times as fast as what they will. So he probably will look after them fairly well.
Yeah, he'll run a race at the front at his own pace. Appearances. Actually, you're talking back about just a few years ago.
Yep, just a few.
Do you remember Bob Shepherd?
I do.
Well, the late actually. Yes.
Yep.
I actually spent a few years working for Bobby Kalgoorlie.
Oh, okay.
Back in the 80s, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, look, we look back at those days with fondness, but when you look at the sorts of grids that they used to get in those days and the sorts of lap times that they used to do, I mean, I think we've got a lot better now than what we had it then, but rose-coloured glasses, you look back on those days and they seem to be the days that you most miss, I guess, but... I think we've got some pretty good racing here these days.
Oh, absolutely. There's obviously technology's helped us a lot in understanding engines, if you like, better, and
tyre technology as well.
Tyre tech's changed a lot. Brake technology's gone a long way. Whilst there's there are restrictions on our braking, size and so on, but compounds make a big difference.
I mean, if it wasn't for Bob Biltoft, who brought in streetcars in 1975. The worst decision Cam's ever made, I think, is to get rid of series production and go to Group C touring cars, because we used to get full fields fully supported by all the local dealerships in 1972, and then at the end of 1972 the whole thing just disappeared because they went to Group C, and we completely lost them, and our fields just were decimated.
Yep.
Another battle worth looking at. Is this going to be another one with Mel Bowden in car number 23, the little Mini? Can he get onto the back of that GTR XU1 again of Kenny Waller, car number 13?
Well,
It's a good start from Conno, but here comes the power of the big Falcon in second gear. He gripped it up and drives right around the inside of Conno Onofaro, and Don Behet's in the big Ford Galaxy wants to stick his nose in there as well.
So Don had fuel pressure problems in the last run, that's why he was taking it easy.
Have you ever seen footage out the front of Conno's car from the start? He's just about got the thing valve balancing.
Yes.
When he drops the clutch, he's got about 3,000 million revs on the thing and drops the clutch. So that's why he's able to make a good start. He seems to be able to get the power to ground without too much wheel spin as well, and he just manages to get that jump. But yeah, you're not going to be able to beat that Falcon down into turn one, that's for sure.
Laurie Lapsley's got himself in between the GTR XU1 of Ken Waller and Mel Bowden as well. So he's going to have to try and get past the Jag first before he can attack the back end of... Oh, actually, he's got his... No, he's still behind the Jaguar as they exit turn number 6 for the first time, and he's ranged up alongside of him already. So this is going to be a great battle between the big 6-cylinder Mark II Jag.
Kevin Inches will win here.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens under brakes.
Under brakes.
Yeah,
here comes the little Mini.
I'm really glad that Laurie did get in front of Mel then, because that's going to really set it up, as you mentioned, for the rest of the race as well, because they had a great battle in the first one. But the
Ken
Mini
Waller's gone backwards, mate.
Yeah, he has. But yeah, the Mini got the better on him in the second one, and sort of like spoiled it for us. But it's back on again in this one.
That's not...
What's that, a 13-second lap for Johnson?
Yeah, and a bit of a problem there also for car 222, which is the Behet's car. He's pulling right over, so that problem must have not been completely fixed.
No, it's
fuel pressure?
Yeah, that's what it'll be. The old gauge has gone back to zero, and that doesn't do your engine any good. So
no, you don't want to persist with that, that's for sure. It's once again one of those, discretion is a better part of valour.
He's pulled off right there at turn 4, so hopefully the car's running, and it's not.
Yeah, that's not a good place to be either. That's probably going to draw a safety car.
Just as Mel Bowden goes up the inside of Laurie Lapsley, but no yellows yet, so that'll be credited as a pass.
Yeah, it's still a pass.
And Bill Shipper is not too far off the back either.
No full course yellows, but I think there's definitely a yellow up there at flag point 4, or what used to be called flag point 4.
Yeah.
Flag point 37.478 now or something or other.
Lapsley back in front, but here comes Bowden under brakes in the little Mini.
Yellow all round.
And now he slides under, so I don't know whether that one will get credited, but definitely the first pass he put on Laurie, that was credited.
Yeah, no, that should...
Good job from those guys over there in the flag point, waving the safety car board as well as the flag, and just making sure that the drivers have seen it. We've seen some pretty horrific accidents up here in the past with people not being able to see the safety car continuing on racing while the people in front are slowing down. So
it's a big thing from a car point of view, as you know, Rob, that being able to see, get the message, understand what's going on.
Yeah,
so
it is.
The race savers that the guys wear in historics are actually a real gem in that point.
Yep.
We can, the race control can call the shots and let us know.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. They're not easy to see, and it takes a lot of years to train yourself to actually pick up on each of the flag points as you're going around, because they're not easy to see. And you just got to try to train your brain to make sure that you've got one eye poking out the side of your car, looking at the flag points each time, and particularly coming over the top of the hill, because there's been some horrific accidents in turn 7 where people have come the whole way down the hill and come around the corner only to find a car sideways across the track, and they've completely not seen any of the yellow flags.
Yeah.
Because they looked at 2 feet in front of their car instead of all the way down the track.
Well, have you noticed our flag points have been painted green over the winter break, not the summer break?
Yeah, that matches with the MotorMall colour scheme, which is obviously our new sponsor here at Wanneroo Raceway, and we're very proud to have MotorMall on site with us. And we thank them once again for their long-term contract that they have with the club for the naming rights of Wanneroo Raceway, and we welcome them along. So the clock continues to run down, and this is one of the big differences between pre-years and the new system we've had now up here for the last couple of years of timed races, is that the clock keeps running down. So we're down to 4 minutes and 42 seconds now.
So a couple of laps only.
Yep, they've got the car hooked up on the back of the crash crew car, and that's typical of our crash crew. They're very quick off the mark and doing a great job as always. They'll drag that up to the old paddock area at the top of the hill, or up probably most likely onto the old short circuit, and about now the car's behind first line of defence, so they can look at getting the safety car lights turned off and getting this race back underway.
Yeah. safety car lights are out, so, well, no, they're not. They're still on.
Yep, safety car will be coming in this lap, according to Motorsport Australia Race Control. So it's Johnson from Onofaro, and that 2-second gap is now diminished to nothing. Then we have Mel Bowden having a ripper run today in the Little Mini from Laurie Lapsley and Bill Chipper. And Waller going backwards there, so there's something not right with the RXU1, the brand new engine on board that one for this weekend. And then Gary Croswell doing his thing out there in the Chevy Impala, car number 39 in 7. So only 7 running cars left in this one. And unfortunately for Don Behetz, that's probably cost him 3rd place overall for the day. Because now we have Johnson on 75, if it was to finish now, Onofaro on 60, and Mel Bowden is going to get a podium today.
Yes, yeah, that's good on him for that as it stands at the moment. And you mentioned Kenny Waller in car 13, the XU1 Tirana, not being on the pace today. At least he's going to go home with an engine which has still got all of its internal. Yes. That's the main thing I think that he's going to take away from today, as we see the green flag about to come out. So the final flag point's just withdrawn and put the green flag out, and we're back to racing conditions here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
And there we go, nearly a pass on for Shipper before the checkered flag. Yeah, so play with that one.
Yeah, he didn't break the rule.
So let's see whether he can harass Laurie now in the Mark II Jag.
Yeah, well, Mel Bowden's skipped away from that group, so he's well and truly into that 3rd position now.
It wasn't a very tidy restart, was it? They were all had like 20 metres between each other.
Yeah. Grant was holding a reasonable sort of pace, and used to more contemporary type of starts, so, and very experienced at restarts.
Yeah,
most of our guys don't actually get a lot of them, and really it's sort of until you've done a few rolling, like the rolling start or the restart. Takes a bit to get your head around how to make it work.
Yeah, it does.
Here comes Bill Shipper. He's closing up on the back of the Mark II Jag. You would expect that the Jag will stretch its legs about now and start to drive away from the Datsun 1600.
Yeah, I told Bill to give it a few more revs actually when I was in the break.
Well, look at Kenny Waller. He's managed to just drive past Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600, and looks like he's going to make that position stick. So now he's got to get his head down. Oh, good job for the over and under there by Shipper, though. He's almost got an overlap, but not quite. So now he's head down and go after that wedding car and see if he can get another position, get up to 4th.
I don't think they're going to catch Mel Bowden. I think he's going to be out on his own for the rest of this race, as is Conno Onofaro and Grant Johnson. They are miles away doing their own thing, as Conno runs really wide out into all of the yellow sand and Deb wide in turn number 4. And here comes Kenny Waller closing in on the back of the Mark II, and Bill Shipper not too far off the back end of the GTR XU1 either.
No, absolutely not. And those three pretty much glued together at the moment, and a long way back then to Croswell in the Impala, car number 39, and he's had a fairly lonely run for most of the racing today.
Yeah, this is pretty much the only excitement happening out there on the circuit at the moment is this one, as Laurie Lapsley just about throws it off the road down there in 6, and that's going to allow Waller to come right up alongside of him, and they're bringing Bill Shipper along for the ride as well. So Ken Waller's gone past the Jag, and here comes Bill Shipper. Can he put a run on? He's not going to be able to.
No, it's a bit too far back, I'm afraid, that one.
Oh, I'm really pleased for Ken Waller. That's outstanding that he's got that car up into 4th position and past those other 2. I'm really pleased for him.
And it doesn't look like it's got the smoke coming out of the back of it anymore either.
He's had a bit of a rough run with this car since he debuted it at Collie last year, and it's really, really good to see that it's hung together today and that he's starting to get a good grip on it and starting to get some good lap times as well. He's down into the 70s now in the car. I think that's the quickest he's done so far.
Yeah, that's not a bad time. That's getting there.
That's getting there, absolutely. But these cars in the day, even with drivers like Peter Brock and the like, and although they were not quite as advanced as what these were, and they didn't have the tyre technology in those days we have these days, but they were only used to do 71s and 72s around here in the day, so that's a pretty good lap time.
Which is a pretty good effort.
Yeah, it is for what they had in those days, absolutely.
Laurie Lapsley getting a bit defensive there, because Bill Shipper now tries to go up the inside of Laurie Lapsley through turn number 6.
Well, Shipper's pulled a 13, so that's good. He's got 2 seconds quicker than he has in the last race.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good. So obviously something was not quite right on the dashboard of that car and
right
being a
foot.
little bit conservative?
The right foot.
The right foot?
Yeah, it's the right foot.
So we haven't seen anything out the windscreen of car 27, the leader of our race yet, so hopefully the director might just throw us into the passenger seat of that car and give us a look for a half a lap or so in the closing stages of this event, because this is the last lap of the race, I suspect, because we're 46 or 47 seconds in deficit.
The minus,
yep, we've got the last lap bought out. So just watching that car on the screen at the moment, making its way down the old pit straight towards turn 6.
Still looks very stable on the road. It doesn't seem to be moving much.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, no, he's kept that car well and truly glued to the track, and that's experience for you.
Yes, yeah, such a good...
Yeah, there we go. We've got split screen camera at the moment as we watch the car coming up out of turn 6 and up the big long drag to the top of the hill and down towards what is the second hardest braking zone in Australian motorsport, eclipsed only by the chase at the bottom of the hill at Bathurst as he slides the car out of turn 7 and crosses the line to finish 3 from 3 today for Grant Johnson in car 27.
Yeah, and the reasonable lap time at a 1:08 too is the fastest lap.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I did see a 67 earlier on, so he's not far off. He's had a consistent run all day.
All he needs now is a couple of Mustangs out there to have some fun with. And that's all we need to see as well, to see a few cars out there hopefully later in the early part of the season.
Big congratulations to Mel Bowden just going through. He's going to pull off third place for the day, and I reckon that's probably the first time he's been on the overall podium. At a race meeting, so congratulations to car number 23. Ken Waller, a stout effort in the GTR XU1 Tirana. Laurie Lapsley, as always, reliable and out there having fun. And then we have Bill Shipper in the Datsun 1600, and Gary Croswell finishes in the Chevy Impala. Martin, thanks very much for being with us, and brought to you by Access Hire, and we'll look forward to seeing you at round 2, the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships later on.
Thank you very much.
That's all right, no worries. Rob, what do you reckon? We have to make a decision on the Competition Drivers Club trophy.
I reckon we might talk about that a little bit off air, and you can give them a surprise down in the clubhouse when you do the trophy presentation a little later on this afternoon. But what a day of motorsport. What a day to start motorsport for 2026 here in Western Australia at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Some really, really great racing, clean racing. Everyone's taking their car home on their trailers all straight and still in the same condition as what they brought them here, more or less. So it's been win-win for all of us.
It certainly has, and a big thank you again to all of our officials out there. There's over 200 officials to make one of these race meetings go ahead, so thank you very much to our medical crew and our doctors over there in the medical centre, all of our recovery teams. We've got Motorsport Australia, we've got DSO, our timing people next door, Ray Shaw and the rest of his crew. So thank you very much, of course, to all of our guest commentators for their expert insights into the local categories here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Thank you very much, and of course our start line officials as well.
Yeah, don't forget the grid marshals and the crash crew and the fire crew and people who are out on the gate and people who are in the paddock area, our secretaries downstairs. It's always a difficult task to decide to name all of these positions that are up here as an official at a race meeting, because you always forget one or two of them.
Yeah.
But all of you guys, you are so appreciated, and thank you very much for your contribution to Western Australian motorsport. It wouldn't happen without you.
And thank you very much to you, mate. I know it's been a big drive up from Wagen this morning, and you'll be back joining us again tomorrow for day number 2 of round number 1 here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed your day.
I wouldn't miss it for quids. Have an absolute ball, and I'm sure it'll be the same tomorrow.
All right, for all of our live stream viewers, stick around. We're going to play some replays of today's events, and we will be back with Slim Jim and Demelza for a recap of today's events here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Please drive carefully on the way home, and we'll see you very shortly on the live stream. Good night.
Well, that's the end of today's championship racing for round one. The first day of racing, we've got another day tomorrow, but let's do a bit of a wrap-up right now, Vaughan,
Absolutely.
of exactly what we saw. Let's start with the HQ Holdens that were proudly sponsored by Electrical Group Training.
Yeah, a perfect day for car number 49 of Ryan Davis, taking 3 from 3. And I know Ryan, I've been lucky enough to drive with Ryan before. He will be absolutely over the moon, and he'll be one to look out for at the trophy presentations for sure.
Now, one of the things about the HQ Holdens is that they're not only just competing here for the championships, I reckon they're also warming up for the upcoming nationals, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. And as we've heard today, we've got at least 50 nominations already. And these events, the nationals, the HQ nationals, are not until September. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get 65, maybe even 70 before the end of racing.
Is that a good turnout for the HQ Holdens category when it comes to nationals?
Oh, definitely. But they're not a high dollar category to run in. As you can understand, they're a fairly old car. You can still get a lot of the engine parts. It's the body panels that the guys are struggling with.
Exactly. Now let's talk about Formula Vs. That was a really exciting day of racing with not only the 1600s but also the 1200s.
Yeah, some great battles. It looks like Rod Lisson will take out the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate for the 1600s, and young Andrew Lockett will take out the 1200cc category for the Jerry Prosser Memorial Plate.
But Kathy Lisson drove well today, came second I think in the first race of today.
Yes, that's right. And for race number 2, we had a husband and wife on the first row, which I think is probably a first in Australian motorsport.
Yeah, but both Rod and Kathy are doing incredible work with the Formula Vs here, nationally and also here locally.
Yeah, they do. They travel the miles. They're always going over east to such events as the Phillip Island Classic, etc., and rounds of the National Challenge, which we are going to have here in a couple of months at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Even the younger crew that drive for the Formula Vs, they're doing incredibly well. They're so competitive, as well as other categories as well.
Yeah, well, one of the girls in the administration here at the West Australian Sporting Car Club, Mackenzie Gow, she's had an outstanding day.
She's had a cracker of a
Sure
day,
has.
hasn't
She's
she?
beaten her personal best around this track by over a second, and she beat the old man 3 times out of 3.
We should mention the fact the Formula Vs was sponsored by Home Chef, and of course, again, congratulations to the winners today. The combined category that was sponsored by Pool Edge Systems, featuring Saloon Cars, Sports Sedans, Street Cars, and WA Muscle Cars. Not many muscle cars on the track today, but everybody else seemed to be giving it a red hot go.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately for Ron Moller, he was our only WA muscle car entered, and unfortunately withdrew yesterday. So that left our Sports Sedans, our Street Cars, and Sports Sedans. Ryan Humphrey, 3 from 3 in the Sports Sedans, and Walter Eppel, 3 from 3 in the Sports Cars. So a great effort from those two guys.
And again, the racing was very competitive. A lot of people. Isn't it amazing they came back so refreshed after having so much work done on their vehicles in the break? I mean, they're coming back and they're giving it a red hot go on the track from race 1.
Yeah, definitely. And, a special mention goes to Ryan Humphrey. 3 from 3 today after a monumental impact with the wall down there outside McCracken House during a sponsors night where he actually had a passenger on board, came down the hill, put the foot on the brakes, and nothing happened.
Now let's talk about historic touring cars, one of my favourite categories. Got to speak to a couple of the guys with their beautiful vehicles. I mean, it's really seeing so much history on the track always entertains me, engages me.
Oh, certainly does, and it's a category close to my heart. I was racing with those guys for 10 or 12 years, and it was great to see Grant Johnson, a fairly brand new car, the GTHO Phase 3 Shaker. He's 3 from 3 for Grant as well. And we were just discussing in the commentary box, Mel Bowden in the little Mini. He's had a stellar day, ended up 3rd today on the podium overall, and we believe that'll be Mel's first time on the podium.
Now, I should mention the fact that historic touring cars are sponsored by Axis Hire. Let's talk about the Radicals that were sponsored by Perth Motorsport Tyres. Always great to see the Radicals on the track. And it's good to see Andre actually participating in the racing, not only mentoring, but he's actually on the track with them, alongside them when they're competing.
Yeah, and a lot of guys will be trying to get right behind Andre and watch what he's doing in the car, where he places the car on the entry into the corners and the way through the corner, and also on the exit on the way out. Bryce Moore thought he was going to have it all his own way, and unfortunately made a wrong decision. He went wide, got out in all the sand and the marbles, and that allowed Chris Reindler to split the middle, go up the inside of a slower competitor. They were 3 wide during turn 4, which is pretty much unheard of in a Radical, but good on Chris Reindler. He spoilt the day for Bryce Moore.
Incredible. Great vehicles to see on the track as well. Incredible cars. And finally, we get to Saloon Cars, sponsored by Right Way Industrial Proprietary Limited. Saloons, again, absolutely flogging it out there on the track.
Yeah, great. We had probably the biggest field of Saloon Cars, and the biggest field here today was the Saloon Cars. And right across the field, the Koberstein brothers were fantastic. Robbie Marcon was awesome as well. Unfortunately for Jackson Callow, looked like he broke the car and didn't take place in the last race, but you can't take it away from car number 93, the Holden Commodore of Gary Hills, 3 from 3.
There's also a lot of young, we've interviewed 2 in the Saloons category today, 17 years old. So there's a real young contingent of drivers coming up in that category too.
Yeah, well, the future's looking good for not only Saloon Cars, but motorsport in general. And both of those kids have either progressed through go-karting up into circuit racing, or they've come through the Hyundai XLs like Jack Caiulo. And you see people like Jackson Callow. Wasn't that long ago that Jackson was peddling a Hyundai XL, and now he's up there and he's the state champion in Saloon Cars.
Really, the young, and as well as the amount of girls that are joining the clubs as well. I mean, that's really encouraging, and they're doing really well. They're super competitive.
Yeah, they are. The Formula Vs, 6 women taking place today. This year, there will be 6 women, and we believe that is a record for any category in Australia to have 6 females participating, and they take it right up to the guys. They don't give them, they put the elbows out and they fight hard.
Well, that's a full wrap of exactly what happened today. Jamels, you got a couple of things you want to mention.
Yes. Of course, we are back tomorrow for round 1, day 2. We've got the Excels coming up. We've got improved cars coming up, improved car productions coming up. So we've got
Formula
so
Classics.
much
We've got
Formula
the Radicals
Classics.
again. Radicals on the track again, which is just fantastic.
That's
so another
it.
big day of racing.
Another
Vaughan.
absolute big day, isn't there?
Over 30 Hyundai XLs here tomorrow.
I
so
heard
make sure
that.
you're here. We're going to kick off qualifying at 8:30 tomorrow morning here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
That's
It's going to be out of
exactly
control
it.
with those Excels, that's for sure.
Yes, and you can come down. It's only $10. Come down, check out all the action. It's going to be not only a fantastic day in weather, but also a fantastic day on the track as well. But before we go, we do need to give our apologies to the commentary audio issues that we have faced in today's broadcast. Our team are working around the clock overnight to make sure that those are fixed for our broadcast tomorrow. But we will be back with all the action right here from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway tomorrow from 8:30.
I can't wait to look for. We're going to go to highlights of last year, which is going to be fantastic to see. So people have still got something to watch on our wonderful streaming service, which was available on YouTube. Well, that's all from us, Vaughan. Demelza, thank you very much for today. Really good. You go and get a break with that voice of yours. We got a big day tomorrow as well. We look forward to your company again tomorrow for day 2 of round 1 here at the WA Sporting Car Club Championships for 2026.
Have a good night.